Except for Hien Luong Bridge, which is still lit, the entire area near the 17th parallel is engulfed in dense darkness. It seems that the tears of millions of people far from their wives, husbands, children, parents, and hometowns have gathered into rain on the river Ben Hai, so it rained all the time, rained all the way from morning to afternoon, then rained all the way from afternoon to midnight. Latang wiped his eyes with his sleeve to see clearly the rough and winding road like a cobra in the flooded fields. His eyes suddenly turned red from the strong rubbing of khaki fabric, making him remember that his thick yellow shirt was soaked. Latang's unwashed khaki shirt was soaked with water for a week and became as heavy as a dumbbell. The work he did tonight was as heavy as a 1,000-pound dumbbell on his slender shoulders. Latang quickly drove to the side to avoid falling into the water field. 2. The bright headlights of the zero-shift Jeep were not strong enough to pierce the rain, the night, and the mist. As a disciple of the god Offspeed, Latang often accelerates a bare 100 km an hour, even on winding and bumpy roads. Tonight, he can only run number 1, no more than 15 km per hour. Latang bent his wrist and looked at the clock ticking. 3 a.m. Man, 3 a.m. is the happiest hour for amorous males and females. During his stay in Saigon, 3 a.m. is the time when Latang solemnly drops 3 ice cubes from the refrigerator to a crystal glass, pouring half a bottle of bubbly Coke before mixing it with a Bacardi knuckle. 1. He drank many different rum in his life as a spy, but never found anything as rich as Bacardi. The man who stayed up at night did not feel sleepy. The drunken yeast rose slowly and gently. Makes the extremities drowsy like inhaling a gram of heroin. He has a habit of never drinking Bacardi alone. Every night he has a woman full of love resin by his side. But tonight, a night full of rain, and full of cold wind, he was alone in a car buckling along the banks of the Ben Hai River. There are no beautiful women. There is no Bacardi, no smell of fragrant perfume, within reach. To turn off, the whole room is air-conditioned. Climate harmony turned into a natural world. Unconsciously, Latang sighed. He remembered the muscular man, with his hair cut short, with a few frizzy curls on his broad forehead, shining bright eyes like contained steel. That person is Van Bin, i.e. Z28. Before Latang climbed into the unknown military plane, flew to Quang Tri, the thyroid. Van Bin called him into the room. Normally, the person who ordered him was Mr. Hoang, the general manager. However, Mr. Hoang was absent from overseas, and Van Bin replaced him. Latang prefers to work with Mr. Hoang than with Van Bin. Mr. Hoang also smiled, and patted his shoulder with a thin hand, while Van Bin stood still in the middle of the room, his face serious. Hello, Mr. Latang. Glad to meet you. As you know, this is an important job. Tonight, Z307 will return. This time, 307 will bring some top secret information and documents. I was sent to pick me up because I was a superior. Directly by 307, as well as by agents installed by the department from Quang Bin to Tanhua. In the past, I went to pick you up many times. Should be familiar with the road. I thought it was worth mentioning that on the north bank, the enemy guarded very carefully. Enemy can kill 307. Enemy can also kill. Don't forget that the Jeep you drive along the south bank is a private Jeep, without a license plate. He was also not allowed to carry any identification documents with him. I've contacted security to get the troops out of the area where you're going to meet 307 tonight. Do you remember clearly? Yes, remember. The handsome and strong man tapped Latang on the shoulder. He still likes to be patted on the shoulder, but when Van Bin touches him, he quickly pulls back, his face contorted. As much as Mr. Hoang patted his shoulder, Van Bin patted his shoulder painfully. He suddenly remembered that Van Bin was a 4th-degree martial artist TNHU. Religious, a boxing champion, and has a hand as hard as cold iron. Although joining Mr. Hoang's organization for a long time, and climbing to the rank of R2, Latang is still not as good as Van Bin's fingernails. Latang is good at martial arts, but his talent can only knock down a bunch of brothers and sisters, or kill an enemy spy. Seeing his grimace, Van Bin stared at him with a surprised look on his face. Latang rubs his shoulder. You are very heal. I feel like my shoulders broken. Sorry. While driving, Latang rubbed the sore shoulder. It was still pouring rain. A flash of lightning flashed across the dark sky. In 1/100th of a second, Latang glimpsed the Benhai River and the vast airfield. After running for a while, Latang turned off the light. Starting from this paragraph, he had to drive in the dark of the night. True, he has his own kind of glasses that can be seen through darkness. 3. He could still see dimly. The steering wheel is young, he may crash into the field. He is not afraid of accidents. And in the detective life, accidents happen as usual. He was just afraid of not arriving at the AQ-19 location on time, at the appointed minute. Latang looked at his watch again. 3:15. He parked the car, turned off the engine, opened the map, put it in under the dim light of the dashboard tableau. He recognized the point AG-19 marked with a red lead on a waterproof, nylon map. 5 minutes left to get there. His mouth was dry and bitter, and he felt a craving for a cigarette. He can cover the tip of the potion in the palm of his hand. Buddha could not light the fire. The sentinels on the north shore could get rid of him. These days, along the riverside, they all have machine guns. At night, they often shoot aimlessly down the south bank, not knowing whether to sleep, to be less afraid of ghosts, or to chase a brave figure who dares to cross the 17th parallel. AQ-19 is one of the shallowest points in the world. Benhai River. Mr. Hoang has researched carefully. Except for the early days of the month and the middle of the month when there is water, AQ-19 is always dry, especially at night from 3 to 4 a.m. Cold drops of rain hit Latang's face. The shirt and the umbrella he had unintentionally left Bahir Quang Tri. There was only one spot in his body that wasn't wet. There was under his left armpit, where he carried the hot Ruger 4. In the narrow room, the Ruger is an effective weapon, not bulky but accurate, but not in the middle of nowhere. Against the three-pronged machine guns, it became a toy for children. However, Latang still carries a pistol with him to avoid feeling alone. The gun holster had been polished by him. He lightly touched it and the beloved Ruger slipped into the palm of his hand, and within 10 yards Latang could hit a soft drink bottle. Compared with Van Bint's ability to cross the ocean, he was only a disciple, but he was still able to deal with enemy spies. Latang raised his infrared glasses to the level of his eyebrows. The rain was still pouring down. The sound of rustling insects mixed with the sound of falling rain creates a sad scene in the late winter night at the thyroid. He resented Mr. Hoang, resentful. The intelligence profession is windy. When people are fast asleep with a beauty, I have to wake up and roll to my death. 3:30. Through the infrared lens, he could only see a large grove of trees and a row of black houses in the distance. This row of houses is one of many enemy guard posts on the north bank. At night, North Vietnamese soldiers ducked into the tunnels, aiming their guns to the south. Z.307 must be a brave and courageous person to overcome the enemy's steel bullet barrier. In the past, 307 crossed the river, met Latang, but this time, Latang didn't want to think anymore. Spying is a strange profession. 9 times successful, but 10 times can fail means death. Z.307 has successfully crossed the route 5 times. The 6th and last trip before 307 change jobs may also be the last trip of life. Finished meeting 307, Latang will return to Saigon to make a report to Van Binh, and as Mr. Hoang promised, he will be changed to Japan, working as R under the name of second serving at the embassy in Dongkin. There is nothing more exciting than in Dongkin, with steam baths, fairy nightclubs, rows of bones and flesh. Suddenly, a thunderous thunderclap broke out. Shocked, Latang leaned on Car's eep. His eyes still do not leave the observation lens. Latang Bang the Emperor did not hear a sudden thunderclap, but because through binoculars he had just seen a scene that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Instinctively, he grabbed the hilt of the gun. The heavy rain had begun to stop. Looking at the pouring rain outside, Tran Heap worried about his friend. It's raining like this, how can you guys go on patrol? Major Fan Lo took a sip of wine, drawled his voice, let the soldiers die. Under the bright green neon light, Tran Heap looked closely at Major Lo's secret patrols along the north bank of the Ben Hai River. Lu is a classmate with the guy. During their high school years, the two of them sat together table. Lo joined the army, and Heap worked as a newspaper. Tran Heap is special correspondent for the People's Daily, the official agency of the Central Committee of the Labour Party. Fan Lo was an alcoholic, but was arrested. Head intoxicated after a bottle of Tina Martel. It's easy to get drunk because it's been a long time. When he didn't drink, it rained heavily and caused chills, making him miss his homeland, and miss women. Lo took the last glass of Martel and brought it to his mouth. Ha, delicious. Have a nice trip. I hear you. Tran Heap's face paled. Why did Major Lo wish him a safe road? He knows tonight he crossed the line to AQ-19 to meet Hoang's staff. Not probably. For a long time, Major Lo considered him as his own blood. Whenever you go to the thyroid area to get information for the court-composing Nyan Dan newspaper. Tran Heap also reached out to Major Lo's secret guard station. Lo is a god in the north of Ben Hai area because he is a close associate of Colonel Bui Vin, one of the intelligence Grey Lobsters. On the surface, Fan Lo was an army major, with no clear mission in the border area. Bugenside Lo was the person responsible for preventing the crossings. Tran Heap. Sit to one side. Fan Lo's eyes were half-lidded as if glued with glue, his mouth reeked of strong alcohol. Then he put his head on the table. Tran Heap was as silent as a statue. Outside, the rain was still pouring. He could hear the wind whirling through the shaggy hibiscus bushes and blow up old tiles. Tran Heap sighed and turned back to the door. He brought wine for Fan Lo to drink many times, and every time he gets drunk. Every time I make you drink. Tran Heap do not forget Okudan a special anesthetic pill. Drink with wine, it will put the person into a deep sleep for 2 hours, and when he wakes up not tired. Tran Heap shook your shoulder. Major Lo was still snoring. Tran Heap's gentle and dry face suddenly hardened. He had exactly 120 minutes left in front of him. He is free to work. Fan Lo has a habit of sleeping alone, in a closed room, members are not awakened. In the evening, he called the secretary to tell him that he had an appointment with a woman in the neighborhood that night and got drunk with Tran Heap. Fan Lo entered the village until after midnight before returning. A corner of a bottle of wine made him kick his legs without needing Tran Heap's martinis mixed with narcotics. Tran Heap stood up, turned off the light. The room was plunged into pitch-black darkness. He stood for a moment, listening to the movement. I know for sure that Fan Lo was asleep. Tran Heap leisurely went out, locking the door to the left of the room. Lu's soldiers lay downstairs. At this hour, Lu's reconnaissance platoon was already snoring like thunder. Except for the scouts along the river. However, Tran Heap carefully studied the location map. He knew by heart each place where the sentry was located, and the daggers. He also knew what time the North Vietnamese soldiers were patrolling the AQ-19 site, and unfortunately he met them, what slogans he had to say. This important information, Tran Heap did not have to look far. He could get it in Major Fan Lo's office. Major's conduct. Lo is a new ground floor house built with bricks and corrugated iron roof, lying in the middle of the field, including a large house in the middle, and many annexes around. Tran Heap did not go out to the porch, crossed the dark flagpole, disappeared into the hibiscus bush in the large yard, but used a fake key to open an adjacent paper room. Accustomed to the dark, and the smooth, no collision. He opened the window and jumped out. Behind the barless window is a zigzag moat. Zigzag shape where office workers hide from bombers. This moat feeds underground through the garage, through the barbed wire fence to the outside. And from there, trench traffic leads to guard posts along the route. Tran Heap has used this route many times. Rather, used twice. However, the previous times it rained not heavily or only lightly rained. Although the trench is underground, rainwater also seeps in, making the path muddy. Sure tongue, Tran Heap dance. Down the cellar, the man walked in the dark. 3 yards away, the ditch traffic turned to the right or left, making the road longer. Although there are many vents, the air in the basement still chokes. Musty smell, making Tran Heap suffocate. He pulled out a flashlight and looked at each street. The black mice saw the movement and ran to sell their lives and died. A long tail, blue eyes panicking into his shoe. He suddenly remembered wearing sandals, crepe soles, convenient for work in the city, but inconvenient in the trenches, and on the dusty road of the thyroid. Tran Heap stopped. He crossed the barbed wire fence. He climbed a step in the cellar. His head hit a thick corrugated iron door. He unlatched the inside and pushed the hatch cover open. Rain poured in like a waterfall. Tran Heap quickly collapsed. Tunnel door down. Although he wore a loose shirt, covering his glasses and head, the rain still penetrated his skin. Your shoes were soaked. He has carefulness, little forgetfulness. Somehow he forgot to put on his car slippers tonight. Later, from the route, he had to take off all his clothes, squeezed out the water, then stuffed it in the bottom of the backpack, took out dry clothes to wear, climbed into bed next to Thu Ta Phan Lo, and slept until morning. The rain continued to fall heavily. A cold wind blew from the Ben Hai River. Tran Heap remembers that today is the 23rd of December. Ms. Sing month, only 6 days left. 6 more days until Tet. He had to give Mr. Hoang a gift that was too expensive for Tet, like a film of a secret document he had hidden in his body. At this time, his wife and children have sleeping. His family is in Com Thien, not the Com Thien of the early time drums, but the working Com Thien. In a house with thatched roof, it's hot and you sweat all day, and it's cold to the bone. His wife is a gentle Vong woman, unaware of her husband, secret work. He has 2 sons, the eldest is a toddler, the youngest still red, with black eyes bewildered in his mother's lap, sucking on his breast all day. His wife was fast asleep under a thick cotton blanket, a memory of her golden age. Although he is a special report FR Nhan Dan newspaper, a newspaper of the party, he is still poor. He was brought into the editorial office of Nhan Dan newspaper thanks to his achievements in the Labour Party. He joined the Labour Party at the direction of Mr. Hoang. When Chu withdrew to the south, he volunteered to stay in the enemy's rear. Mr. Hoang ordered him to get married so that the authorities would not be suspicious. Mr. Hoang campaigned for him to be admitted to Nhan Dan newspaper. As a special envoy of the party newspaper, Tran Heap Leisure Thyroid region. The cold rain hit his face. He eagerly walks on Asmal Road between 2 flooded fields. Tran Heap has reached the riverbank. Hiding behind a bush, he looked around. It's still dark. Find out. Through the sound of showers, he could hear the sound of water flowing in the riverbed. He thought that the sound of the Ben Hai River was the sound of his heart beating in his chest. Indeed, every time he went to the thyroid region, watching the yellow flag with 3 red stripes fluttering on the southern bank, Tran Heap was excited in his stomach. He thought of the prosperous city of Saigon, 0F Mr. Hoang's secret headquarters, of the lovely women he had met when he was a girl. Tran Heap was not in a hurry, because he knew this place had no guard. The nearest sentry was 100 yards away. 3:30, 1 in 10 minutes, they'll be back. At that time, he crossed the river. Sitting in the dark, he quietly undressed. Precious film roll stored in an aluminum aspirin tube, sewn into a siphon. He held the blade as sharp as water into the palm of his hand. Soldiers once caught, Tran Heap had to use a knife. Sharp knife point to the heart, drawing not a single drop of blood. Otherwise he could not kill the patrol. He had to turn the knife back to his chest. Because he felt that he did not have the courage to endure the brutal torture of the police. Tran Heap stooped and stood up. He looks at the copper hands again. The cold wind still howled. The winding river sinks in the misty night and full of cold rain. Suddenly, Tran Heap leaped a short law. He suddenly remembered Major Phan Lo sleeping in the headquarters, not knowing Thad had been deceived. Tran Heap could not believe that it was he who was deceived. Medium guy. Out of the room, closed the door. Phan Lo stopped snoring, opened his eyes wide, and looked in the dark. Phan Lo listened to the sound of Tran Heap's footsteps disappearing into the ditch, then slowly sat up. Wait for the right minutes. Phan Lo opened the door to go out. Ashado was already waiting on the porch. Phan Lo asked, has he gone yet? Yes. Tell you to arrange thoughtfully. Yes. Major Fan Lo put on a raincoat and rushed down to the house below. On the side of a small lamp shaded to prevent light from escaping, a group of people dressed in black, wearing submachine guns and daggers, were sitting smoking. Seeing Fan Lo, they all stood up seriously. Not saying, Fan Lo snatched the portable radio a sergeant holding. There is a rattling sound in the machine. Then the voice reported, "Yes, it's about to pass." Fan Lo boldly ordered, "Act quickly. Careful, it hits knives very well. Must be captured alive." For the period B, Fan Lo calmly sat down on a chair, catching the word 5. Outside, the rain started to stop. Due to the riverbank, Tran Heap chuckled when he saw that the rain had subsided. He crawled quickly through the barbed wire, carefully avoiding the places where mines were buried. This special type of mines, when touched, explodes, and the body falls to pieces. Suddenly, he was startled, lying down on the muddy ground. He had just caught a glimpse of a dark figure crawling near where he was hiding. It's revealed, he had to dose. Pulling out the blade from his belt, he held his breath, ready to charge. But a pair of iron grips gripped his hand. He rose strongly. The man holding him was knocked over, but a shadow was. Jump on the guy. He swung his knife. Oh, a pitiful sound. In the silent darkness, he could hear the rumbling sound of blood. Tran Heap stood up. A voice shouted, "Tran Heap, put down the knife." Ah, the enemy already knew his name. Unable to jump into the water and hit the south bank, he had to step back, step back. The persistent shouting continued. Tran Heap, stop resisting in vain. He was surrounded on all 4 sides. He suddenly remembered Latang waiting for him on the south bank. The night rain has stopped. A white cloud flashed against the black sky. His life in the enemy's heart came to an end. However, he had a duty to inform Latang knows. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small cannon. This is a special kind of fire beads. Click on it and fly into the air, radiating like red cotton. He will use fire pearls to wham. Latang knew he was arrested. Tran Heap, raise your hand. Before raising his hand, Tran Heap pressed the fire button. The sky suddenly lit up. The 2 dark shadows returned, the knife-wielding man fell. But 2 more balls jumped. He was handcuffed, and dragged down the ditch. Looking up from the south bank, Latang clearly saw Tran Heap's hopeless struggle. The flare flared up, then went out. The scene was again in the cold night. Latang shivered as if he had a cold. Like a lost soul, he climbed into the scooter. Just then, machine guns on the north side opened fire on his car. As fast as the name suggests, Latang drove into the flooded red dirt road. His face he didn't know if it was rain or tears. The bright lights blinded Tran Heap. He stood in the doorway. A policeman pushed him to the ground. Another guy pedals. In his face with a curse, "Hound." Tran Heap grabbed his leg and pulled. He fell beside him. He struck a paintball in the center of his mouth. He was about to hit again, but his companions held his hand. Major Fan Lo, well-dressed, sat in the middle of the house smoking a cigarette, seemingly unconcerned about the fight. Tran Heap was tied with a parachute rope. Window bars. The tiny laces dug deep into his flesh. Fan Lo smiled half-mouthed. "Pleased to greet you, Z.307. You didn't expect me to drink all the alcohol mixed with anesthetic and still awake, right?" Tran Heap glared at him. "We were friends before, now we are enemies." "Yes, I didn't expect it. You were wiser than me. When I entered this profession, I knew in advance that I would be arrested. Do you have better look? I'm a loser. You can do whatever you want with me. I only regret that I didn't have time to put the knife in my throat. How can you die? You need to live. Live to answer the questions I ask. Do not work in vain. Edo not declare. Beating, electrifying, pulling my fingernails, and burning cigarette butts in my flesh can only knock me out, but they can force me to speak. Besides, as you know, I don't know what to say." Major Fan Lo still smiled faintly. You're brave horror. I sincerely commend you. Now, I ask you to answer. You are stubborn, don't blame. After all, we are friends, best friends since childhood. But everyone follows a different ideal. Oh, you're so hot-tempered. Maybe we can't come to an agreement. Jay already told you. Didn't force it anymore. Fan Lo is serious face. Tran Heap. Who gave you the real? Tran Heap was silent. Fan Lo asked again. You did not declare, I also know. Tonight, he has an appointment with Latang on the South Bank. He has a task to give Latak an important role of film hidden in an aspirin. Just now, on the riverbank, I quickly threw it away. 2 people. The one I got back. This film, Z345 gave you. Who is Z.345? Ito not know. What did Z.345 tell you to tell Latang? I didn't know who Z.345 is. Well, I didn't know who Z.345 is, but I am sure you know Nguyen Thi Ngoc Hoa, Tran Bang and Tran Dai. Tran Haip's whole body felt like it was pricked by thousands of needles. Nguyen Thi Ngoc Hoa is his wife, his dear wife. Tran Bang and Tran Dai are his 2 chubby children. He envisioned a small room in the Comthene area, used as a place to receive guests, a place to eat and a place to sleep for the small family. Guy's family. Ngoc Hoa is a lovely young woman who spends the whole year at home knitting sweaters for her husband. Every night before her husband goes to bed, she does not forget to bring a glass of dark green tea, instead of filter coffee, but the couple has no money buying. She had loved him for a long time, ever since Chang published the first poems in the newspaper, Butch did not say it. Then 2 people get married, he can't afford 1 bride, and her dowry is just a pure heart, worshipping her husband, raising children, and knowing nothing else. Ngoc Hoa Thate was a POA reporter, enthusiastic about his career and not interested in politics, even though he was a member of the Labour Party. She did not expect that Tran Heap joined the Communist Party to conceal intelligence activities. Tran Heap can sacrifice everything for his wife and 2 children. Therefore, he turned pale when he heard Major Fan Lo mention the names Ngoc Hoa, Tran Bang and Tran Dai. He said, voice trembling, what does my wife, my children, have anything to do with what Ito that you drag them in? Fan Lo hissed. No, I didn't want to say that your wife and children are involved. I'm just reminding you. You stubbornly do not tell. I will have to torture your wife and children. Oh my God. What does God do? Here it's just you and me. God can't save you. I give you a minute to consider the truth. In case you refuse, I will call back to Hanoi, ask the police to arrest your wife and children and torture them. K necessary, will torture in front of you. TM not afraid, you're a wild animal. What do you do to insult each other? I'm used to much heavier curses than that. How are you, Tran Heap? Who gave you the real? Who is Z.345? What did Z.345 tell you to tell Latang? The dear image of his wife and children reappeared in his mind. He almost screamed at the thought of his wife. Handcuffed, shackled, lying shackled in a cell, waiting for the hour to rise torture chamber, even though she was innocent. She must be dead. 2 children without a mother will be sent to an orphanage. His family was broken, but if he dies at this time, his wife and children will live in peace. The idea of sacrificing his life flashed through his mind again. He felt that if he did not commit suicide now, he would never commit suicide again. His eyes were wide and streaked, blood shot out. As if reading Tran Haip's mind, Maho R. Fan Lo took a step back. Tran Heap struggled, the nylon rope deepened into the meat. Desperate, she stuck out her tongue and took a strong bite. The tongue is cut. 2. Blood gushed out like a stream. Fan Lo quickly untied and asked someone to take medicine to stop the bleeding. As fast as cutting, Tran Heap snatched the blade from his Fan Lo, then stabbed straight into the heart. He fell, the blade submerged to the hilt. He breathed softly. Outside, the rain has stopped. The sky is clear again. In the distance is the murmur of the Ben Hai River. Latang leaned against the wall of the plane trying to sleep, but couldn't sleep. When he closed his eyes, Tran Heap sat down next to him, patted him on the shoulder, his voice low, farewell Latang. Goodbye brothers. Goodbye, Mr. Hoang. I was arrested perhaps for treason. Internal rebellion. 104 agents sold me to the enemy. Farewell. Treason, Latang shouted. Treason. Oh my God. He opened his eyes wide. 2 soldiers on leave, on a private jet, looked at them, surprise ed. Tranheap was not the only agent of his north of the 17th parallel to be caught in the enemy's net. He lost 3 people. 3 brave people. Lost 3 people in 3 weeks. Last week, he got Z.308 all night off Kuatung. The cigar submarine had to dive to the bottom of the sea, and he rowed the rubber boat close to the shore, with a bodyguard and a sharp machine gun. At the scheduled time, 308 was still missing. Fearing that the enemy's coastal patrol boat would be caught, the captain could not let the submarine float forever. To save 308, Latung must go to the sand. Appointment time is 3:45. Latung hid behind the casuarina trees until 4:30. No, the submarine can't wait until morning. He had to get into the canoe to go out to sea. Then the surprise attack happened. The boat had just been dropped into the water. A series of submachine guns exploded. The bodyguard was hit in the thigh by a bullet, fell to the ground, the gun fell to the sand. Latung had to help him up, and, thanks to the darkness, he escaped to sea. Z308 went to the appointment because he was arrested 5 minutes earlier. A week before the night Z308 went missing in Kuatung, another Latung agent, Z309, was shot and killed while swimming across the Benhai River. Latung looked at 309 writhing on the north bank but could not intervene. That night, the full moon was bright, and the scenery at the 17th parallel was strangely poetic. There is nothing more poetic than waving a beautiful hand, a beautiful woman with a beautiful face and body walking song. Latung has no time to think about poetry and love. He got back into the scooter and drove south alone. Until tonight, Tranheap was arrested, 30 seconds before crossing the river. Why? Of course, there are internal contradictions. But who is the rebel? Latung sighed and took a breath of cigarette. Thinking of Van Bint's cold face, he shivered. A military plane landed at Bien Hoa Airport. The sky was clear. Note: 1 Bacardi is a rum made in Cuba. People in the Western Hemisphere love Bacardi with Coca-Cola. Friends of Z.28 try drinking Bacardi. 2 According to the word spy, resident is the head of a foreign intelligence facility. American is resident, French is resident, and Russian is resident. The information area is called Residentura. 3 Itis, a type of infrared glasses, rayons infrarouges, advanced security agencies often use to see through the night in chases for suspects. 4 It was a Ruger Mark I, a very good American pistol. Z.28 The death sentence. Chapter E. Chapter 2 Tung straightened his black tie, and leaned back in an armchair to relieve fatigue. Since morning until now, he has adjusted the knot of his tie dozens of times, and changed his sitting style dozens of times. The plane arrived in Bien Hoa. He rushed to the car. The driver drove straight to Saigon, took him to Mr. Hoang's secret headquarters, in a huge building on Nguyen Hue Boulevard, ostensibly a commercial company. Latung stopped by the house to change clothes. His house is a room on the 5th floor, lavish HLY decorated, messy furniture, proving that there is no piano hand. Grandma. He had just been away for 2 days, but he felt like he was away from home for a whole year, because everywhere he could smell musty, everywhere he could see clothes lying indiscriminately, reeking of sweat and strong alcohol. He opened the door. Suitcase, choose the whitest hurt. Hesitating for a moment, he took out his black tie to create a dignified look. Latung knew in advance that the key person in the department would not regard. Failure at work is often reprimanded, but this time, reprimand will reach the highest level because he was negligent to lose 3 excellent employees. At 9 o'clock, Latung entered the waiting room. A female secretary he did not know, invited him to sit down, and gave him a picture magazine to read. Holding the magazine, he saw nothing, his mind wandered everywhere. The secretary told him that Mr. Hoang was still busy and could not receive him yet, and the person on behalf of Mr. Hoang was Van Bin. Thinking of Van Bint's austere face, he shivered and fixed his tie. Meanwhile, Van Bin thoughtfully poured whiskey in the general manager's room. Putting the file aside, Mr. Hoang said, "Have you read the file yet?" "Yes." Van Bin stood up. Mr. Hoang instructed, "You have to arrange the scene well. Their eyes and ears here are not ordinary." Van Bin returned to the office silently. As an active person, close to dangers every second, every minute, he felt trapped when he was called back to headquarters after a successful business trip in Hanoi, dealing with Phan Mayan Kamov 1. But Mr. Hoang wanted to keep him Saigon for a time, with the position of Inspector General of the department. The Inspector General's office was a spacious room, with pale green whitewash head walls, tables and chairs and sofas all made of round iron and roofed with felt. An expensive sedge rug dampens the clatter of shoes on the seaman. On the wall, behind the by a board, he hung only a photograph. Not the Prime Minister's photo, the Minister's photo, or the photo of Mr. Hoang as in other rooms, but a picture of a beautiful nude girl, cut in the American magazine Playboy. Stand on the wall, girl. Puffing up her chest at him, blue eyes, long hair falling down. Belly, deliberately showing round breasts, pink like lipstick. The staff in the headquarters all widened their eyes when they saw the bizarre picture. An officer of the department reported to Mr. Hoang, but the general manager only smiled. What do you think, but Van Bin? Beautiful women are the elixir of life for those who are used to dangerous lives. I didn't want my employee to be a monk. Ancient history has proven that women are the reason for life species. Heroes like Napoleon and Shang Vo are also in love with women. The chief of staff protested. Sir, Napoleon and Shang Vo all have lost their thrones because of women. Note 1. Reported in the last night of death to be published. Mr. Hoang laughed loudly. Oh, you want people like Van Bin to celebrate their longevity. You're wrong. I work in the office and can't understand the lives of my brothers and sisters in the enemy's heart. Talented spies only live past 40. Why are you still living past 60? It's a matter of chance. Besides, when I was active, the situation was not as dangerous as it is now. Van Bin works with me, and I can use Van Bin on that day or day. I don't know when he will lose his life, so I do not interfere in the private life of the undercover agent. Besides, what's so bad about changing a naked man in the office? Itri to Askio, is my brother beautiful or is the picture of a beautiful naked woman? Dear, if the picture of a nude woman is beautiful, why hang a picture of a wretched old man to dirty his eyes? From now on, don't talk about this anymore. I just need my staff to be brave, agile, ready to die for the big game, ready in their private lives. They have one wife or many wives, they love girls or gamble, depending on them. Since then, a portrait of a blonde beauty has been hung on Van Bin's head. Every time his hands and feet itch, he let go of his pen and returned to admire the beauty to recall that his life was temporarily interrupted. Queen Bitch, his female secretary, was as beautiful as the person in the picture. Maybe she was even more beautiful, with her bottomless EY opened her neck as if she wanted to pull the atomic chest out, with pink and white skin, cool in summer, and warm in winter. Queen Bitch stopped typing when Van Bin opened the door. Seeing his serious expression, she did not dare to joke as usual. In the evening, Van Bin promised Ed to take her to Cholon for dinner, then the two of them would dance until morning. From the day he returned to the office, Van Bin became erratic and angry. Sometimes he was as harsh as fish sauce. No matter what she did, he was even harsher because she wore a white shirt that he thought was not as beautiful as a blue one. But when he was happy, Queen Bitch couldn't type or read the file anymore. He made her sit still like a marble statue for him to see, then kissed her forehead, her hair, and her hand. The brothers in the headquarters said that Van Bin soon fell mad after many years of struggling with death. Mr. Hoang personally knew he was not crazy. He was brought to the position of Inspector General with a very important mission. This mission is clearly stated in the top secret file number MA15, stored in the special safe of Mr. Hoang. This SFA is only known to Mr. Hoang, who knows how to open it. Strangers who touch it will die from secret cyanide bullets, or if the door H the thickness of 20 centimeters is opened, all the papers in the safe will melt into bran in a moment. Looking at Queen Bike's chest exposed behind the thin cloth, Van Bin completely lost his solemn expressio. I to her, damn, bitch is so beautiful. He sat down on a chair and lit a Salem cigarette. Suddenly he asked, either anything important, Miss Bitch? She raised her head. Sir, Latong has been waiting outside since 9 a.m. What time is it now? Sir, 2 p.m. Ignore him, let him wait until afternoon. Invite you to lunch, do you agree? Yes. Tonight, I also take you to dinner. I want to leave early, go to Iridum Street to make a beautiful head again. Is that so? If you leave early this afternoon, I will solve the Latang case right now. Queen Bitch got up and opened the door to the next room. Van Bin looked at an inexplicable smile on his face. Latang snuggled in. Literature. Bin didn't even raise his head. Latang greeting. Dear Mr. Van Bin opened a yellow file. Harsh voice. Ah, Mr. Latang. 307 was killed, right? Latang paused. Sir, yes. Who informed you so quickly? Huh, waiting for you, the department was broken. Why did 307 fall into enemy hands? Sir, as instructed, I waited for 307 at the designated AQ-19 location. 307 arrived late, and was arrested just before entering the river, went to the south bank to meet me. That means 307 hasn't delivered the documents to you yet. Not yet. Why don't you find a way to relieve 307? I just brought 307 piece tall, forgot to bring submachine gun. Besides, it was raining heavily, and I couldn't see anything. When 307 fired the first aid, I was about to cross the river, but it was too late. The enemy also fired heavily at my car. Fortunately it didn't get hit. Why was 307 arrested? Sir, I don't know. Huh, you are the commander of 307 and didn't know. 3 good employees were caught in the net within a month. You have to take full responsibility. Sir, don't make useless excuses. You will be taken to court. Volunteer to go out there to open an investigation. They will arrest you after you cross the 17th parallel. You are a heavy drinker, like to gamble big, love beautiful women. You don't have the courage to resist the enemy's temptation technique. Please believe me. Please give me one last chance. Van Bin slams his hand on the table. If it weren't for my intervention, Mr. Hoang would have imprisoned you. Anyway, I still have some sympathy for him, so I asked Mr. Hoang to let him escape from the court and keep him working in headquarters. However, I can't keep him in the action department anymore. He will be transferred to the finance department. Van Bin returns to the secretary. Would you mind talking regarding the work assigned to Latang? I will sign the letter later. Latang stammered a thank you. Sir, Van Bin waved his hand. You took too much time. I hope you fix your life. Don't let it be. Don't be as careless as before. Well, hello. Latang is out. Van Bin presses the private phone button to call Mr. Hoang. General Manager asked, it done yet? Van Bin replied, yes, it's done. What's the result? Is it 100%? Can be. Van Bin heard the general manager laugh softly in the phone. Mr. Hoang rarely freely expresses his feelings in front of employees. The reason he did not need to be kept was because Van Bin was considered by him as his own son. On the other hand, because the phone line was fitted with safety equipment, outsiders could not eavesdrop. Mr. Hoang said, go to my room immediately. Van Bin replied less than yes greater than, then put the receiver down on the shelf. Queen Bitch opened the door and smiled lovingly at him. After many years of operation, Van Bin is still not old. He still maintains the gentle manner of a man in his 30s, the age of love, the age that women love the most. She said, you promised to take me to lunch and dinner. Do not forget it. You leave me with another woman, you will die with me. Van Bin kissed the lovey secretary's hair. You are as beautiful as a fairy in the world. It's crazy, I just abandoned you. Bao is Queen Bitch as beautiful as a fairy. The Russian descent may seem a bit exaggerated, but in fact, the swans of the 20th century are just as beautiful. Her beauty is a blend of ancient Asian femininity and modern Western brashness. Looking at her, everyone imagines that indeed, her body was as slender as a willow tree. She likes to wear white clothes, and her hair is jet black, falling over her shoulders, giving her a deeply sad beauty. Her neck was thin and tall, and her face was pink and white, though a little long. Eyes, nose, forehead, eyebrows are all subtly beautiful beauty of the previous century. It seems that nature has a clear prejudice, when molding her a slender body. Because the muscles in the arms, Legs and belly were created by nature to be taken away, covered in a round buttocks and round breasts. Hey, 90 centimeters becomes great, a greatness full of covetousness and envy. When she passed, every man looked at her in admiration. However, the words of praise were choked in the throat. Beauty Queen Bike's eroticism made men hoarse and blinded. Listening to Van Bint's praise, she shrugged. Her shoulders were small but round. Round, pretty, well, don't flatter your dress anymore. He made an appointment to eat with me once and then forgot. This time, I won't go easy on you. I went to the street to get my hair done, get my nails done, and then get a new glitter shirt from the tailor. I will suffer for the rest of my life if you forget it tonight. Van Bint shook his head. I won't forget. Van Bint kissed her and then went to the elevator to go back up to Mr. Hoang's room. Through the waiting room, he waved his hand to the three beautiful young women sitting behind the counter. All three greeted. Hi. Van Bint has won the hearts of female agents of the Secret Service, a newly formed operation team made up of young women, well-educated, fully trained in intelligence expertise and self-defense judo. Nguyen Hong did not raise her head when he entered her room. The lovely secretary of the general manager, and also Van Bint's hopeless lover, was leaning on the IBM typewriter desk, the sound of clean crockery. She still had a habit of resenting him. Every time, when he passed her room, he would stop for a few minutes, give her a passionate kiss on the lips, to calm her insinuation of jealousy. But this time, he went straight down to the water. Nguyen Hong called him, Van Bint. He turned back. Since when have you had myopia? Where? My eyes are still as bright as car headlights. Why can't I see you? Yes. But seeing that I'm busy, I didn't dare to disturb you. Have you seen the lake color shirt I just sewed? Yes. Is it beautiful? Beautiful. As for my hair, I just finished drying it outside the shop. Isn't it beautiful? Beautiful. Nguyen Hong's face is smiling, suddenly frowning. Suddenly she stood up, grabbed the paper on the machine, ripped it into many pieces, then threw it on the ground, covered her face and cried. At that time, Van Bint suddenly remembered that he was too cruel to her. She sews new clothes for him, blows new hair for him. Men inadvertently do not recognize the subtle gestures of women. He stroked her hair. I'm sorry. She punched him on the shoulder, her voice wet with tears. Well, you don't lie anymore. I already know you. Do you remember? Spend the night in a cell in District 3. One tonight, when I went to eat with Queen Bitch, I broke up with you. Van Bint's face turned pale. I know it that you didn't love Queen Bitch. You are close to her for another purpose. Huh, you mean to say that you love her on the orders of Mr. Hoang? That's right. Mr. Hoang ordered, but I forbade. I'm not the general director. But you have more power than the minister, the prime minister. Women want as God wants, don't you know? No, I'm scared of you. Okay. I allow you to enter Mr. Hoang's office. Later, he had to cancel the case of going to dinner tonight with Queen Bitch. The general manager looked at him with meaningful eyes as he quietly entered the room. Not sitting still, Van Bint said, Sir, Mr. heard the story between Ms. Nguyen Hong and me. Yes, I heard everything. Why didn't you order the television cameras in my room to be closed? Everything that happens in the room is also recorded. Ms. Nguyen Hong knows. Oh, that's part of the plan. Nguyen Hong doesn't know the content of my work. No, that means he wants her eavesdropping on what's going on in my office and then gets jealous. Yes, that's part of the plan. God, you're so cruel. Didn't you know that Nguyen Hong can be jealous to death? No one in the world has ever died from jealousy. Besides, in the intelligence profession, jealous women are useless. Buddy, I only need the play to last a few days. Sir, what's wrong with you calling me? Mr. Hoang quietly got up and went to the safe. This safe was a phenomenal success for West German metal industry. Mr. Hoang pressed a secret button. The concrete wall cracked, revealing a steel door panel 20 centimeters thick, painted green. Mr. Hoang inserted the key into the lock. The door was electrically opened, slowly drifting to one side. Mr. Hoang must open the second door with another key. All the advanced German technology is also packed into the third door, also made of steel. There is a lens on the door as big as a Z28 cigarette case. It's an electronic camera. Who can open it? The first two door panels will be recorded and this image is transmitted. The electronic brain has a superhuman memory. This brain can remember the faces of all the secret and public employees of the Secret Service controlled by Mr. Hoang. If it's a stranger, the Cyanide bullets will fly out, kill in the blink of an eye. And if it's an employee of the department, the safe will wail a terrible whistle, sounding like a heart attack, and FA back. This siren wakes up the alarm system in the headquarters. Security personnel in the basement will push the electric button, closing all the doors with 3-ton steel plates. Then a puff of smoke, fragrant aroma emanating from the ceiling, in 30 seconds, filled the general manager's office. This smoke completely paralyzes the person who smells it, but it is not fatal. Security staff only need to wear a gas mask into the room to take the stranger away. The third door will only open if the electronic brain recognizes the right person to open as Mr. Hoang. In addition to Mr. Hoang, 3 other people were allowed to open. Dr. Trudung, who was chosen to succeed Mr. Hoang if he was destined for one, his trusted secretary Nguyen Hong, and Van Bin ie Z28. However, these 3 people can only open the safe if Mr. Hoang allows it. That is, if Mr. Hoang opens a private lock, hidden in the drawer of his desk. As soon as the key is inserted into the lock, the electronic brain has already opened. Identify the owner. The heavy door open to the side. Inside is a large room similar to the vaults of gold and treasures of big banks. An air conditioner sucks the heat and water out, making the room cool. Mr. Hoang stops the MA15 and opens the letter lock button. Close to the wall, and buried deep into the concrete floor are 500 such compartments, each of which has a number on the outside. Compartment MA15 contains top secret files, related to the work Van Bin is doing. Mr. Hoang brought the file back to the table, turned on the light, and said to Van Bin, have only read half of it. The other half, you need to finish reading. He only read for 5 minutes and finished head. Van Bin lit a Salem cigarette, leisurely opened the typed document. At the top of the page was the word MA15 in red ink, next to secret greater than, and large text, only studied in the general director's office, not taken out. Van Bin noticed a familiar photo, and mentally read the identity card as follows. Less than real name. Lu Timong Hoi greater than less than date and place of birth. The 8th of May 19. In Thanh Hoa Town, Central Vietnam, now controlled by communists. Less than parent. Father's name is Lu Min Man, deceased. Her mother is Dang Thi Phuc, still alive, and lives in Thanh Hoa Town. Less than study. Full baccalaureate. Second year literature student. He is 1th 57 centimeters tall. Usually wears 11 centimeters high heels, so he is 168 centimeters tall, not including his hair. Less than weighs 44 kilograms, bust 95 centimeters, butt circumference 95 centimeters, waist 54 centimeters. Less than very good voice, won awards in many singing contests in Saigon. Less than plays many types of instruments, especially the piano. Less than special vestige. A lipstick mole, 2 inches in diameter on the left breast, just near the nipple. Less than there is also a diamond-shaped scar, as small as the tip of a little finger, on the back, near the 16th vertebra. That scarce caused by a fall from a tree when he was a child. Less than characteristics. Live a love life, love clouds, love adventure, so he joined the special forces. Easily swayed by a man who is handsome, talented, charming. Less than and experienced in love. Less than note. After the Geneva Agreement, the family prepares to emigrate. In the south, she was still young, so she was assigned to an uncle, convenient. The opportunity to go to Saigon first, and the family to get off the train less than ship later. The emigration was delayed because her father suddenly became seriously ill and passed away. Less than at the MI. By the end, her family had to stay in Thanh Hoa Town because the roads to the north and communication with the International Commission were blocked. Less than in the south, she stayed with her uncle's family. Her uncle's eldest son flirted with her, and she refused. After that, She had to leave the house to earn a living alone. Less than thanks to her beauty, she applied to work as a secretary for Sao Van Trading Company, number, Tran Hung Dao Avenue. After a while, the employer brought her up to work in the office. Then the owner less than the firm confessed to her. She refused and quit her job. Less than due to Tu Thu's recommendation, she was recruited into the DEP, Secret Service, and attended special agent training. Graduated with average grade. Less than important criticism of the research board. The North Vietnamese spies had unleashed her, and plotted to bring her into the organization. She protested vehemently, and intended to inform her superiors, but the enemy threatened to destroy her mother in Thanh Hoa. Currently her mother is raising a cub of 8 children in the communist area. She is less than the eldest. Because she loved her mother and brothers, she fell into the enemy's trap. Less than this case was reported in writing to the general director, but the general manager personally ordered it to be folded. Less than apartment. Based on the information gathered, she continued to communicate with the enemy spy in Saigon. Less than the last contact between her and the enemy spy took place on May 3. Van Bin stared blankly at Mr. Hoang. Sir, that means she just met the enemy spy a month ago. Mr. Hoang nodded. Yes, a month. Usually, they meet once a month. I let Ladeep research carefully. The meeting date is the first Saturday night of the month. Today is the first Saturday of the month. That means she will meet the enemy staff again tonight. Up until now, he was used to doing things that required weapons, and his mind was multi-layered. This time, I gave him a very leisurely job. However, only he can do it. Because he has a special attraction to women. I believe you are successful. You fail, the great base of. We will fall apart in a short time. Van Bin stands up. Word editing. Mr. Hoang kept him. Forgot about this one. Mr. Hoang handed him a large package. 200,000. Heard that he didn't have any money since 2 days. I have to take care of him fully. Receiving the package, he trembled with emotion. Indeed, from 2 days ago, he did not have a penny in his pocket. The newly sewn suit was still sent to Do Street and had not been paid yet. The monthly salary the Secret Service paid him, on the basis of a colonel's salary, plus a position allowance and dangerous work, was not enough for him to spend a night beside a pile of top-class champagne bottles and $12. Upper-class people, Buddha still has money to waste. This money. Not in the national budget, because every year the department is only granted a few tens of millions. Every time he lacked money, Mr. Hoang asked Van Bin. Not long ago, he went to Hanoi to kidnap the Soviet atomic scientist Bilatov. After that, Mr. Hoang returned Bilatov to the Russian government for $20 million. $20 million in Vietnamese silver is more than 2,000 million dong. And that's one. In many cases, oil earns a lot of money, Van Bin never. A penny dime. Mr. Hoang gave as much, he received as much, did not ask for more. However, Mr. Hoang was always concerned with the expenditure of the talented and playful spy. He said, Sir, I heard that the secret fund is about to run out. Money already. Mr. Hoang lifted his thick myopic glasses. Who told you? True Dung. Yes. I only have 5 million left. Out of this money, I didn't know where to get it. Care for hundreds of facilities around the world. The budget of the department this year, the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Home Affairs is only for 30 million. With 30 million, I am not enough to pay a day's salary to the staff. Why didn't you urge the Prime Minister to formalize the Secret Service? This has been discussed many times, but has not come to any point. Besides, even formalized oil doesn't make any money. I am a slow-moving country. When it comes to money to buy rice, money to sew clothes, it's not enough. How can I have money to do intelligence? In my opinion, it's better to keep it this way. Around the world, the British intelligence service has achieved an extraordinary record of secrecy. As someone in the profession, I still don't know how much money does the British intelligence service spend each year, how many people are staffed and who are included. The advantage of secrecy is that anyone can understand it as they like. My department can be called the Secret Service, the General Intelligence Service, the Counterintelligence Department. I didn't care. Sir, there is another problem. Of course all benefits must be harmful. The harm we often encounter is that the employee is unfortunately arrested, and we cannot officially intervene. Europe is also career luck. And perhaps because of this annoyance, I prefer to use people like you. Thank you, General Manager. Oh, more words. For the first time in 10 years, I was called a general manager by him. Van Bin laughed. Mr. Hoang also laughed. Z28 The Death Sentence Chapter 2 Kant. Chatu Pt County Entr. After stealing the iridescent glitter dress, Queen Bitch took it off again and threw it down on the hateful tune. She told the tailor to make the neck high to match her white neck. He forgot to make the neck low for the right fashion. Looking in the mirror was as tall as a human's head, bought from France and sent to her. She suddenly hated the brocade shirt terribly. True, the dress was very tight, raising her great breasts above her thin waist. She did not like the glittering glitters, giving her a slick, fake, actress-like beauty on the stage. Kai Luong. Going with Van Bin, she wanted to show a simple and honest beauty. Thinking that, she rummaged through the closet and took out a dress. Light blue dress. Once when she wore a white shirt to work, he frowned, blaming her for not having a blue face. This suit, she sewed in one of the latest styles in ballet. Outwardly it looks ordinary, but the garments are very expensive. For sewing alone, she had to pay up to 3,000. Except for a moment, she poured into her hair half a bottle of Ventwort perfume. The scent of Ventwort does not stuff up men's noses, on the contrary, it blends with the flesh and turns into a strange smell. Putting on lipstick again, Queen Bitch limped out the door, down the elevator. She rented a luxurious room in Binding Mac Din Kai, behind Don Dat Hospital. When she got to the elevator, she met a tall foreigner, wearing a formal suit, waiting. The elevator went up, he leaned over, invited her in. Realizing that he was also in the bin din, Queen Bitch smiled and thanked him. He praised, "You are so beautiful." She stood in the corner, her chest pounding. Not for the first time in her life, she was praised by men, but this time she felt a strange change. Dressed simply, she is more beautiful than elegantly dressed. Surely Van Bin will be satisfied. The man asked her, "Excuse me, where are you going?" She replied, "I have a job in Cholon. Invite you to come with me in the car." "In there. Thank you. My friend is waiting downstairs." Alien guy opened the door and let her go first. Van Bin was on time. He came just right, neither fast nor a minute late. The foreigner was tall and handsome, he was taller and more beautiful. Looking at the way he dressed, everyone mistook him for a movie actor. The suit is made of Italian green, sewn tightly, showing off the round shoulders. His shirt is in Italian. The pointed toe shoes are also in Italian leather. The blue color of the tie harmonizes with the white of the shirt, and the gray of the jacket. Meet them, the foreigner. "Hello, Mr. Queen Bitch hastily introduced. "Introduce me, this is my friend on the same floor as you in Binding. He works in the French Consulate General. And sir, this is..." Van Bin intercedes, "TM Van Bin. Officer of the Secret Service." The foreigner was startled. "Ah, so he is Van Bin. Standing in front of Tai's Han Mountain that I didn't know. Sorry. Look at the long, curvy Corvette, painted white, with no ripples." Queen Bitch stared blankly. "God, you have such a beautiful car. When did you buy it?" He shrugged his shoulders. "Mr. Hoang just gave it to me after a business trip to Hanoi." "This? Me, what kind of guy followed you down the elevator?" "I didn't know the name. He lives 3 rooms away from me. I came back from the department, he also came to see me, He also watched. Even when I went to the elevator, he took me down thoughtfully, and loyally as if afraid of a tiger eating me. I am a fierce tiger, didn't you know? I hope to be eaten by you. I'm just afraid that you'll play around and throw me away." The Corvette squealed softly, then disappeared in a flash into the darkness behind the British Embassy. Sitting close to him, Queen Bitch constantly thought of the eager men running after her like shadows and images that she rejected. That foreigner is also one of dozens of men. The foolish man was cruelly abandoned by her. Actually, Queen Bitch was wrong. The foreigner wearing formal clothes waiting for her outside the elevator was not a stupid girl. He followed her, waited. She was ordered to do so. The reason he went downstairs and shook hands with Van Bin was because he wanted to know who the friend with her tonight was. And the tiny camera, whose lens is a tiny needle, taken without a light, captured Van Bin's picture. Waiting for the two to disappear, he smiled secretly, climbed the stairs worth the golden ganito up. Room. He locked the door, bolted it carefully, and entered the bathroom. The bathroom door was also locked. He opened a box containing photographic and film processing equipment, then turned off the neon light, turned on the red light, and carefully removed the tiny roll of film from the machine. 10 minutes later, the film with Van Bin's image was finished washing. He dried, then wrapped the film in foil, rolled it up, and put it in a small tin box. Finished, he whistled, and jumped 3 steps down the stairs. His car was a nice black Cortina. He flew like flying into Cholon. Along the Red Cross Street, he always looked in the rearview mirror. Seeing no one, he turned onto Tran Hung Dao Boulevard, then stopped the car in front of a refreshment shop. Entering the bar, he drank a bottle of Levée 33 mixed with the road. 5 minutes later, he got out of the car again and slowly drove back to Saigon. Arriving in front of Vin Loi Cinema, he parked his car and sat in front of the steering wheel for a while. Looking at the clock at exactly 8:35, he got out of the car, bought tickets to the cinema. He chose the last row of seats without an audience, and sat down. Immediately, a man wearing a short-sleeved shirt, unbuttoning his pants, wearing a mustache, opened the curtain and entered the theater. This person sat down next to the foreigner. Pretend to smoke, marry a foreigner, turn aside, borrow a matchbox. Under the firelight, he recognized the stranger's facial expression. When returning the matchbox, he included a flat lamp box containing a tiny piece of film. The stranger sat for another 5 minutes and then quietly went out. The foreigner looks at the clock. 15 minutes later, it was his turn to get up. Out the door, he lingered to buy a pack of Camel pills. Although the pack of cigarettes in his pocket was still full, he still bought more, to take advantage of the opportunity to look around. When he floor, sacred words are urging. He needs to order a hearty meal. Add a bottle of champagne to temporarily forget the stressful moments. The air conditioning in the fancy restaurant made him comfortable. Sitting and biting a melon seed, listening to the singer with long, jet black hair that spread over her erotic breasts, he only heard the sound of her chest agitating, dancing without hearing the deep voice he muttered to himself. Old Hoang. Old Huang is stupid. Lao Huang has eyes as well as blindness. I worked openly on Laloy Avenue, but he didn't co anything. Bottles of rum with crushed ice were brought on a silver tray. A proud smile appeared on the foreigner's lips. Actually, Mr. Hoang was not as stupid or blind as the proud foreigner mistakenly thought. Before the foreigner entered Vin Loi Cinema on Laloy Street, Mr. Hoang was already sitting next to the thick pile of files and the state-of-the-art hyper-frequency intercom in his office. He has not eaten since noon. He often forgot to eat when he had important work. The report sounded in the machine. Hello, Dragon Fruit would like to report to the White Snake. He gave the documents to the enemy staff. He still thinks we don't know anything. The liaison officer had just left the cinema. Please White Snake for instructions. Is there a need for someone to follow him? Mr. Hoang replied. No need. His mission is temporarily over, according to him in vain. Ask him to personally follow the contact. Ladeep. Yes, the person who reported to Mr. Hoang and claimed to be Dragon Fruit is Ladeep. Continued. Sir, I took a picture of the contact with an infrared camera. Line. Now, here I go. He drives an American car, a 1954 Chevrolet, painted in light yellow, with a license plate Diplomatic Corps NT. Probably fake number. Radio pole in the middle of the rear trunk. White side wheel. Left front wheel has no wheels. Okay, I recorded your report. Later, he returned to the department to meet me. Van Bin needs to talk to him, before proceeding to work. Turning off the phone, Mr. Hoang stood up. Nguyen Hong was standing by with a thermos of coffee as thick as tar. The general manager sipped a cup of coffee and cut a Havana cigar. Meanwhile, Van Bin drank it all. 6th glass of whiskey at my gun restaurant. The more you drink, the more he wakes up, the more rosy his face, his more charming smile, and his more charming eyes. Queen bitch Sataposite. Every time she added her crouched down, the V-collar was late, forcing everyone to look at it. The river wind blew strongly into the floating restaurant on the Saigon River. However, Van Bin still smelled the scent of Ventbert perfume emanating from her chest, mixed with the strange fresh scent of flesh. He sat still and watched her. For a long time, he had not had a chance to rest, waved a beautiful girl's hand, and went to my gun to enjoy the cool wind and enjoy the river view at night under the velvety smooth sky. Full of moon. While eating, Van Bin told her about his adventurous life, from the day he joined the ranks of the US's military intelligence, to his adventures behind the Iron Curtain. Queen bitch interrupted. You are ugly. Too many numbers, so I just met him now, and got his attention. How many lovers have you had so far? That lover. He also did not know. Because in fact, he has a slightly peculiar conception of love. In your opinion, what is love? I didn't understand. I think there are two things, true love and bad love. Loving a person, marrying that person is true love. Van Bin laughed loudly. Falling in love, loving and forgetting is stupid, isn't it? Queen bitch was silent, fidgeting with the tablecloth. White fabric. Van Bin continued. You were right. Falling in love, loving and then forgetting is nonsense. He also knows that, and many times he intends to quit his job to return to a normal life, to be a civil servant who carries an umbrella in the morning and carries it back in the evening, and marries a docile woman who knows how to cook sticky rice with sweet soup and raise her family. Children, wife. But, how can I be a civil servant? I was wrong. You can become a good civil servant. Even if you want to be a paper scraper, Mr. Hoang won't let you, and I personally won't let you. The war in the dark is coming to a fierce stage. The country still needs outstanding talented people like you. Van Bin sighed. You see, I have contradicted myself. Only those who live quietly and live on a basis can truly love. Oak like a Zaid. Suppose you become my wife, in a few weeks you will be bored. Many doctors' wives were upset when they saw that in the middle of the night they were neighing with their husbands, had been called urgently by the phone, and the husband had to get dressed to go to the hospital to deliver, or perform emergency surgery. The trouble of the medical profession is only a small part if compared to the action intelligence profession. Being pulled up at night is common. The doctor was woken up to go to the hospital and will be back in the morning. And the spy officer left, not knowing when to return, and whether to return or not. During the Second World War, there were some spies who were put on the plane in the middle of the wedding night, not in time to get into the right room, and some women became widows even though they were not married to their husbands. I have heard the story of Abel and Lonsdale. 1. Two people have to be separated from their wives for 10 years to take care of his wife and children. You can take care of yourself, don't get married. You have chosen the career of action intelligence. You have to live alone, do not dare to love anyone. Why do you still promise? Still, you are still human, human with all its shortcomings before temptation. In a moment of weakness, I feel love is needed. So I made a promise, but then duty became stronger. Therefore, he became ruthless and hasty. When he met a woman with a suitable temperament, he said frankly that he loved them, but only loved but could not be married. And only love each other for an hour, or for one night only, then the next day each person goes their separate ways. I guess you also consider me like those women. Don't jump to conclusions. I never said I love you, even though deep down I feel that you bring happiness to my life. I didn't dare to commit any more, because baby, I am going to have to go. Note 1. That means die. Colonel Abel and Major Lonsdale, i.e. Khan and Maladi of the Soviet RU Reconnaissance Service. Abel was active in the U.S., arrested, sentenced to 30 years in prison, and later exchanged for U-2 pilot Gary Powers. Lonsdale was arrested in England and was exchanged for Merchant Greville when imprisoned in Russia. Queen Bike's eyes widened. Where are you going? I didn't know. He went to the desk in the afternoon, said Thad was about to take a few days off before the departure date, probably to the north. Besides, the security network is very tight, our employees are arrested and killed every day much, why don't you ask to go somewhere else? I act like a wife, I love my husband, I didn't want him to rush into such a dangerous job. Mr. Hoang is a superior, he signed a paper to promise that his superior would go wherever he was sent, without arguing. Besides, he is a man, he is not allowed to evade the task, even though it is a mission to find death. Queen Bike's eyes become wet. Van Bin poured more whiskey and said, I'll admit it. Working out there is much more difficult than before. Within 3 weeks alone, Latang lost 3 talented collaborators north of the 17th parallel. There must have been an internal, perhaps Mr. Hoang sent you to Inter-Region 4 to investigate this internal treason case. Do you know when to depart? No, however, he usually gets to take a break a few weeks before the day of his rise street. This time, Mr. Hoang let him take half a month off. That means I will go to the north in about 3 weeks. Can I please follow me? There is no way Mr. Hoang will give it to me. Besides, there are many of our employees out there. Phu Ky passed by. Van Bin waved his hand. Another bottle of whiskey. Queen Bitch was surprised. God, you alone have a bot, are you not drunk yet? He laughed. Looking at you, it's easier for you to get drunk than to drink whiskey. 3 bottles of premium whiskey don't contain as much intoxicating yeast as one quick glance of hers. Thank you. You just look at me freely. And will you also let me kiss you freely? Later, I can eat you if I want. But now begging you. Sky Ha is staring at us. Van Bin shrugged. They look because you are so beautiful. Well, let's wait a while. Now, let me continue. Currently, North 0F the 17th parallel, especially in the area from Dong Hoi to Tan Hoa, which we call slang as Q Kim Sun, we have 20. Mid-career. 20, yes, exactly 20. The 3 staff members who were killed by the enemy were only junior staff. Our personnel have long infiltrated the important enemy institutions. Who had served as the commissar of the Communist Party since secretly resisting the French. Someone holds an important position in the administrative apparatus. Who is a colonel in the army. You probably know from Dong Hoi to Tan Hoa, it's called Interzone IV. Interzone IV includes Tan Hoa, Nghen, Ha Tin, Quang Binh and Vinh Linh provinces bordering on the border. Most of the logistical facilities for Communist military forces to invade south of the 17th parallel were located in Interzone IV. For this reason, we have to put a lot of staff there. Tan Hoa area, we named in the code as Ballet, Nghen as Han Tan, Ha province as Dong Kin, Quang Binh as Tan Gia Ba, and Vinh Linh as Van Tuong. At less than Ballet greater than we have 4 employees, less than Han Tan greater than has 4. Less than Dong Kin greater than has 3, less than Breast House 3 greater than has 2, less than Van Veen greater than also 2. A total of 15 people. The remaining 5 people are in charge of adjustment and communication. Maybe he will meet them. And, the memory, he stopped. Then he said, voice worried, too bad, I forgot. Mr. Hoang told him not to reveal this secreto anyone. Queen Bitch made an angry face. Do you suspect that I am a spy for the enemy? What nonsense. It's crazy, I doubt you. I read your file in Mr. Hoang's room. I was trusted, so I was transferred to your room. However, what you just told me, only Mr. Hoang and a few others know. In my opinion, these things are not secret. It's just that they worked in intelligence for a long time, suffered from career bias, and contracted the disease of looking after chickens. I know 1 but don't know 2. In fact, those are dark secrets. Our personnel north of the 17th parallel communicate with Saigon by radio and code. The enemy had his own agencies to record the telegrams that hit this place. However, the enemy couldn't understand the meaning because there was no less than key greater than password. Or pretend to only understand the concave part. Now, if the enemy discovers Tan Hoa, we call it Ballet, Nghen as Han Tan, and so on. They will go 1 step further in breaking our code. On the other hand, if the enemy knows in Tan, we have 4 mid-level staff in Nghen, 4 in Nghen, and so on. The enemy will organize tracking, encirclement and discovery easier. Face Queen Bitch is a bit easy. God, if you don't explain, I didn't co anything. Van Bin raised his whiskey glass to your level. Come on, let's drink together or the victory of love. She continued, and of Mr. Hoang. River wind fanned her part of her loose hair. Under the neon lights, he saw her as beautiful as the goddess of beauty. Her lips are as pink as if she had just applied lipstick. Her body suddenly swayed as if it was a Budo Meltonto smoke. In a fit of passion, Van Bin grabbed her white hand. Trembling, she said, let's go home. Van Bin called the waiter to pay the bill. Suddenly she stood up. I waited a moment, I entered the room. Take a shower. Going to the bathroom to put on makeup before leaving the restaurant is an immutable habit of a beautiful woman. He followed her round ass. Not only him, all the diners put down their chopsticks and watched with their eyes. Lust. A thought of lust arose in Van Bin's heart, but he suppressed it right away. Tonight, he had many things to do. He paid 3,000 silver for a meal, not to see the voluptuous ass of the easygoing secretary. Although the person paying is Mr. Hoang, the Secret Service. In the bathroom, Queen Bitch only applied lipstick. Sketchy, and no need to fix tangled hair. She also had to do something more important than painting her lips and combing her hair to please Van Bin. She opened the toilet paper box, took the whole roll and placed it on the edge of the lavabo. This type of paper is divided into intervals, each 1 inch long, pricked with a needle. A little jerk is thrown out. Queen Bitch counted exactly 5 pieces. She slightly pulled the 6th piece, put it on the light to see. On the paper, she reads a number 8. Below is the number 21. She crumpled the piece of paper and threw it in the toilet, splashing water. Oh, in the blink of an eye, the piece of paper was gone. She put the scroll sanitize in the same box as before, glance in the mirror to review the facial expression, and then go to the door. Seeing her, Le Bin smiles fondly. The river wind is still blowing cool. He led her across the bridge. North stairs from the main road to the restaurant. She nestled beside him, as intimate as a husband and wife. Le Bin drove a white Corvette to Nguyen Hue Boulevard. He asked her, shall we go out for a walk and then go to my fung? She shook her head. Dancing is boring to death. Then I'll go back to you. Well, I'm afraid of Ms. Nguyen Hong. She eats me. Nguyen Hong is not your wife, but she doesn't allow anyone to be rude to you. Van Bin sighed. I just made an excuse not to come to you. She kissed lightly, on his cheek. If you want, go to my room tonight. Queen Bitch opened her purse and gave him a key. I have 2 keys, give me one. You should be careful, other people see it and die. I didn't want to be known as taking boys to my room at night. Now, will you take me back to Mac Din Kai? No. I have to go to my sister's house near Banton Market. At 12 o'clock at night, I will wait for you at home. She got off the car and walked briskly on the crowded sidewalk. On the first Saturday night of the month, the streets of Saigon were crowded, especially Tudu and Laloy streets around Banton Market. The smell of Vent Vert perfume drifted in the car. Van Bin sighed and muttered to himself, poor her. He changed gears and drove the state-of-the-art Corvette to the riverside. He wanted to fill his lungs with the fresh air of the Saigon River. He knew where she was going. He pitied her because she was being used as a sacrificial animal in a fierce battle of wits between 2 implacable intelligence forces, Hoang's Secret Service, and the North Vietnamese Intelligence Organization. Queen Bitch crossed into a grocery store by the door. Shines Vin Loy's shadow, pretending to ask for a lipstick, an expensive French lipstick that she knows she doesn't have. She needs to stay inside to see has Van Bin's steam gone yet. When the Corvette disappeared behind the roundabout, she stepped out. A meal with Van Bin at My Gun restaurant just brought a ray of sunshine to her cold life. Indeed, despite her extraordinary beauty, secretly loved by hundreds of men, and ready to build a house of gold to marry her, she is still not alone. Shadow. Lots of termites, dark lying not. This popular proverb was completely true to her life. Her hearth is not being moved for anyone, although many times she stayed all night in the strange man's room. She considers traveling with men as a necessary need to balance the body and mind, In addition, she has not found any poetry in it. Suddenly she met Van Bin. She did not understand why. Anyway, she was transferred to be a private secretary for Van Bin. Of course, she could not know that it was the will of Mr. Hoang. As soon as she met him, she fell in love with him. Love to the extent that you can go crazy for him. If he made her a slave for life, she would not refuse. She was extremely distressed when she learned that Van Bin had many lovers, all of whom had great beauty, not inferior to her, but also surpassing her. She believes that Van Bin will give her special feelings. But an obstacle has blocked their beautiful love. Less than they greater than wanted her to love him. But love to take advantage of him, not love honestly and earns TLY. She tried to resist, but for weeks now she had accidentally become a downhill car with a broken brake, surrendering to fate. Soon, she would meet less than they greater than, and she decided to tell less than they greater than no. She could not prolong this miserable life forever. She had to come to a definite decision, and then less than they greater than wanted to deal with her as they pleased. In the mood, her face darkened. The bustling scene at the weekend made her more lonely and sad. Queen Bitch took a walk around the market. Arriving at the fruit shop, she stopped to buy a kilo of red grapes and looked around. She felt as if hundreds of invisible eyes were watching her to make her contact them. Her heart was pounding. She stopped for the third time, turned back. There was not a single shadow of suspicion. People were shopping happily. No one noticed a young woman wandering around Benton Market with a broken mood like soy sauce. When she was sure she wouldn't be followed. Taxi, sat neatly in the corner, told the driver to go to Dachau. Halfway there, she got out of the car and waved her cyclo back and forth. 5 minutes later, she climbed into a taxi again to Kim Chung Theater at the end of Hong Cross Street. Near the train gate crowded with people, bicycles, Vespa lined up on the sidewalk, spread out into the street. In front of the theater, a crowd talked loudly. This scene is very convenient for a spy meeting. Queen Bitch has memorized D2 numbers written on the toilet paper of My Gun Restaurant. 8 and 21.8 means that the meeting will take place exactly at 9:30 a.m. Meeting time is 1.5 hours later than the time on paper. For example, before entering, they write on paper the number 10. She must be at the location at 11:30 p.m. The number 21 is the location signal. Meeting once a month, on the first Saturday night of the month, according to a predetermined contact schedule. After 3 months, they change the location. The number 21 means that she has to go to the Kaluang Kim Chung Theater. 9:30 p.m., in front of the Olympic Theater. She looked at the clock. 1 minute until 9:30. According to professional procedures, she must not arrive early, nor be late, and only wait 5 minutes at most. On the morning of the date, she had to get her watch back, according to the BBC, at 6:45 a.m. every time she went to see them. Queen Bitch was afraid. Fact, she had been carefully trained in the principles of intelligence, but she was taught to carry out the orders of Mr. Hoang, not to betray Mr. Hoang, to betray the Saigon regime. She stopped, her legs trembling. Run. She dropped the $10 bill into the tobacconist's mirror to get a pack of mint gum. She wanted to chew gum to keep her teeth from chattering, and the smell of hot mint would cool her body. 9:30 p.m. The appointment time had come. She stepped to the edge. An old Citroën painted black passed slowly, came to where she stood, and drove in. Quickly, she opened the front door and climbed in. The driver released the gas, turned left, and entered Tran Ki Cap Street. Queen Bitch glanced at the driver. He's about 40 years old. The taciturn face seems to have never smiled since childhood language. His eyes shifted in a strange way. She felt eyes. He spewed out cold, deadly steel beams. Unconsciously, she looked at her hands on the steering wheel. It was the special hand of a murderer. Big hands, long, bushy leaves, square and short fingers. If you squeeze her neck for just a second, it will break her spine. She shivers, chills. Only her and the driver were in the car. Ex-era to South Eng Street. The two still did not look at each other face to face and said a word. The driver turned onto Phan Din Fung Street. his eyes glued to the large rearview mirror. She noticed that the glass on this Citroën was twice as large as regular glass. Its owner must be someone who was afraid of being followed by the police. The car turns around to Li Tai Tu and then to Tran Quoc Ton Avenue. After a while, the driver returned to Sao Thang Street and flipped onto Phan Dinh Phung. Passing the Phan Dinh Phung gas station, the driver parked the car close to the curb, took Queen Bitch for a short walk, then pulled into an alley near the banana garden. He stopped in front of a small wooden house with a white railing outside. The light of a nearby refreshment shop shines on Queen Bike's face. Like a machine. She followed the stranger until the house. Lt was an empty house, inhabited. He turned on the light, invited her upstairs, the wooden stairs creaked. She grabbed his hand so she wouldn't slip because the soles of her shoes were flat iron, both high and sharp. The upstairs doors are closed. 2 bright neon lights display the old, brazen woodwork. The musty smell rushed up. She wanted to vomit. The man turned the radio again, choosing a strong song. He is a hater, hates music. He had to play music to drown out the two people's voices. Now, Queen Bitch had the opportunity to look closely at strangers. Although she met him many times, she still considered him a stranger. His forehead juts out stubbornly, his nose and ears are flat, accusing him of being used to life in the boxing ring. In particular, his arms were as long as those of an ape, his round shoulders were full of solid flesh, his muscles bulging behind a short gray Nilfrance shirt. Waiting for the radio to run smoothly, he turned to her, his voice dry. And cuck. Whirlwind, do you have anything? Give it to me. She shakes her head. This time, I didn't get anything. What about the conversation at my gun restaurant with Van Bin? We just talked to each other, nothing related to work. She still has such a strange personality. You're in love with him, aren't you? It was notorious for being a slut. Enemy. How many innocent girls have fallen into his lap? Do you know us? How long does it take to get you to his office? We put her as his private secretary, to get news, Harriet, not to make her his mistress. Queen Bitch put the bag on the table. You didn't have the right to go into his private life. On the other hand, I asked him to treat me with more courtesy. Queen Bike's sudden reaction surprised the stranger. In his heart, he considers hair a ball of dough, wants. Can be molded into any shape. He didn't expect her to argue. He gritted his teeth. Miss Queen Bitch, did you do this job? Private life or public life? There is only one life. Get news for the organization. She is obliged to sacrifice all pleasures to fulfill the work entrusted to Irby the Foundation. I've been used to knives and guns for a long time, so I forgot how to stroke a woman. Bourgeois like you, Ironed you. I didn't have time to dream caress her, coax her. That was for her lover. As for me, I am the superior, I make her absolutely obey orders. Queen Bitch. Holding a leather bag, wearing a shoulder strap. Hello, Mr. Starting at this minute, I withdraw from the Foundation. You can do whatever you want with me. The man burst out laughing. The creepy laughter like ghosts appeared to threaten the weak and drowned out the music coming fro. Hearing him laugh, Queen Bitch frowned, had to hold onto the chair to avoid falling. For the first time, she heard him laugh. Maybe it's been months since he laughed for the first time. The arrogant and dangerous smile, his evil twist head into her flesh, like hundreds of needles. She had the strange feeling that his laughter was the sharp knife swinging around her, tearing and tearing her clothes, revealing her naked body, and then burning red cigarettes. Into her chest, into her thighs, the smell of burning fat filled the room. While laughing loudly, suddenly he closed his mouth, eyes widening with stripes. He looked straight into Hiraya's. His voice was like a knife slashing stones. Miss Bitch, you've grown up, you're no longer a child, you want to be loyal or betray, it's up to you. I let her go home and think about it, we'll see each other tomorrow. If you decide to retreat, I won't stop you. He stood up too. Moving slowly, he struck a match and lit a lucky cigarette. The smell of fragrant tobacco pulled Queen Bitch back to reality. Her eyes were as red as someone who hadn't slept for weeks. She languidly followed the stranger down the shabby wooden stairs. Suddenly, the stranger said, Ah, I almost forgot. The money she sent back has already arrived. Your mother asked us to deliver this letter. Choco. Her hands were shaking, her legs were bent, she couldn't stand. She said, "Letter from my mother, please show me. Put your hand in your pocket to get it." Suddenly the stranger shakes his head. Well, I didn't give him any more. She should cut off contact with her family out there. She held his hand, pleading in her voice. As usual, you let me read it here, I didn't dare bring it back. Please let me read it for the last time. The man shrugged his shoulders. My superiors ordered that the letter should only be given to you to read if you did not have a sloppy attitude. Now she has put her love of the flesh above her duty. She would rather spend the night with a hands-on man than think of her family and 8 younger brothers at home. I should have tom it up, not giving it to her anymore. Because she didn't deserve it. For the sake of humanity, I indulged you for the last time, do you remember? Queen Bitch sat down on the chair, holding a white piece of paper full of handwriting and holding it up to the light. The letter was written by Mong Huyan, her second sister, for her mother. The familiar handwriting of her beloved sister spread out in front of her. The letter reads as follows. Tan Hua Town, day, month, year. Dear Ms. Mong Hoi, received your letter and 10 taels of gold. The whole family is dead and has just been resurrected. She said that in it 10 taels of gold is less than 100,000 dong. It's easy for her to earn. But sister out here, 10 taels of gold is an amount of money beyond imagination, and in the blink of an eye, our family became rich. Sister, thanks to your work with our government, the family is completely happy. Last week, the chairman of the provincial committee came to visit his mother, brought her medicine, and promised Ed to provide a camp in Wei Yen village. Wei village, 5 kilometers from town. When she was young, she used to come down there to play. The whole family just moved to the camp 2 days ago. The camp is on the riverside, with many luxuriant fruit trees, and a spacious house. The chairman of the committee said that our government and people are grateful to her for her sacrifices for the cause and dangerous activities in enemy areas, so from now on, the children will not have to go to the public service, food vouchers will not be required. Fabric will be increased endlessly. You want to buy anything, the committee will issue a ticket. If you don't have money, the committee will give it away. Mother has had tuberculosis for 3 years. Antibiotics out here are very expensive, we can't even buy them with money. How could our family be broke since the day the teacher lost his fortune? All our savings have been spent, even my mother's jewelry, my brother's and my furniture. The house had to be sold and it was not enough to eat. Thanks to the precious Hungarian antibiotics and Chinese tonics brought to my mother by the president, Mom ate rice, and become rosy. At this rate, in just a few months, I'll be fine as strong as before. Ms. Mong Hoi, my mother's sitting next to me read this letter for me to write for you. Normally, my mother only sat for 5-10 minutes, her back hurt, dizzy, but this time my mother sat for more than an hour and was still not tired. On the contrary, she got better. Mother has strength thanks to her sister, thanks to her boundless sacrifice. We have food to eat, clothes to wear, and books to go to school, which is also thanks to her boundless sacrifices. Ms. Mong Hoi, the president told my mother to keep the gold she sent home a secret, and keep the provincial commission's treatment a secret from my family, because if exposed, imperial spies will come out and ham you. The chairman said that if the enemy knew that she sent letters and especially gold to the north, she would be shot immediately, without trial. Because of bad things, about money and letters, only my mother and I know. When I was at home, Mong Hong's son. Tiny, now growing up as fast as blowing. It looks just like her sister, everyone is in love with it. It's already betrothed, are you afraid? Her fiancé is about to graduate as a medical doctor. Speaking of which, I still have hundreds and thousands of things I want to tell you, but the president told me that the letter was written for her to move to the south by her own way, so the shorter, the better. Now if you go back to your hometown, you won't be able to recognize me anymore. I am as tall as you and white as you. Not as pretty, of course. But, sister, it is not easy on this earth to find a perfect beauty like your sister. The president also essayed that in the next school year, Knock, Boy and Chow will be studying in China. Is funny, sister. The three of them each study a different subject. Knock loves animal husbandry, so he enrolled in agriculture and forestry. Boy studied electricity, and Chow majored in medicine. Thanks to you, our three younger brothers are about to become human. The president told my mother and sister that our family's life would be improved even more, if in the South, I would try harder. I know that you are willing to sacrifice for your mother and for us, so every night before going to bed, I also join my hands to pray for you to be healthy, especially to have more mental clarity to serve the organization. According to the president, the imperial bug has unleashed a lot of money, a lot of luxury products, made people soft, lack of ideals easily swayed. We believe in you, our government also believes in you. In you, our beloved sister Mong Hoi. I am 4 years younger than you. I have little education, lack of experience in the school of life. I dare not advise you, let alone I will be grateful to you for 1,000 years, not yet paid. I say this so that you understand that the following words are from my mother who told me to write to you. My mother kindly told me to be careful, stay in the countryside, never forget the homeland. As something happens to you, your mother will die here, our family will be miserable and humiliated. Short letter, long love. If you read it carefully and think about it, the fountain pen dancing in front of Queen Bike's eyes. She could not be mistaken, the handwriting was small, the more she wrote, the more she slanted to the right, the G and H were as thin as a dun, belonging to Mong Hoi's sister in her late 20s, with big, black eyes, a long face, and a pouty mouth like hers. She couldn't be mistaken either. This graceful handwriting was from the 18-karat gold nib, embedded in the green Parker fountain pen she had asked they to send her to the north last month. The Parker, she bought in Hong Kong in a year-end trip, and used to keep a diary. To her sister, she had moved to her distant hometown, a part of her troubled mind. She put the letter down on the table and looked at the man. He, casually looking at her with dry eyes. Suddenly she hugged her face and cried. The man who struck the match smoked a cigarette, his face gloating. Leave the letter from the homeland completely changed her mind. Before getting on the Citroën car to the rendezvous, Queen Bitch decided to give up her life of betrayal. But she could not leave her mother, who died of tuberculosis, in a ram's hackle thatched hut on the outskirts of Tanhua. She could not leave her wild juniors to herd buffalo, harvest rice and weave cloth for the cooperative to earn money to mise rice every day. She loves Van Bin, but she cannot because of a man push her family into poverty. At the end of the letter, her sister secretly told her, she left them, the family in the north would be persecuted. The man quietly pulled out a soap for her to wipe her tears. Queen Bitch sat still for a while. Then, she said, her voice sharp as a knife, yes, I would like to leave Z28 death sentence chapter 2 chapter illa next month. Life in the Secret Service of Mr. Hoang still runs at a normal pace. Every day, the general manager opens the safe to take out the MI-15 file to study. 3 months ago, this file consisted of only 10 typed pages and 2 photos. Now the number of pages has reached 100, and the number of photos is 30. Mr. Hoang read and reread it until he knew it by heart. Every time he finished studying the MF-15 file, he called Van Bin to his desk, and the two locked the door to discuss for a long time. Department staff ha familiar with Van Bin in the headquarters. Normally, he only had a few weeks to relax between 2 dangerous jobs, and before he was ready to go, he went to see Mr. Hoang. This time, he stayed for 3 months. However, the quiet and almost boring life at the central headquarters did not make Van Bin give up the hobby of drinking like a sink and playing with his life. There was not a night when he was not present at the dance hall, and he would not go to bed until 3 o'clock in the morning. Ladeep, the garden C1 hates whiskey and hates beautiful girls, continues to follow Mr. Hoang as pictured with his shadow, always has a set of willow leaf knives in his body, can take the enemy's head within 20 yards. Queen Bitch Van Bin's personal secretary in a luxurious room, hanging a picture of a naked young woman. Every Saturday night at the beginning of the month, she continued to meet the stubborn man, with a malleable forehead, a flattened nose and ears. The stranger expressed satisfaction about her work. 2 months after meeting in front of the Kim Chung Kai Luong Theater on Hong Cross Street, Queen Bitch received another letter from her sister. The content of the letter is as follows. Less than our dear sister I tell my sister. Mom is already well. Last week, when I went to the hospital to take a lung scan, my mother was told by a specialist doctor that the wound in her lung was starting to scar. Case she continues to inject drugs and eat nutritious food as she is now, within 3 to 6 months she will recover from tuberculosis. Less than the news that she is about to recover makes us crazy happy. Less than sister. Oh dear, the anniversary of his death has been solemnly celebrated. We believe that in the golden stream he is very content. Make a big dinner. Family paternal grandparents all came less than crowded. Everyone complimented her mother, making her face cool. Less than her 3 naughty younger brothers knock. Boy and Chow are about to leave for China. Their future is bright because of you. The chairman said that her work less than in the past time is very commendable. Mom asked me to wish you more efforts. Less than my sister Mong Huiyan greater than less than TB sister, Mong Hong's son Captain Insistent getting married. The devil's fiancé is about to graduate from medical school as he told you in my previous letter. Less than I bought him a woman's Omega watch as a wedding gift. Omega watches out there are the most luxurious, you can't buy them with money. Thank you. Greater than Queen Bitch smiled happily. The letter home brought her a warm ray of sunshine. The man looked at her silently. As your sister wrote in the letter, we are very pleased with your sincere and devoted cooperation. Our plan is going well. However, she needs to try again to have the prospect of victory. Queen Bitch is cold, her hands are shaking. A great feeling pressed down on her, suffocating her. She raised her head to hear the stranger let go of each word. We need you to report on Latang. Latang dropped the atomic pencil on the table, pushed the files aside, and then sat up on the rattan chair next to him. Only worked for an hour, but his eyes widened, his head ached like a hammer, making his limbs tremble. Pop up. He had been suffering from hand tremors for a few days now, probably because of drinking too much alcohol. As a disciple of rum, he used to drink 1/4 of a bottle a day, with Coca-Cola and ice. But since his crushing defeat at the 17th parallel, his alcoholism has doubled. Every day, Latang drank a bottle, sometimes 2 bottles. And at night he drank until momming. Drinking until his eyes could no longer see, and the hand holding the glass trembled, spilling the wine on his clothes. Last night, he drank 2 bottles of Bacardi, a special Cuban rum. After drinking all the wine, he wandered down the street, fell into the hands of a prostitute at the end of the alley. The sun had long since woken up. Latang put on his crumpled shirt, hurriedly climbed into a taxi to go to the department. As usual, the staff in the department did not ask him anymore. His downfall was so fast that his colleagues were afraid to stay away. The selfless violation, the employee will be reprimanded and recorded. The 3rd time he will be fired, and once he is dismissed by Mr. Hoang, he has no hope of working in another agency. Tiny digits dance in front of Latang's eyes. He was appointed as the head of H4 department, in charge of transferring money, sending money and paying secretly for employees operating abroad. As an action officer, he likes to throw knives, shoot guns, or fight with the opponent's wits. The life of grinding his crotch on a wooden chair made him depressed and desperate. Suddenly a soft voice sounded in his ear, Mr. Latang. He raised his head and suddenly woke up. The person called him Hugh Lan, a cute unmarried girl who used to have special feelings for him. He asked, Miss Lan called me. Hugh Lan nodded. She was a 25-year-old girl, ripe for love, well-dressed, long jet black hair falling over her thin, bony shoulders. Although her breasts were small, she still had a special charm. Perhaps men like her because of her naughty eyes, and her curved lips that seemed to just want to be kissed all day long. Hugh Lan sat at the next table. She fixed her hair, her voice filled with consom. Brother Latang, the chief of staff has just ordered me to review your books. Latang was startled. When? In the morning, you have not come. The boss called me on the I worry too much. Did you do anything wrong? Latang replied indifferently. No sure. People talk a lot about him but he doesn't know anything. People say he plays carefree, spends money like garbage. Based on his monthly salary, he couldn't drink expensive rum with full bottles and dance all night. Latung's voice became tired. They lied. I've been drinking for a long time. Van Bin doesn't drink, doesn't play. Van Bin is different, he is different. Van Bin is the Inspector General, a dozen levels higher than him, loved by Mr. Hoang like a thin egg. And I'm hated. It's not. It's all because of you. Van Bin does whatever he does. Success should be spoiled by the CEO, and you mean in 3 weeks I killed 3 excellent employees? Yes. However, don't misunderstand me, poor. Latung sighed bitterly. No, I didn't misunderstand you, but people have misunderstood me. The general manager tried. Misunderstanding. More than anyone else, Mr. Hoang must know that in Waranks at the 17th parallel, there is an internal rebellion. An enemy element that had infiltrated our organization reported all to the Communist T-counter, and that's why my staff lost their lives. Why didn't you present your story to Mr. Hoang? Too bad. He spoke hoarsely but Mr. Hoang was still like a statue. The general manager was prejudiced that it was his fault. For the first time, Latung confessed to Hugh Lan that he was his brother. She paid no attention to his intimate address. She said, "Tonight, I have to check the books." What do you think? I didn't think at all. Boot in your position, I will report to the manager that my books are not suspicious. Just tell me the truth. If you miss any money, I will find a way to make up for you. I swear to you that you won't be proud of a small penny. Hugh Lan breathed a sigh of relief. That's the case, then you can rest assured. I didn't need to look at the books anymore. Tomorrow morning, I will report to the head of the department. Latung looks at the girl with a briefcase. Grateful eyes. Hugh Lan is very good to me. It's just a pity. She laughed. Am very ready. Whether or notice up to you. If only he was less playful than before. Then I will invite you to my house. My mother loves you very much. She has never met me before. I showed your picture to my mother. My mother praised you for being cute and loyal. Latung sighed again. Meanwhile, Mr. Hoang considered you a hateful person and had a traitor. Mr. Latung. These days, he talks too much. He must be in pain. Maybe you stayed up all night last night. No. I slept very early last night. Don't lie to me anymore. His dark circles under his eyes showed that was constantly losing sleep. You go back to the motel, I'll do it for you. The boss asks. I will say that you have a cold. Latung pushed his chair back and stood up. Hugh Lan is right. Have the flu. My shoulder hurts. He went to the pharmacy near the department to buy aspirin and drink it. He had to take 3 pills at a time to be effective. Latung put his sedge hat in his head and walked heavily to the door. Hugh Lan followed with shy eyes. Into the elevator, Latung hesitated for a while and then walked along the corridor to the club. I was a large room that sold food and drinks to employees. Most of the department's employees eat lunch at the club. The club also provided food for some special staff members permanently residing at the headquarters. At this hour, the club was still crowded. Everyone was chatting like firecrackers suddenly stopped when they saw Latung peeking out the door. At first, he was annoyed, for this silence was a way of contempt for him. Over time, he got used to walking and responded with a calm attitude. Latung approached the counter, a long table lined with white zinc. Behind were 3 girls with huge breasts and razor-sharp eyes. He waved his hand. Uitky. A girl shook her head. The manager ordered not to sell on credit. Latung scowled. I have eaten smack once, yes. Not once, but twice. Last month, he forgot to pay 5,000. 7,000 last month. I still keep his cotton. Don't believe I showed him. Suk remembered. Latung nodded. Yeah, I almost forgot. Out of money this month. I made an appointment with the manager to pay it off by the end of the year. Now ask her for a drink. Please pay for 50. Latung pulled out a drying basket and threw a crumpled 200 bill on the counter. 4 glasses, not mixed with ice. He grabbed the glass of wine like a man who had been thirsty for many days. Now, suddenly he asked, do you still have rum? Yes. 40 a sma mix in a bottle of cola and 3 ice cubes. 200 more, please. Latang sighed, took out 2 more 200 bills from his upper pocket, threw them into the glass of wine he just drank. Enough. He gave the remainder. 200. Pour me another 200 rum. Drinking 600 silver wine at once can't stand it. Well, Teal only pour 200. The club's rules don't limit how many glasses. As long as I pay, I have to sell as much as I want to drink. The manager, an 8-foot-tall young man, who was as big as a cabinet mirror strutting from the corner of the room to walk. Seeing Latang, he raised his voice. What is it? The hostess replied, Mr. Latang asked for a DNI, a lot of alcohol. The manager laughed. Sell it to him, you can afford it. Latang's voice drawled. The manager misses me too much. Missing more than 10,000 but not selling on credit. The manager shrugged. Finished drinking, please come out for me. His mouth reeked of alcohol, and his black clothes were dirty and crumpled. This time, I respect you. Next time, if you still have messy hair, I will invite you to the door. The manager just gave me an order. Yuri the second emperor, aren't you? You're drunk. Oh my god, there are a few glasses of last-rate wine that you say drunk. For a long time, my clothes are unkempt, ignore me. Again, sir, you are the head of the H4 department. You must be worthy of your position. As form, I am very jealous of those who teach life. The manager bent his arms in front of Latang. I want you again. JF, you still speak poorly. I will give you a lesson in judo. Latang laughs. It's easy in this bad secret service that only you, the kitchen, are good at judo. Take Latang's collar. Suddenly a voice spoke up, softly but firmly, asking you to let go. Everyone turned around. Hulan pointed the beautiful ivory-handled gun at the belly of the lawful manager. You are not allowed to assault mid-level staff of the department. He understands that. I will shoot him if he does, neutralize Latang. The manager shrugged his shoulders. Yes, I would like to please Ms. Hulan. Please know that I have been patient to the extreme. Everyone sitting here can testify that I did not cause it first. If Latang is at fault, I apologize. But you should understand that Latang is in pain. In pain after a business trip in Benhai. His nerves have not been restored. Lan said, TM not crazy, but I'm out of my mind. Well, you go home. Everyone laughs at me a lot. Don't let people laugh at you like a machine. Latang stood up, pushed the high chair and fell loose. Then without greeting anyone, he lurched out. In room, Wei Lan burst into tears. The manager took her hand. I sincerely apologize to you. Latang suddenly turned around. Well, I beg you. Don't flatter the dress anymore. The manager is silent, angry and pale. Hulan leaned on the bar, sobbing and crying. Latang burst out laughing like a madman. Down the street, he waved his motorized cyclo. The cool wind along the river fanned his face. His throat is bitter, he craves alcohol. An infinite sadness filled his heart. In a split second, he came up with the idea of plunging his head into the Saigon River. Latang absent-mindedly looked out at Tu Thiem Wharf. The river water is murky. After many consecutive rains, the water level had risen to the edge of the riverbank, spreading in front of him a vast, animal-colored bay. On the other side of the bank, a building was under construction, piercing the white sky with black, skinny trees, giving him the impression that the hand of the person was burned to death. Latang told the cyclo to drive to Tan Din. Afternoon slowly fell. The first neon lights were turned on in front of Tan Din Market. Approaching Tran Quang Kai, he parked the car, stumbling into the alley on the left. He stopped in front of a 2-story house, whitewashed gray. The door 3 minutes after he rang the bell, he heard the sound of human feet, and a voice came out. Who do you ask? Latang. Here. The door was ajar, just enough for him to slip in. Dark inside. Opening the door for him was a woman. He asked, is there anyone up there? The young lady replied, yes. Why did you come so early? He shrugged his shoulders and did not answer. The neon light upstairs shone down on the stairs, making him see the woman's face and body clearly. Latang went to this casino many times, but every time he watched the woman open the door. She's in her 30s, Which means she's not beauteous because she is no longer young, that Latang likes it. She was not very pretty, although her face was elaborately prepared. The false eyelashes are very well attached to the eyes, making the already big and black eyes bigger and blacker. Her lips were well painted with lipstick, a special lipstick made by Elizabeth Arden, a wet rosy red. Smell of chewing gum, especially her small lips that she smeared to make her lips bigger, giving men an unusual desire. The cement stairs were a bit tight. The young woman walked close to him. He didn't know if she did it intentionally or unintentionally, but her faltering braids clung to him, giving him no time to think. Her body exuded a unique scent, the smell of the flesh of an experienced woman who had known many men, and knew the secret to happiness. She said, her voice fragrant like opium poppy on a peanut oil lampshade. He didn't have luck these days, so he lost too much. Latang laughed, because she didn't pass on luck to me. She looked into his fiery eyes. I have a husband, don't you know? You know, but your husband was away. He heard it and died. Once I had a fight with a foreigner. He got mad with a knife and slashed wildly. I almost lost me life. And the foreigner? Nothing, just a few scars on my face. I want to eat scars on my face. Don't be afraid. It's obvious this man. You two have reached the top. First floor. The young woman asked him, have you smoked yet? You injected, I just smoked. TM still busy opening the door for guests. That's it. He is very difficult. Tonight, I'll give you an injection. Now he takes the trouble to smoke a few dozen cigarettes to keep people awake. There are people who are sober. Gambling is wise. I saw him kick a lot. Who? Has life ever been even? Ah, Mr. Latang, I just embroidered the girl who injected drugs very well. It's really round, baked and never burned. It is as beautiful as a dream, and easygoing. I want pillow her head on her lap. It didn't come off either. The young woman started calling him by his name. He also casually. It's better to put your head on my lap. This guy is crazy. I am an old girl. Why is she as long as 80? Do you smoke? Let me bring the table lamp. Latang shakes his head. Relax, let me beat you for a moment. The young woman led him back to the stairs to the second floor. Suddenly, he called, hey, young lady. Back, what are you? You look so in love. Love or not, leave me alone. Latang hugged the young woman and kissed her mouth indiscriminately. She teased chest, but a minute later, she stood still, not moving. Then she wiped her lips. You are disgusting. Not to mention that he kissed a girl, and then lost his life. Latang pouted his lips. TM still tired of money. It will take a long time for the family to go bankrupt. What do you do to make so much money? Own a trading company. Stop it, General. His language is not a merchant. I didn't believe it. Hey, I tell you. Don't waste money with the fund and die. It's 10 years in prison. Going to work 2 days a day is as hard as a horse and buffalo. Talking like you is the ultimate. The second floor is a large discotheque room. The room is large, the door is closed, the air conditioner is running quietly. About 10 men and women surrounded the mat. On the attic floor, the casino owner stood up and said, ah, Mr. Latang. Dare to play big today. All hands sell heaven without writing at all. Latang asked, how much is the minimum order each time? 10,000. 10,000. Make something big. Tonight, I want to hit really hard. Until tomorrow. The casino owner laughed. You must have won. Latang also laughed, of course. Latang followed the owner of the casino into the adjacent small room. The door closed, the casino owner asked, where? Let me see the curry. Latang took out a small box from his pocket and put it in the table, exactly 9 cups. The casino owner put his own glasses on his eyes, then kneaded the pill. Shiny diamonds look up. For a long time, he put down. There is a little coal in the middle. Latang said, I am an expert on diamonds. This curry doesn't have any charcoal at all. Only a small, unrelated bubble underneath. The casino owner put a lovely diamond in the palm of his hand. How much? 400. God, nearly 500,000. Too expensive. 400,000, not 500,000. Just don't buy it. Let me go to the street freedom to sell to Cha and they will pay me $500,000. The place you have silver, there is hope of redemption. I sold it to Cha and was lost. That's why I sold it to you. 250. Will you? It's too far. Scared of you. You have to give me a few 30,000 words. According to the price, 8 cup tablets, green water, no coal must be over $500,000. If you don't believe it, ask Su Chao. Respecting you, I'll raise a price again. That's 300. 300 is the final price. I can't pay any more. 350. I agree. Latang fiddles with the diamond, giving off a brilliant aura. This diamond is not his, and he never hoped in his life to own a 9mm diamond. Position. It's the department's diamond. Some employees operating abroad are often paid salaries, or per diem in gold leaf, or coffee. It's more convenient to carry jewels in person than to carry bulky foreign currency. This 9mm diamond, Latang was ordered to send to a spy serving in Indonesia. I didn't understand why he dared to bring it back, sell it for money to gamble. As the casino owner said earlier, he had hope of winning after many penniless losses. Great victory, he will redeem the coffee, keep it in the safe as before. The casino owner urged. 300 is the last price, have you accepted it? Latang grimaced. You suppressed me too much. This diamond was left by my mother as an incense burner, I regret selling it. Where did the diamond come from? I didn't need to know, please understand. Whether the oil belongs to the incense burner, or the smugglers, or someone else's, that is his own business. As for me, I only care about the price. You pay another 20,000. Chichi 320. I bought and sold very quickly, and only said one word. 300,000, sold it already. Meet Red Luck, you can earn 3 times the amount of money selling coffee in an hour. Okay. He gave me the money. The casino owner opened the drawer and threw a roll of banknotes on the table. He looked into Latang's eyes. I need to tell you again. Get out of this house, forget it all. Forget hitting the forks. Forget selling me coffee. You don't keep your promise. I will not be responsible. Lamb not a child. He said once was enough. No, I dare not despise him. Just afraid that he would forget, so he repeated it. The casino owner patted Tung's shoulder. Wishing you to become a millionaire tonight. Without opening your lips, Latang retreated to the door. Indeed, when leaving To Theme Ferry, he decided TC if he eats silver, he will refund the deposit. Cons by burning pocket, he will take care later. Then he went to jail. Go to jail. Relieve suffering. Z28 The Death Sentence Chapter 2 Kant. Chapter High Kant. The gamble has come to an end. Under 4 2-inch neon lights, one could clearly see a speck of dust in the cashew mat. The jerk is a guy. Elderly, cross-eyed, hawk nose, fish mouth, sometimes widen this scale. Ask people to pull out their hands. I am about to open the bowl. In the middle of the silver mat, divided in half by a white line, the even side and the odd side, Latang only sees money as money. All 500 silver, arranged into a towering silver. He counted them. All gamblers, 7 men, 3 women. As a person who is easy to deal with beauty, Latang still cannot love the 3 young women who sit down. Their clothes are crumpled, their hair is drooping. When they looked up, he could clearly see the dark eyes, denouncing the many sleepless nights, and the pale lips, smeared with lipstick. A young woman in her 30s with a slutty smile caught her eye. Meet the meaningful look of Latang. She smiled and said, "Hi older brother. Haven't you beaten yet?" Latang replied, "No." Looking at her beat, I froze. The young woman pinched his thigh. "Come on. Don't scatter deer and gibbons anymore. Sit down and place your money." The guy jerked the whale, open at the baw. 3 heads, 1 back. The young woman sitting next to Latang howled. "God, 3 heads and 1 back, odd." I eat. Latang repeats. 3 faces 1 back. Do you want to be face up or down? Ui replied. Backwards. And I'm prone. Suddenly thought, the woman pinched him again painfully. You idiot. Who wants to face a bad boy like him? Latang leans his cheek on the woman's hair. Yes, ugly. There are people who are ugly, but who love them. Who is in love, sister, who is? The young woman squealed with delight. Indifferent attitude. Latung screwed her head down to, she kissed back passionately. Everyone. Hey, hey, no kissing here. Latung hid away. Latung screwed a 500 silver roll onto the mat. Arrogant voice. 100,000. Everyone's eyes widened. The jerk asked him, even or odd? Latung turned to the amorous woman. Which side do you want to order? Jordered odd, 10,000. Oh, I'm different from you. He played even. Then he ordered. The guy jerked. Let my 100,000 pass the even side. The young lady sitting next to me objection. Don't you? Odd is groaning. Even Orlos, let's see. The plastic bowl was opened, accompanied by a shout, even. Latung sighed. 100K. The guy has 400,000. The amorous woman looked at him with reproachful eyes. Because of you. He told me that I was even. It didn't listen. Because I kissed you, I forgot everything. So I made up for it. Latung bent down to kiss her. Shoved him out. I'm out of money. I want to pay the other money. I didn't understand why at that time Latung was unusually generous. He threw money into the lady's lap. It's money. Free to hit. He put money on the even side. This time he put 200,000. The gamblers held their breath. Latung quietly stood up and lit a cigarette. The casino owner almost. Rum. There's nothing like it. Please have a bottle. Under the mat again even. Latung stuffed a pile of silver in his pocket. Within 5 minutes, he ate 300,000. That means he has just redeemed the diamond of the department. As the master said, he would win tonight. Tomorrow morning, he will pay off all his debts, return to an exemplary life, and marry Hulan as his wife. Throwing a bumped cigarette on the floor, Latung asked him, 300,000. Dare to accept it. He shocks the casino owner. The casino owner smiled wryly. How much does? I asked you to lose immediately. I have a hunch that if you want it, God wants it. Where do you want to put it? TLL Li 10 right away. Odd. Latung jerks his jaw. 300,000. Place the odd side. The bowl opens again. This time, the shouting turned into a commotion. 4 yellow virgin coins, one side painted white, lying in a bowl under the lamp, all face up. Latung lost. He was a little pale. Returning from heaven to earth, having eaten 300,000, he must pay. 300,000. The young woman looked at him, blinking rapidly. Latung asked her, now what do you want me to hit? The young lady denied this. Well, I won't stick to it anymore, you will lose your karma. Because of you, I begged 300,000. God, 300,000. A brick house. This time, I bid 200. I advise you not to be impulsive, easy. Very empty-handed. Dumpling must be calm to hope to eat. I just ask you one more time. Earlier, a Z28. Likes upside down. Now I will fight back. Everyone laughs. The young woman is Ked. What's up? It's even, then it's more odd. Yes, it's odd. In my heart, I have the feeling that even eats better than odd. Then you order even. No, I want to please you. The young woman howled and laughed. The bowl opens. As Latung expected, 2 heads and 2 heads. Even. However, he played odd again. In his pocket only 100,000, the last 100,000. A drop of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he raised his sleeve to wipe it. The smell of the expensive perfume of the young woman entered his nose. With the last 100,000 left, he risked another hour. If he loses everything, he will calmly stand up, say hello to everyone, and then leave. Ibetevin. All gamblers focus on the odd side. This silver water he eats. The capital was 200, he only lost 100,000. He continued to Betevin. He ate again. All 400,000. Latung pursed his lips thinking. A part of clear reason returned to his mind. Excluding the 9mm diamond, he lost 300,000. Plus the diamond is 600,000. Miscellaneous debt of nearly 200,000. Now he needs 800,000. There are dishes with this money he will become a good person. The casino owner asked, have you booked Latang yet? He replied, I only play one more move. One more move and then back. If you win, you will return. How much do you bet? 400,000.400 is too much. I only play 400, if you don't like it, that's okay. Hit every hour 1 to 100 or no more. I have a habit of eating everything, falling back nothing. Place exactly 400,000, do not withdraw a penny. I did not expect him to be so weak that he was so weak. Yes, I would like to pamper you. I'm not she. I am just afraid that he'll run out of pocket and won't come here anymore. He told the gamblers gathered around the mat. Mind you, ladies, for a minute. Since this silver country is only played by Mr. Latang in the house. Everyone relax. Latang pulled the amorous woman close to him. She protested. I am very unlucky. Seeing you hit 400,000, I was afraid to sweat. Okay, what else to say? If you lose, you will die. Anyway, I'll be with you tonight. Do you love me, honey? Maybe not. Tonight, I suddenly feel terribly lonely even though I am married and have children. I realize you are just as lonely as I am. Because we all lost. Brother, I've baked 1/3 Don't worry. Eat this time, I will give you the amount of money you lose. I'm afraid I will lose. I see you have no more money. You have no right to lose. Not hiding anything from you, I lost nearly 800,000. Only eating this trip can there be hope to fill the hole. You lose, will you commit suicide? Suicide is a coward. He is a person who has the courage to look directly at the harsh and painful truth. The young woman has not had time to answer. The casino owner loudly said, Brother Latang has finished preparing yet. Latang let go. Done. The large bowl is placed face down on the plate. 4 virgin coins rang loudly. Latang put the stack of banknotes on the mat, wondering if it was even or odd. 4 dong. That priceless money is about to decide his life. He said loudly to hide his emotions. Even. Voices of people rushing. Strange, isn't it? This man specializes in even playing. The young woman sitting next to him stood up. She dared not look at the silver mat, for it felt as if her heart stopped. She didn't put any money on the mat, but she was more worried and miserable than when she was fighting. Maybe because she ran out of money. She hopes the strange, pompous man wins silver to give her a 400,000, in exchange for a night of cuddling. Suddenly, she fell in love with Latang strangely. She loved him even though she had just met him for the first time this horrible nest. She loved him because he was different from her barren, selfish and cheating husband. Unconsciously, she called Latang, Brother, don't fight anymore. If you play odd, you will lose anyway. Latang replied, The bowl is about to open, you can't change money to odd anymore. The young lady shouted, Why not? Where's the casino owner? I want to play odd. The casino owner shrugged his shoulders. You're wrong. Mr. Latang hit, not her. Besides, even if it's you, it's too late. Grandma. Look, people are open. The hole is silent. The air conditioner rattles. The jerk shouted in joy. 3 tails, 1 back. Odd. The casino owner smiled faintly. Mr. Latang lost. The young woman groaned in pain. Oh my God. Everyone turned to look at Latang. His eyes widened. He couldn't see anything, but the instinct of the experienced spy awoke in him. He tried to calm down, not letting the pain show. He stood up, his voice calm. That's the bag. Listening to him lament, the young woman covered her face and cried. The casino owner approached Latang. Sincere condolences to you. Besides, gambling is common. Today he lost, but he will remove it next time. The young woman choked. I just lost all the time. Never got rid of it. Oh, that's because she hasn't had luck. Latang holds the woman's hand. Well, let's go. The casino owner asked. Do you have pocket money left? It's all gone. The casino owner gave him a pinch of silver. He took it to drink and rent a room. The young woman stole 500 silver coins and threw them all over the place. 4 corners of the room. Thank you for your 5,000 silver. But I didn't want to. I still have enough money to invite him to drink. The casino owner G each 500 bill. There was no expression of surprise or anger in his face. In his life as a gambler, he had witnessed many erratic scenes. Young woman holding Latung's arm. Please come with me. Stay here for a minute, I'll commit suicide. Down the first floor, Latung meets a woman with faltering breasts, and eyes full of fake furrows. She smiled. You're back. Why don't you stay? I'll give you some painkillers. The young woman accompanying Latung scowled. What do you say? Don't you see Latung with me? And without waiting for the opponent's reply, the young woman jumped back and slapped a shackle. In the blink of an eye, the two women were entwined. Latung shouted. Did you leave each other? The opponent fell to the ground, blood covered his face. The young woman picked up the bag and put it on her shoulder, her voice casual, let it be. The first time he met. Latung shrugged. HF you're not mistaken. I have a judo. Just a little, it's enough. The strong men, I even knocked down, let alone it. My husband must have been knocked out. Of course. The two helped each other out into the street. The bustling scene on a weekend evening at Tan Market intends to draw Latung back to the harsh reality. He had baked all the money in the safe, not to mention the 9mm diamond that had to be sent to Nam Duong for an important spy. The young woman asked him, where are we going? Latung shook his head. It's up to you. Me too. Didn't know anymore. For the first time, or ran away from home to go out with strangers. Or he went home, it didn't come back. If I didn't hang out with you tonight, I'll kill myself. I have reached the extreme of despair. Latung hailed a taxi. We go to the international restaurant, are you willing? She smiled. Wherever you go. In the car, she leaned her head on her shoulder. Man, his eyes were half-lidded like someone who had just smoked heroin. Although the lights on both sides of the road were bright, Latung still felt like he was diving into the dense darkness. In fact, the last killing spree was an invisible force that pushed him downhill. Underneath was a terrifying darkness. She opened her eyes wide. What are you thinking? No, what do you think we'll do tonight? How old are you? 40. M2. Lee tending to you. I thought you were a 16-year-old boy, going out with his girlfriend for the first time. We went through the age of dreaming and simile, you know what to do. The taxi parked near the traffic light at Nguyen Trung intersection. Direct. Latung picks up a bag. He ran out of money. The young woman threw the $50 bill to the driver, and opened the car door. The driver asked, either any money? The young woman waved her hand. Boo uncle. Latung held her hand. You're so rich. You're wrong. I am poorer than you. Tonight, still. How much money? I will spend it with you forfeit. Since becoming a human, I have never been so sad and so happy as tonight. The young woman held his shoulder, climbed the stairs, and entered the cool restaurant. She pointed to a small table near the window and told him, we'd rather cider. Latung does not understand. What is she going to say? She likes to listen to music, this table is far from the stage. And if she likes to sit alone and talk to him, then it's one of the moss-lighted tables. He guessed that the young woman was beginning to lose her mind. His conscience forced him to advise her to return, but an unusual magic glued him to the chair. Approaching, she raised a finger. Whiskey. The young woman took a sip off her full glass of wine. She leaned back in her chair, her eyes dreamy. Latung found her beautiful, a mature beauty that experienced men in love are often more passionate about than young girls with shoulder-length hair, just born for the first time. She smiled, revealing a smile. Beautiful, even white teeth. Latung noticed on her left cheek a large mole, seemingly fake. She looked into his eyes. Why are you staring at me like you want to eat meat? You are so beautiful. I didn't get bored looking at you. Don't flatter anymore. Lost thousands of people in Saigon. Hey, drink more. I have exhausted 3 glasses, but you have not finished one. Latung was as shocked as a dreamer. Yes, I forgot. Suddenly she asked, what is your name? We've been hanging out for a while now, but we didn't know each other's names. Latung. My name is Ho, Tu Ho. Tu Ho is my daughter's name. Neighbors and friends often call me Mrs. Lang. The wife of the engineer Lang. Aren't you afraid that he'll be jealous? My family has never been jealous of me. Love me like an idol, you know. And me. I also love my husband dearly. Why are you going with me? Well, my love for my husband is exhausted. I didn't understand why he changed so quickly. Maybe because my family doesn't know how to be jealous. Maybe because my family is too coward, not brazen and reckless like you. When I was at a dress school, I dreamed of being the wife of a stubborn young man. I'm stubborn and famous, so I like my stubborn husband more than me. No wonder I am good at judo. Yes, when I was in school, I was a sportsman. I'm good at every subject. Table tennis is the best in school, swimming is also the best in school, and naughty is also the best in school. Bored for me, my husband is the most gentle and obedient young man. The most docile in the world. My family loves me like a thin egg, never opposes me, even opposes what I do wrong. That's why you gamble, right? It's almost the same. I feel that I can't live forever in a normal setting, having dinner with my husband twice a day, going to the cinema twice a week, then returning home. Sleep at home until momming. I want my husband to be angry with me, argue with me, and beat me if necessary. But he did nothing. Seeing her frown, she rushed over and apologized profusely. Being independent, I need to find my own hobbies and interests. I want to go dancing. My husband is from the countryside, doesn't know the minimum politeness in the disco, so I have to find fun in cards and cards. Does he know a gamble? I know. I think my family will scold me, advise me not to fall. But my family kept their mouths shut like mussels. How much money I saved. Elo stall. I also sell jewelry. Then sell the car. As for the house, I will eventually sell it. Don't, honey. I didn't say, I've already decided. I won't gamble anymore. The hobby of gambling did not make me forget the quiet life, nor did my husband move his lips. Now I'm having an affair. To provoke my husband. Really. I will make love indiscriminately to provoke my husband. But hey, my husband is a monk who knows what joy, anger, love, and happiness are. Besides, I just gave up the idea of having an affair to make fun of me. Starting from this night, I will love you sincerely, deeply. Love him, yes, I love you sincerely, love you dearly. I didn't know don't know his private life. I didn't know if he is married, and what job he does. What if you're married, have kids, what if you're a charlatan? Oh, that doesn't concern me. Love for you is not a sale. When people buy and sell, buyers demand good goods, and sellers demand high prices, including careful consideration and calculation. Love will lose its sacredness and its poetic character will be diminished by one by two. Love is also not lake water on a calm windy day. Only stormy love brings really happy again. Latang sighed. After many years of perversion, for the first time he heard a sincere word. Don't hide anything from me, broth I have lost all my money, I don't know what my life will be like tomorrow. Earlier, he hoped to earn money, to make up for the shortfall, and marry a female workmate. This dream is over. The orchestra begins to play a gentle dance. Tuho sighed. My children like to listen to music very much. Latang startled. How many grandchildren? Only granddaughter. I've been on maternity leave for a long time. I didn't want my children to be like their father in the future. Her voice became sad. Don't talk about family anymore. I want to be completely happy with you tonight. To come home to see my children tomorrow, momming. I regret it again. You don't understand me at all. Tuho is a woman who never regrets. Latang sat on a chair. Drinking whiskey in a row without ice made him drunk. Under the pressure of the leaven, he saw her glowing aura. Her mouth was open, as if waiting for him to kiss her. Foolish HLY, he held her hand. Go back. She nodded. Yes, then go back. The street has begun to empty. The two walked side by side like newlyweds. Like a machine, Tuho followed him into a taxi. She also did not ask anything when he took her into the elevator to the 5th floor of an old building on Tran Hung Dao Boulevard. Only one day away from the room, Latang thought he had been away for decades. The musty smell of the single young man's room mingled with the tables, chairs, and beds, giving him a feeling of intoxication. As soon as the door closed, as he in the middle of the house, he blurted out, "God." Indiscriminate unmarried sons are common, but indiscriminate as Latung's room is unique. Dirty clothes changed long ago were left hanging on the arm of the loose shoes are everywhere, even on the desk, next to the refrigerator. The fountain pen ink bottle spilled last week on the carpet is still intact, the only difference is that the ink has dried, and the empty ink cartridge is broken in half. Latung opens the window, and turns on the light. Cozy lighting makes the room less cluttered and empty. All around, Tu-ho asked, "Do you still have wine?" Latung was surprised. "It's over. I drink too much." Tu-ho grimaced. "There is only one corner of the bottle, where is that much? I am happy to drink alcohol." Suddenly she shouted like a child, "There, what bottle is that?" She pointed to a white bottle on the writing desk. Latung snorted and replied, "Wine for you to soak in medicine." "Can't drink it." Tu-ho grabbed the bottle of wine, brought it to his mouth and gulped. Latung snatched. "Are you going to commit suicide with alcohol?" Tu-ho avoids to the side, continues to drink. She drank a third of the bottle in one breath. She wanted to drink more, but her arm was numb. She staggered for a moment and then dropped the bottle on the floor and broke, splashing. She plopped down on the chair, her face red. Latung swooped down and hugged her. He told her. I wouldn't listen to him. She pushed his hand away. "I'm not drunk yet. I'm never drunk." Then she covered her face and Sabak who watched her cry. Fortunately, tears eased her pain. But she collapsed on the chair and didn't know what to do. Latung got up. The knocking on the door got louder and louder every now and then. He stomped off the bed, grabbed his slippers, and opened the door. When the door opened wide, Hulan entered. He suddenly remembered the woman who was drunk at night, still asleep in bed. She was about to come and celebrate with him, but the bottle of wine turned her into inanimate objects, lying flat all night like a log. Hulan doesn't wear makeup like every other day. In her eyes, Latung glimpsed a tear. Seeing him, Hulan was overjoyed. "Good luck. I thought you were gone." He asked Hulan, "What are you doing to find me?" "I put on clothes and go." Latung looked at his watch and said, "Mouth, God, it's 11:30. He thought it was too early. "Please wait for me for a minute." About to sit on the chair, Hulan suddenly stood up. She covered her mouth and uttered a small cry. "Oh my God." Latung felt like the concrete ceiling broke into hundreds of pieces and hit him on the head. Although his eyes are bright, he can still see clearly. Tu-ho was lying on the bed. Her short-sleeve shirt had slipped all the buttons, revealing her white breasts. I didn't know when her shirt button came off, maybe late in the night in the midst of a booze. Only God knows. Only God can understand his injustice. All night long, he also slept soundly. He never touched her limes, let alone talk about this and that with her. But the bare chest in front of Hulan is undeniable proof. With a depressed posture, Hulan turned to him. "Really, I didn't expect. I still believe you. I'm still waiting for you." Latung defended. He didn't do anything." Hulan laughed. "Pale, yes, I didn't do anything. Thank you. You just taught me a valuable lesson. Please understand me. I swear, don't swear in vain. The truth is the truth. The oath is only valid for the gentleman. As for you, well, the friendship between me and you is over here. Get dressed, I'm here waiting for you. Mr. Hoang sent me to find him and bring him to the department. I'm not your brother anymore. Yes, I'm sorry. Please tell Mr. Hoang that I'm tired and can't walk yet. 2 security guards are waiting for you outside the elevator. They were supposed to come in and arrest you, but I begged them to wait so I could come in and tell you. Arrest me. What do Edo? I didn't know. He will ask the general manager." Gestures haggard, Latung put on his crumpled shirt. Hulan looked at him with indifferent eyes. He knew she was mad at him to the extreme. Tell her that she is an educated and calm woman, otherwise, anger and jealousy will cause even more harm. Going to the corridor, Latung meets 2 people with gray suits. The back is thick, indicating that there is a pistol. After many years of serving the department, he did not expect to come to today's humiliating results. Seeing him, the 2 opened the elevator door. No one said a word to any Latung. face hardened. He became unusually calm and stubborn. Latang was taken to the back door and to street to enter. Electronics company, in front of the central headquarters of Mr. Hoang. However, he was not allowed to go to Mr. Hoang's room. One of the two security guards said to Latang, "Please come to the desk of the Inspector General." The Inspector General of the Secret Service is Van Bin Z28. Latang does not like Van Bin. For a long time, he still admired the talent Van Bin, who was considered by the entire staff of the department to be the most outstanding spy officer, but he preferred to be near Mr. Hoang. Anyway, Mr. Hoang is also old, rich in leniency and forgiveness, not harsh, picking them up like Van Bin. The door of the office is open, the picture of a young woman naked and provocative catches the eye. Make Latang calm down. But the massive armchair behind the desk was empty. Queen Bitch, who was typing, raised her head. "Ah, Mr. Latang." Latang replied, "Hello, Ms. The security officer just came to my house to call me and arrest the department for urgent business. Invite him to the club to sit and wait." Latang suggested, "Do you know anything yet?" "I only know that he was called. As for content, I honestly don't know. But I am sure it's messy." In the early morning, Mr. Hoang asked his bodyguard to find Van Bin. At 8 a.m., I went to the department to meet Van Bin in the office. With a frustrated face, on the table was his personal file. Usually, Van Bin goes to work very late, sometimes it's almost 12 noon and rarely scowls like that. I asked Ita Bin scowled, "You ask too much. Asking you to let me work." Latang embezzled a large amount of money in the secret fund, you know. Looking at Latang with embarrassed eyes, she continued, "Did you really miss spending money?" Latang nodded. "Yes, nearly 1 million lost all my gambling." He went out, to the club. 2 security guards followed suit. Choosing a table in the corner, Latang sat down and ordered wine. But he called 3 or 4 times, no one came. Angry, he put his hand on the table. "Manager, def. Manager, body legal guard, strutting back." Yesterday, Latang almost got into a fight with him. This time he decided to teach him a lesson. "Manager be on time." Latang dealt a powerful blow to the middle of the face. The nearly 100-pound mass of flesh staggered like a willow before a great storm. Latang added a kick to his stomach. He fell over onto the bar, glasses clattering. 2 security officers approached and pointed their guns. "Latang, you must not do evil." Latang laughed heartily. "Well, your gun can only kill flies. You're good, just shoot." Suddenly the loudspeaker in the corner of the room blared. "Ask Mr. Latang to go up to the Inspector General's room right away." Latang shrugged his shoulders, took a whiskey glass from the side table and drank it down. A little bit. His limbs were itchy, he had to fight for a while to calm down. Then don't pay attention to the command given by the radio. When the word came out, he pulled a chair, and shouted at the waitresses, "Bring a bottle of rum." A young woman sitting behind the counter looked at him, her face pale. Latang has his voice ready. "A bottle of rum. What are you waiting for? Running." The girl gave him a bottle of brand new rum. He pressed the neck of the bottle to the edge of the table, broke it, and then gulped, the wine running down his wet hurt. The radio urged again, "Latang, now is not the time to get drunk. Ask him to leave the club immediately." Latang kicked the table down, challenging voice. "Huh, Van Bin." Then he knew my hand. Saying this, he staggered out into the hallway. The room door opened, and Latang saw Van Bin sitting calmly behind the desk, holding the cigarette Salem had just burned in his mouth. Standing by, Hulan lowered her head to the pile of documents, deliberately avoiding Latang's angry eyes. Van Bin put down his pen, his face was serious. "Mr. Latang, obey the general director's orders, I tell you." He just made a serious mistake. Latang smiled faintly, "Crime of embezzlement." "Yes, I pled guilty. Just take me to court." Van Bin, throwing the cigarette down on the ashtray. "You know that the Secret Service never takes an employee to court, because that exposes the secret. Department employees are not government employees. On paper, Mr. Hoang is anonymous. So, for the traitor, there's only one punishment. Kill. It didn't betray. Lucky you haven't. You just stole the secret funds. Starting from this minute. He was expelled from the department. Because of humanity, because I think your love has helped the department. Many commendable things. Mr. Hoang decided to ignore him. Thank you. You can leave now. I hope you have a chance to do it again. New life. Latang against his hips, his voice brazen. My private matter, I didn't need your involvement. Van Bin smiled. You were right. It's been a long time since I heard such an eloquent statement. For a long time, he didn't like me. Actually, I didn't like him either, but Mr. Hoang forced me to control him, so I had to obey orders. Now, you are no longer me member. As men, we should find a way to resolve this discord. Latang rolled his eyes. Are you going to cause trouble? Bin still laughs. You're wrong. I want to teach him a few more ways of right. Hulan interjected. I beg you, Van Bin. Latang was drunk, lost his mind, so insulting Mr. Latang shouted, ask her to face me. Hearing that he is good at martial arts, I hope to be taught by the brothers in the department. Hideous. Van Bin raised his hand. The opponent staggered and stood unsteadily. Van Bin burst out laughing. Just like that, you already lost. Latang kicked him in the chest. He brushed it off again. Latang fell into the sofa. Before Latang could get up, Van Bin rushed to pull the opponent up and slapped him hard on the membrane. Blood flowed outward on the face. Latang howled, pulled out a knife. The blade slid through Van Bin's arm. He dodged and hit Latang's wristard. The knife hit the table with a clang. Van Bin picked up the knife and returned it to Latang. Well, I've had a chance to try. If you want revenge, study hard for a few more years. With red face, Tung walked out the door. Before leaving, he turned around and gritted his teeth. Van Bin, you and are swam enemies. I'll kill you anyway, and I'll throw your body into the Saigon River. Otherwise, I would not have any face to live in this world anymore. Without answering, Van Bin returned to the desk. He calmly said to Hugh carelessly, next time, I will not be lenient anymore. Latang slams his shoes to the elevator. Van Bin casually lit another Salem cigarette. Meanwhile, Mr. Hoang sat quietly in front of the television, watching the match. When he saw Latang leave, he smiled secretly, and muttered to himself, that's the end of the first stage. Z28 Death Sentence Chapter IV Cruel time flies past. For Latang, time has been filled with a cruel personality, because every day that passes is another day he falls into a cycle of suffering and debauchery. Latang has been expelled from the Secret Service for 4 months. The sky is as long as 4 years. The first thing after losing a job is to smoke opium and drink until drunk. He slept for 2 days. Wake up, he wandered the street. Then smoke opium. Then drink wine. Valuable things he bought overseas during his service to Mr. Hoang. In turn, invited each other to a pawn shop on Pham Ngu Lao Street and another shop of overseas Indians on Tun That Thiep Street. Tonight is the 3rd night. 126 of life. Unemployed. Latang scrambled to get up in the flickering darkness from outside. With a familiar posture, he opened the water to wash his face to avoid stinging his eyes because he had slept soundly since dawn until now. Not a single drop came out of the faucet. He let out an obscene sound. But he suddenly remembered the reason. The faucet had been dry for 2 days. Since 2 days, the boss binding has ordered the staff to cut off the water in Latang's room. He claimed to only reopen the country when he paid the outstanding amount. Too much money. Half a year room, 5,000 a month, you spend 30,000 Vietnamese dongs, not including electricity and water bills. He owed his boss another 20,000. After losing his job, he met the owner of binding and offered to borrow money. Thought he was still working in the Secret Service, he gave it to him immediately. In the past, he still took money like this, and he returned it every time, without adding a few worthy gifts. 50,000 silver for an employee. The Secret Service's middle class is a no-brainer. Many successful business trips. Latang was given 100,000 by Mr. Hoang. But in the meantime, that's a huge amount of money. If he only earns money to eat, he's already struggling. because he's used to being happy, not to mention he's also carrying a disease of opium addiction and Western rum addiction. Food, smoking money has not come out yet. Latang hardly hopes to have the money to pay the debt of 50,000 silver. His eyes widened at the thought of ordered the staff to turn off the water, but a minute later, he shrugged shoulder, with a gentle expression like a retired person, resigned to his needy fate. The only electric light in the room was turned on. Wall lights, ceiling lights as bright as stars, have been removed. The place where the state-of-the-art 1.5-horse Westinghouse air conditioner was located was empty, and covered with thick cardboard. The socket for the shiny gold, nickel-plated Marelli standing fan had long since been removed, and the fancy fan had arrived in the pawn shop. Afraid that Latang would boil water and cook in the room, the owner had cut off all the electricity, leaving only one light. And this top is also threatened with cutting. Latang sighs. He did not expect the manly body to struggle like he would fall into the current predicament. Glancing around the room, he wanted to cry. The white wooden table with 4 chairs lined with pale yellow mica, used as a dining place, had disappeared to make way for a disabled stool. 4 copper-clad legs are still printed on the blue-flowered tile background, awakening in his heart an old memory. Latang bought this dining table set for over 10,000 dong. The tabletop can be turned over. One side of the phoenix is used as a dining table, the other side is covered with green felt to be used as a game table. Many times he sat and played mahjong all night with women in topless, skin as white as snow. There was a night of looking at her naked body, Latang lost thousands of dollars. But he did not regret money, because he earned 2M. Also selling a blue and white velvet liner, Cherry Wood Furniture Company built it for him for 45,000 Vietnamese dongs. In the splendid room, only a writing desk and a low bed remained, a relic of a prosperous life. When he had a lot of money, Latang liked to live in disorder. The clothes changed, he threw them everywhere, waiting twice a week for the laundromat to come pick them up. He rarely returned to his room, so the furniture he only went to his room to lie back, to rub his butt and especially to cuddle with women. Now, undies zipline turned into chaos. Penniless Pay the ironer, he had to wash at home. Normally, once a week or half a month, he does a general cleaning, takes all his clothes into the bathroom to disinfect once, washes them, and hangs them all over the place. But the water was cut off. Latang did not have water to wash his face, rinse his mouth, let alone do the laundry. Sad, he sat down on the bed. The thick mattress on a sock has witnessed how many nights of loving love with him. The only difference was that the white sheet had turned the color of porridge, full of black stains, and crumpled, reeking of sweat. The mattress was still bouncing softly, but he was no longer as comfortable as before. He suddenly remembered that he had not had a piece of rice since last night. Putting his hand in his pocket, he pulled out a bill that was rounded like a marble. It was the last $500 bill of a middle-class agent of the Secret Service, who used to spend like while he draped a dark cowboy shirt over his thin body, tossed his long, uncut hair that fell over his forehead, and slowly made his way to the door. This dark short shirt, which he often wears when he goes on a business trip at night, the color of the shirt is mixed with the dark color, for easy action. The glorious time with a blue steel barrel gun, with a thin knife as sharp as water, was far away, not coming back. Going to the elevator, Latang met the manager of Bin Din. Seeing him, he turned his face away. He called back, "Hey, manager. There is no water, it's too dirty." The manager has a serious-faced lord's order. "I'm just an executor. Open the water for you to use, I will be fired. I love you very much, but I still have to love my wife, love you again. You probably know that I have 6 children, the oldest is 10 years old, the youngest is just born. If you lose your job, then I'll die." Latang smiled wryly. "You just open the country, I'll pay tomorrow." He promised dozens of times tomorrow. "I respect him, so my boss scolds me for watering lotus seeds in my face. Well, you agree. When you get the money, I'll open it for you." Strange, he is a talented person, why can't find a job? No reply, Latang retreated down the stairs. The manager's words pierced his heart like a spear. Indeed, he was a talented, very talented person. In martial arts, He lost to Van Bin, but he had eaten hundreds of others. Regarding culture, he passed the full baccalaureate and studied many special supplementary courses of the Secret Service. He attended intelligence, counterintelligence, and sabotage training on Chongthang Island, and at Fort Bragg in the U.S., and graduated with honors. With some martial arts and so, he can get a job easily. But in reality, he finds it very difficult. Van Bin's ghost always followed him every step of the way. Mr. Hoang was tolerant towards him, but Van Bin proved too harsh, accompanied by animosity. Where did Latang apply for a job? An invisible hand was brushed aside. Latang Do knows whose invisible hand is this. The Secret Service deliberately pushed him into unemployment. Cool drops of rain touched Latang's face. The sky was covered with rain that he did not know. He did not pay attention to the cars rushing, cars honking their horns or churning on blinding lights, and cyclones covered their wings as they were flying on asphalt, splashing water. He also did not pay attention to the pedestrians walking on umbrellas, or hitting in the rain under the eaves. On the empty sidewalk, Latang walked alone. The rain fell heavily. He still put his hand in his pocket, his face brooding. He dragged his open-mouthed shoes on the familiar road, going back from Tran Hung Dao Avenue to Benton Market. Working in the Secret Service, Latang rarely has the opportunity to walk alone. He is busy all day, must take advantage of every minute of the day. Schedule, so every time I go out, I jump in the car. On holidays, he was allowed to wander in Laloy Avenue. However, he must always be cautious. His job was to control a group of agents connected north of the 17th parallel, so he was afraid of being tracked and assassinated by the enemy. He always carries a 9mm gun with him. A bullet is in the barrel, just pull the safety lock down, touch the trigger and the gun will explode. Now, he can't even ride a car. He doesn't have money to ride anymore. The pockets of his pants were still tight, but it was the smell of dirty soap curled up like a ping-pong ball, and a crumpled pack of cigarettes. Latang's quiet eyes suddenly scowled fiercely. The thought of murder had just awakened in his mind. Hideous. Van Bin humiliated him. Because of Van Bin, he lost his job, and rolled down into a muddy puddle. It rained for a while and then stopped. The street was crowded again. After the roundabout, Latang crossed the street and walked towards Ton Bok restaurant. Hungry, he intended to eat a plate of dinner, and drink some brandy. He put his hand in his pocket again to check the remaining amount. Still the only $100 bill, the things. Tomorrow, he has nothing to sell. A white Fiat convertible, parked next to the sidewalk of Olympia Restaurant, neon lights red. Half a year ago, he used to hang out at Olympia drinking, dancing and flirting with the most beautiful dancers in Saigon. Now, with his 100 silver remaining, he could not afford half a whiskey. Though the lights were on, and he stood near the Fiat, he tried to hope that what he had just seen was a dream. He couldn't believe it was real. But the truth came out too harsh. Hugh Lan. His dear Hugh Lan is getting down from the car. The Fiat driver is a handsome young man, wearing a chicken fat suit and tie yellow. Han opened the car door for her to get down, then led her hand into Olympia. His jealous blood boiled. Buddha tried to hold it down. He hasn't seen Hugh Lan for a long time. She is Nodalover, his betrothed wife. When he was still at the department, she loved him dearly. She broke up with him after seeing Tu Ho naked in his room. As for him, he still loves Hugh Lan. Latang blurted out, Hugh Lan. She turned around. Young people go with her also back. Realizing him, Hugh Lan's face darkened. Under the neon lights, Hugh Lan is unusually beautiful. She is more beautiful than before. Her beauty was enhanced by a luxurious dress and expensive jewelry. On her chest, the rope to receive the diamond flashed. The young man rushed forward. What did he ask? Hugh Lan intervened. Don't do it. Latang's hands and feet trembled. His eyes flickered as if had just been punched in the face. If the young man darted out through the red, he would fall to the pavement. The battle strength in Latang's body had disappeared. The nights of bad alcohol, accompanied by the worry of unemployment, made him weak like a slug. Youth raised his hand to try to hit, but Hugh Lan shouted, Don't you. She took the young man's hand. trembling voice. Don't you? That's Latang, my former friend of the department. Youth jerked his jaw. He told him to know. She is my wife. I don't like strangers shouting my wife's name in the street. The type of man who clicks out opium and alcohol like him is not allowed to call my wife to get acquainted anymore. Hugh Lan sighed. Poor thing. Latang is too poor, too sick. Latang stares at the young couple talking to each other. He wanted to explain, but his voice was stuck in his throat. The young man shrugged his shoulders and took out his thick leather wallet and asked his wife, "Give him some money." Hugh Lan did not answer. Latang was angry and was about to spit in the face of the man who considered him as garbage. But the brand new brown 500 note released a terrible magic, forcing him to stand still. The young man took 2 500 bills, rolled them up, and put them in Latang's upper pocket. Hey, next time, don't call for money again, okay? As a skinny, addicted person like you, I only had one light touch to break my skull. Stop, go quickly to free your ass. Like a machine, Latang bowed his head and went straight. The blaring cha-cha-cha-cha from Vin Loy's cinema did not stop him as usual. Vin is a guy who likes to listen to sensational music. His heart was numb as if had just lost something priceless. Indeed, he had lost the honor of man. He raised his hand to receive money given by Hugh Lan's husband. From an elite middle-class spy, there are many births and deaths. Latang became a shameless beggar. All right, Hugh Lan despised him. He wanted to throw thousands of silver in the face of the snobbish man, but the orders of the god of wine and her frivolous force forced him to accept. Latang picked up his pocket and took out 2 bills to look at. His fingers touched the silver paper with a pleasant crackle. 1,000 silver at this time was a very large amount of money for him. Suddenly, a tear welled up from the corner of his eye. He stood up, gritted his teeth. He tore into 8 pieces, 16 pieces, and before he was angry, he tore again into 32 pieces. He threw it on the road, debris flying. In his mind, a terrible decision emerged. He came to the corner of Leloy Nguyen Hugh Street when he did not know. When he had a lot of money, he often went to Quan Bamboo shop in the mall trade tax to eat eggs for 11 days, and watch girls in tight-fitting jeans squirm into the corridor. When he left, he often stopped at the foreign cigarette cabinet in front of Lin Nam Department's store to buy cigars. He bought so familiar that she sold the goods on credit and prepared good medicine for him. Every time he came from the florist, the drugstore girl shouted, "Behold, Mr. I have good cigars." And every time he loads a bag full of cigars. Tonight, he slowly walked past Lin Nam's shop. His appearance must have changed a lot, so the pharmacy girl didn't recognize him and said hello. Or maybe he recognized him, but ignored him, because his face and tattered clothes reported to the world that he had been unemployed for a long time. Latang sighed, turned right. The sidewalk was as tight as if he had been unemployed. Wedge. Passing a cutlery stall, he stopped abruptly. He looked at piles of sharp knives on the pavement, eyes blazing. He holds a child. Knife up, stroking the thin and sharp blade, asked indifferently, "How much?" The salesman replied, "102. In his pocket only. 100, exactly 100. He said, 100, sell it. As aid the right price. Knowing that he bargained, he challenged him to 150. Latang kept silent. The salesman continued, "I have just started selling, please open the goods for me." He paid 1 more hour. Latang put his arm, 100. You didn't sell it, it's fine. Less than 10 dong. The price is definitely 101. Latang shrugged, "To be honest with you, I only have 100 left. If I had change, I would have paid another 10 dong." The salesman thought for a minute. "Well, open the sale for you. This knife is very sharp, you can use it for many things. Next time, he will remember to buy more for me." Latang quietly watched the seller pack the knife into the newspaper. Yes, this meat knife can be used for many things. But the knife seller did not expect him to use it for a special, completely special purpose. The last 100 silver was taken out of his pocket. Latang felt as if he had just taken off his clothes and became naked in front of the crowd. Curious jostles on crowded and noisy Nguyen Hue Street. Without a penny in his pocket in a city with many unusual pleasures like Saigon, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Surely he must find money. Latang turned to Tun That Thiep Street. He was about to go straight, but hesitated. Proceed to the permanent cinema Nam Viet, connecting to Ham Gi Boulevard. At the end of the street, on the right-hand side, there is a popular rice noodle shop. The rice is as sticky rice. It is delicious to eat with stir-fried beef with cabbage and steamed crab. The driver of this Chinese restaurant is many high-rise buildings, also by the Chinese. Live. Latang knows an apartment near a store that sells safes. There was only one young couple in the house. At this hour, the wife is still selling goods on Hamgi Avenue, while the husband is sitting at home past the gate. As usual, the door is always closed. Closed, but not locked. He looked around. The restaurants in front were packed. The 2 carts selling sugar cane juice and fish porridge on the roadside were also empty. People are busy eating and drinking and conversation. No one cared about a frail man, holding a knife under his arm, about to carry out an evil plan. With a natural posture, Latang pushed open the door and entered. Then he closed it, fastened it carefully. The owner, an overseas Chinese in his 40s, chubby face, wearing an open-collared t-shirt, was lowering his head to the table, listening to the movement, and quickly looked up. There is only one light in the house. The bright lamp was placed on the table. Seeing the stranger, the owner raised his voice and asked, "Who do you ask?" The train trembled. "Oh my God. Don't cut me poor." Latang's voice is sharp. "How much money? You give it me." The owner pleads. "Only 30,000. My wife's sales. When he married, my wife killed me." Almost. Latang laughed. The Chinese man is afraid of his wife, thinking only of Ha Lion's face. Winter, but forgot the shining knife. Latang put the blade to his neck. "Where's the money? Give it out." The victim stammered. "Put it all on the table." Latang grabbed the messy pile of silver and stuffed it into his pocket. The owner glanced at them. Latang scowled. "More. Where do you hide it?" "Sir, that's all." Latang pressed the blade into the victim's skin. He shivered, his face pale as a chicken cut blood. "He spared me, I surrender." He pulled out the drawer of the desk. Latang saw a pile of 200 silver coins. He estimated the amount of money in the drawer over 50,000. He always put it in his pocket. 2 pockets of his pants bulged up, making him entangled. He was about to go to the door when there the woman's cry. The wife came home from the shop. As fast as cutting, Latang waved his left hand and fanned the owner's membrane with an atemi. He fell to the ground. The sound of chairs and loose meat fell into the ears of his wife outside the door. The wife beats. "What is it? Open the door quickly." Latang pulled the bolt. The door burst into the house. The young woman almost fell. The young woman let out a flurry of Hokkien voices to express her anger. When she recognized the stranger, the young woman squealed. Latang delivered a horrible slap on the cheek. The young woman fell to her knees and lost consciousness. Latang walked out Les Ural. The suspect function. Seeing a taxi, he climbed up and told the driver to return to Tan Din Market. For a long time, he had not returned to the casino. The woman who opened the door was no longer there. The owner of the casino personally took the guy on the 2nd floor. He invited him to smoke. "Friendly, I didn't see you now, I thought you left us." "Ah, he looks so thin and brainless." Latang inhales the aroma. "I have just had a death battle after giving birth." "You have to go to the Don Dat hospital, right?" "Month. Lucky to have survived." "What pain do you have?" "Liver. Looks like a stone." "You're lucky." A big hit man also suffered from liver pain. Went to Grawl for surgery, turned out to have cancer. Within 2 months, he was dead. The bright neon light shone on Latang's pale face, making him more pale. The casino owner asked, "Are you still tired? Let me tell my child to inject him with a few cigarettes." Latang shakes his head wildly. After playing, he smoked. "Are there many good players today?" "Quite a lot. However, no one dared to play as big as he was last time. Please let me know that I didn't dare to fight anymore. 5,000 is the most." The familiar atmosphere of the casino makes Latang feel completely healthy. He took a bottle of import D rum from the casino owner, slowly poured it into a glass, and drank it continuously. The stomach was empty, the yeast made him drunk. The casino owner suddenly asked, "If you are willing to use cold food, please go to the next room. I have many delicious chicken sandwiches." Latang pushed open the door. This lovely room he has been in many times. A massive refrigerator stood in the corner. The casino owner opened the refrigerator and said, "You are welcome. Let me call the child out to meet you." The casino owner comes out. 2 minutes later, a young woman around 18 walked in. At first glance, Latang knows that she is a prostitute, a new class of prostitutes, wearing light makeup to make men think she's high school girls, or good children run away from home to earn money to go to the cinema. The young woman wears a pink knitted sweater, tight pants, and wear low heels. Her lips with light lipstick, powder. She hid her face very well. Inexperienced people thought it was her skin. She smiled. "Hello." Lee's thin face. Tongue caused a surprise to the girl. She blurted out, "God. I'm so sick." Latang laughed. "I just got out of the hospital. So where do you have the strength to stay here tonight with me? You promised to stay with me." "I didn't believe it." "Are you ugly?" Latang lied. "No. You're so beautiful more." Latang devoured 2 sandwiches. He took a sip of rum and then stood up. "I'll wait for you for a moment." The young girl is squishy. Whoever lies to God will punish him. While laughing, Latang's face suddenly became serious. "The casino owner was afraid that I would win, so she leather stopped me." "Right." The girl was startled. "Oh," this guy said. Latang pulled her close, put 2 fingers on the collar of the TS hurt, pushed the collar open and looked inside. The girl struggled, pulling it out of his hand. He laughed out loud, thought it was true, fell out of rubber, bored to death. The girl pinched him almost bleeding. "Rubber, ignore me." Latang shrugged, strutted out. The neon lights dazzled him. The casino owner narrowed his eyes at him. "Is it done?" He nodded. "Yes." "Good. Even?" Latang asked the casino owner. "How many even?" Until now, he had not been able to count. Now, he knows a lot. The amount of money robbed by the Chinese couple is not 7, 8 tens of thousands, but over 200,000. He glanced around the mat. Most gamblers are women. Latang did not see familiar faces. The place where Tu Ho usually sat was occupied by a fat woman. The young woman was folded flat on the mat, her pant leg pulled up near her knees, revealing her white calves, as big as the back of the skinny man sitting next to her. Looking at the woman's chest and belly, Latang wanted to vomit. All fat is fat. The woman's belly is bulging out like the belly of a resident selling noodles in Cholon, and what is named beautiful by the Vietnamese poet. 2 snow pears are as massive as 2 feather balls, sometimes shaking heavily as if they want to crush the skinny guy next to him. Seeing him staring, the young woman pursed her lips and smiled. "Oh my God," her mouth was wide. Like a tray of betel nut, jagged with great sharp teeth, said in a loud voice, "Hello, Mr. Latang. Do you still remember me?" "Dead." The young woman knew his name. The young woman was his acquaintance. He tried to pull out this memory, but the opium and rum had thickened his brain. The young woman laughed and said loudly, "Horrible, men forget so quickly. I am the Aunarofby, that's the way." Latang sweats. JF The young woman mentions the water cut, the power cut, and the lack of rent. The debt is in great danger. The casino owner would never let him play poker again. But the young woman just laughed and shouted, then pushed the thin man away. "Mr. Latang, sit down here with me for fun." He sat down, his voice cordial. "Sorry ma'am. I drink alcohol so my brain is completely confused." TM old and ugly, so he forgot my name, but if it's a young woman, look at it, just get up. TM telling the truth. Lucky bring the cats to binding, you know. No, don't hide. I know everything. Then why do you ask me to do it? I know he let his girls stay in the binding, Boogie didn't know which room. The manager ate money with his mouth shut, so he covered it up for him. When I caught it, I tore it apart. Then lowered my voice. "You help me. I will repay." Latang also whispered in the young woman's ear, "What do you repay?" "Anything." Whatever he asks, I will. How much money? I also give. Or he wanted to. Latang was cold and didn't dare to listen anymore, but the young woman kept whispering, do you want? For a long time, it didn't look at that old man's face anymore. A thought appeared in Latang's mind. He asked, what time do you beat me? If necessary, beat until momming. Aren't you afraid he'll scold you, dare? He was afraid of me like a tiger. The jerk said loudly, please pull out your hand. Has Mr. Latang ordered yet? Latang throws a large pile of banknotes on the mat. Odd. The young woman scoffed. I've got no money. Only hit once. Elfulos, you'll be fine. I'll lend you a loan. I'm afraid. I'm afraid I won't have the money to pay. He indulges me, then it's okay not to pay. Cold air rises up full of people. Latang shivered. Thinking about the time to hug this terrible meat in his lap to make money, he felt shocked, his limbs were disintegrated. He shook his head and shouted, 4 backs. Even. Latang stared blankly at 4 white coins lying on the porcelain plate. That's all. He dipped into crime, gambled with money, hoping to get rich. Guy's hope melted into smoke. The fat lady looked at him with a pair of glasses-afraid eyes. He lost. Latang sighed. Yes, completely lost. How much do you need to borrow? Thoughts of shame awakened in Latang's heart. He was in need of money, a lot of money, but could not borrow money from a young woman at this terrible youth. He shook his head. Thank you. I did not borrow. The young woman was stunned. Where did you get the money to beat? Latang waved his hand. I didn't fight anymore. Suddenly, he looked at the 4 coins on the plate. He jerked his jaw and told him to shock. Would you mind showing me the disc? You guessed it right, it's a fake disc. This special type of disc, the crooks often use to cheat. The dealer can make the coins on the plate turn heads or tails. Latang's eyes widened. You cheated. The casino owner hit him hard, and the porcelain plate fell to the ground and shattered. He grabbed his collar, his voice angry. You need money, I will give it. Don't act like a thug and cover your mouth here. My casino has been operating since 2 years and is very decent and trustworthy. You still slander, I will give you a lesson. Latang smiled faintly. He intentionally broke the plate, but the porcelain's hards. I can patch it up and prove you cheated. Gamblers stand up. Ridiculous. A man said loudly. No wonder I lost my career. You have to pay me, or it'll call the police. The owner let go of Latang's hand, took a step back, and put his hand in his pocket. I didn't have time to argue with you. Those who don't want to play anymore, come down to the house, I will give some money. Want to report to the police? Not banned. But if you want to keep the body intact for your wife and children, don't do it. The man suddenly stopped talking loudly, a look of fear appeared on his face. The owner shouted at Latang, and knew his strength was only able to withstand a single stab of a knife and he lost his life. Are you willing to shut your mouth? You organize fraudulent gambling, you have to refund. If he didn't pay, I had a way. The owner pulled out a shiny blade. Latang rushed over. The old master pierced his heart and cross. He dodged to the side, the tip of the knife tore a piece of his shirt. Latang bent his leg and kicked the owner's stomach. He pushed his foot away, then jumped on him, the knife turned around. Latang had to lean back to avoid. The blade cut through his hair. Escaped, he raised his hands, the knife fell to the ground with a clang. The owner flew back to pick it up, but Latang threw a poisonous kick in the face, causing him to fall. Not yet angry, he also stood up and punched him in the nose, in the mouth. The blood flowed freely, until he was as soft as vermicelli. He refused to let go. Suddenly someone shouted, "Police!" Latang ran to the balcony. He bumped into a uniformed policeman who had just fallen from the roof. 2 other police officers ran up from the stairs, guns in hand. The room was as chaotic as a bee's nest. A policeman ordered, "All stand still. Whoever runs away will shoot." Everyone obeys orders. Thinking about being taken to the interrogation room, then handcuffed to the judge, Latang could not obey orders. As for water, still slapping, if he can defeat the policeman on the balcony, he has hope of escaping. Roof climbing and wall jumping are his forte. When he was still a student at the department's spy training school, he climbed the roof and jumped the wall as quickly as an ape. Latang stabbed his head out the door. The policeman stopped. Stand still. Latang hit him. He fell and shot into the wall. Latang went to the balcony. He did not expect that there was another policeman standing guard outside. He hugged him, using judo to knock him down. But the policeman, who had just fallen, scrambled to his feet, pulled his gun out of its sheath, and said harshly, "Stand still. Move is to shoot." The muzzle of the gun is 3 meters away from Latang. At this short distance, the policeman could not miss the shot. He had to stand still. 5 minutes later, all gamblers were taken to the car. Particularly, Latang was sitting in the front row, next to a muscular policeman, with a gun on his finger. The blue-painted car speed back to the Natio district Nyat. Z28 Death Sentence Chapter 4 Kant. Chapter 4 Kant. Defendant Latang, 6 months in prison. Latang calmly heard the court sentenced him to 6 months in prison for assaulting a police officer. He was submerged in the mud of desolation, the smell of foul mud stuck all over his body. Arrest, trial, and imprisonment for him were just natural happenings of life on the fringes of society. Latang left the horseshoe. He gave the handcuffed policeman, led him to the narrow waiting room behind the court. His face was very calm. He did not remember this was the Sague, nor did he see the crowd of journalists and photographers scurrying along. They stopped Latang for an interview. Ask him to tell you his feelings after being sentenced to 6 months in prison by the court. Are you a former Secret Service agent? Why don't you work under Mr. Hoang anymore? Was it because a business trip north of the 17th parallel failed? Latang turned around. With a soft click, his thin, pale face was captured in the film. Plastic. This afternoon, thousands of his pictures will be displayed newspaper face. The reporter asked him if he was a short, fat young man, with alert eyes and a lovely face. Latang raised his head and asked, "Who told you that?" Wai replied, "Well, according to the news agencies, I'll ask that, please. But you need to tell us, was it because of your failure that Mr. Hoang was expelled from the department?" "I cannot answer. We will write this in the newspaper. Again, I advise you, it's a defense secret." "I see he's right. 3 employees under my command were killed hard. Understood within 1 month in the north, so I was reprimanded by Mr. Hoang, and the working infrastructure. Since then I have been drawn into the circle of alcohol, gambling. However, according to the rules I'm not allowed to see that former Secret Service agent. I could be taken to court again, and this time probably longer in prison. A while ago, you must have heard me before the court. The judge asked me what my profession was, and I answered that I was a custodian of the Internal Revenue Service. I get it. Sincerely thank you." Latang entered the rectangular room, overlooking Nguyen Trung Truck Street. He was handcuffed with a middle-aged man received 3 years in prison. He gave the drug to invite him. This delicious lucky drug, he has not smoked in a long time. From the night he was transferred to the police station of District 1, then from District 1 to the prison of TL on Votan H Street, before going to Kai Hoa's clinic, he never received a pack of cigarettes from his friends. Actually, Latang had no close friends. His friends are all Secret Service agents. During many years of serving under Mr. Hoang, he was so busy that he did not have time to interact with people outside the department. Except for those hanging out, casually getting to know each other over a glass of rum, or an dance floor among the amorous dancers. According to the rules, the department's employees were not allowed to go to Latang's house after he was kicked if he was sentenced to 6 months in prison. He has been in prison for more than 5 months, which means that he is only 3 weeks away from being free. 5 months in prison was longer for him than 5 years, although any spy is trained to get used to prison life because no close friends came to visit, not a small gift was sent. The older brother smiled cordially and lit a cigarette for him. The scent of lucky medicine penetrated into the lung fibers, making Latang happy. Relatives rushed to the iron door, carrying heavy food baskets. They greeted each other awkwardly. A 5-year-old child banged on the iron door and called out in a cheerful voice, "Father." Accompanied by the mother's voice, "Brother, 2 children are calling for you." The husband is in his 40s, his face is emaciated with worry, and stands up. Raise your uncuffed hand and wave to. And child. Latang saw glittering tears in his red eyes. Seeing that, the wife burst into tears and said, "Brother. My mother and I are miserable." "Brother," the policeman squeaked softly, "don't cry." Another young woman only 16 years old as the same loose hair, young face, hastily applied chalk so black and white spots, holding a child newborn baby red, leaning against the iron door, called inside, "Hey broth this." The man opposite Latang calmly chewed gum, ignoring his wife's words. The young woman stood close to the door, her voice pleading, "Why don't you smile at the child? I carry him back, let's go. I'll laugh for you. I've been in jail for 10 months. Without her husband, she hung out with other people. Am willing to let you marry him. Beware, I will kill you when I return." The policeman hissed louder. Relatives and aunts spoke softly. "Don't make me angry." The scene of joy, anger, lost between the prisoner and his family is like a drama that makes Latang less sad. His soul was troubled and strangely alone. He longed for a woman, whoever she was, to visit him, and bring him a green basto, or a candy. He regrets the past days. Past, have money, position, conditions, but he refuses to get married. When he was about to fall into the circle of debauchery, he betrothed to Hugh Lan. The evil Tuho came to lie on his bed, the button on his chest slipped off, revealing his white chest. Woe to him, because that night he never touched Tuho's body. Suddenly his eyes bloomed. A familiar figure appeared behind the iron dew. She was dressed in black, the somber black of funerals. The large pair of sunglasses lay horizontally over the eyes. Nota. Trace of chalk, Nota lipstick on her face. Seeing him, she blurted out, "Latang." He suddenly stood up. Hugh Lan. Meeting her with bones and flesh, Latang still thought of meeting her. Dream girl. The policeman opened the handcuffs for him, friendly voice, "Cho." He went out to talk for 5 minutes. Latang hurried to the iron door. Hugh Lan gave him a hand to hold. She choked. "I just found out that you went to court today. Did you know I was arrested?" "No." "Why did I only hear about it when I was Empress One for 3 months?" "But you are not allowed to visit. Your husband forbids it." "No, Van Bin. Van Bin said that Mr. Hoang gave strict orders, not allowing staff familiar with him to send things or visit him in the Kai Wa clinic." "Why did you come today?" "This morning, I met you. Queen bitches at the club. She told me he was about to go to court. I rushed to find him immediately. Heard you had 6 months. I'm coming out soon. I am so glad. When I haven't met you, I want to get out of prison as soon as possible." Now, he doesn't want any more. "I like to sit prison forever, because going out you will suffer more than in prison." "Don't talk nonsense. Hugh Lan, I am telling the truth." He had run out of courage to fight. "I have lost my honor as a human, now I have lost me lover, the person I love most in my life. Maybe I have to commit suicide. Am coming back, we're going to be reunited. If I commit suicide then you also died." Latang's voice was filled with astonishment. "Are you not afraid of your husband?" Hugh Lan replied through tea, "Angry at you. He left with a village young woman." "Angry at you. I was also betrothed to a rich man. After all, it's because we don't understand each other. I swear she just slept in my room. Boogie didn't do anything." You say it wrong. You will be held by heaven and earth. I believe you. Besides, I have thought carefully. Even though you help me, I still love you as usual. I still remember that night on Laloy Street, in front of Olympia restaurant. My fiancé intentionally humiliated you. I know. I should have had an attitude then. But I didn't have the courage. Maybe it's because it's not over angry at him, yet jealous of the wandering woman lying on his bed. But that night, I stayed up until morning, and decided to break the marriage. I was wrong. Marry that person. I will live a life that says guaranteed, fully guaranteed. And you, don't hide from me. That person is. I just need your love. You're a prisoner. The day after that, he was spared. He was still unemployed as usual. With a criminal record, you won't be able to get a job. What's more, I am hated by Mr. Hoang again. I'm begging for Mr. Hoang. No way. Mr. Hoang will deny it, and maybe Mr. Hoang will even reprimand you. The fact that you came to visit me today is already an act of indiscipline. Dear Hugh Lan, I'll go home, don't miss me anymore. I have committed many crimes. Don't make me commit another terrible crime. The crime 0 causing you material and spiritual suffering. I'm an adult, no longer I have the right to choose who I love. I love you, Mr. Hoang, no prohibition power. The downside is, are you going to resign? Yes, if Mr. Hoang forbids it, I'll ask for it, then I'll be blacklisted like you. We will be hungry, then you'll do it again, and this time to Khan Dao. He is very cynical. I didn't believe our lives will be as dark as you think. Well, here I come. I brought a basket of sweets and clothes for you. Latang burst into tears. The scent of Hugh Lan's fragrant flesh still lingers on the iron door. He had to grind his teeth to keep his tears from falling. After Huey Lan left, Latang still thought she was Stan. The sharp sound of iron handcuffs brought him back to reality. Sighing, he climbed into the bus. In the morning, on the way from Kaiwa to the court, he glued his eyes to the net door looking at the familiar scene of the capital Saigon. At that time, Latang realized that the gestures he previously considered meaningless had become meaningless. Equally precious. Indeed, such trivial gestures as walking on the sidewalk, sticking your nose into the glass case, stopping to look at girls with round butts and huge breasts, Latang considers an extraordinary privilege. Only now did he understand the value of a free life. Latang sighed. So Latang was free. He turned again, looking at the prison. Yellow, the outside looks like a box. 4 floors off, buildings surround a square yard. Full bars and bars. The prison of the Judicial Police in the Z28 Street Police Department is the place to keep the rescuers who have not been imprisoned and taken to the Kaiwa examination. It is also a place to hold prisoners who have expired their prison terms and are about to be released. Like Latang has been here for 2 days. All day long, he lay on the cement bed, looking through the bars. Next to the prison is the headquarters of the International Commission. The sound of the Karanjin and the children's play are clear. Mr. Latang, am here, please prepare. Done. The cool air outside filled his lungs. He had this feeling when he was taken from Kaiwa Clinic to Z28 Street to wait for his release. For a long time, he longed for the time when he could return to human life, but when he was free, he regretted the days in the prison. He could not forget the stairs in Kai Hoa's clinic, painted in many colorful colors. Volleyball courts with teams of players flying butterflies, towering flagpoles sounding trumpets, prisons for prisoners facing the octagonal courtyard. He can't forget it either. Lonely nights in Camp B of the General Police Department, consisting of tiny neon-lit rooms, facing a white wall, Li tending to the female rescuer sing her voice, her heart pounding. So Latang be free. Z28 Road is full of sunshine. During his imprisonment, he gradually lost his sense of time and date, and when he was free to walk on the street, he suddenly remembered that it was late afternoon. At this hour, Hugh Lan is drinking coffee in the club. He waves a taxi. When he closed the car door, the driver looked at them with a surprised expression. Perhaps the driver came over to his mottled, month-long and shaven beard. He hasn't shaved since 3 weeks. Bunch of hair, cut with scissors in the examination, has crawled down the nape of the neck, about to turn into a tuft. Big, denser-looking hair than Tran Van Trach's monstrous hair. The white shirt washed with alum water has turned dirty and tawny. The cufflinks were broken. He had to roll up his sleeves, revealing his strong wrists. Pale green. He carried a small suitcase in his hand, containing 2 sets of pajamas. The suitcase and nightwear was bought by Hugh Lan for him at Benton Market, and she herself brought it to the doctor. Half a month after Li Tung's prison term expired, Hugh Lan went to Kaiwa to visit him. He clearly remembered the Friday morning. It was cloudy as if it was about to rain, the cold wind gently fanning through the long prison corridor. Meeting him in the less than bringing greater than room, Hugh Lan burst into tears. She said with an emotional voice, "Poor guy, you're too thin." Latang forced a smile. Maybe he hasn't been out in the sun for a long time, so he's a bit blue. Yesterday, he just finished weighing. He gained 1.5 kilograms. She lifted her skirt and sat down on the chair. Latang is opposite her. She put her small hand on his. Don't lie to me anymore. We women have very sensitive instincts. The other day, when I met you outside the court, I didn't see you as thin as today. Are you worried about me? I will be released soon. You will have a large amount of money. Let's live together for until the day I get a job. Who gave me the money? Hugh Lan frowned. God, do you still doubt me? My teacher and mother sold the fields in the countryside to share with their children. You got 300,000. No, I dare not doubt you. He just asked. For the past few weeks, I've been thinking a lot. I can't live off of you. Am human. Honey, you are my future husband. Can't the wife help her husband? I love you too, but also because I love you, I didn't want to make you suffer. Come on. The day in court, I also lie like that. I cried all night, almost ran out of tears. Two people sat quietly looking at each other. Then she said, I will wait for you outside the door to examine the day you come out. Latang shakes his head. I don't want to. Let me come to your house, more convenient. I have to go back to with the boss. He lied. There was not even a small coin in his pocket. During the months of imprisonment, he did not have 100 silver to buy cigarettes. Hugh Lan did not expect him to be so poor. Many times, she visited and gave money, but he brushed it away. Oh, you still have money. Besides, the food here is very good. Idiot. Poetry thought true. She advised, you try to eat a lot of nutritious food for people. Latang forced a smile, nodded. Although Hugh Lan is an employee of the Secret Service, she still does not understand life in the clinic. She believes that Latang can smoke aromatic cigarettes, drink imported rum, eat bread with butter every morning, steak with fries and onion soup at noon. Thanks to new friends in the house. In prison, Latang was able to relieve some of his suffering. Every day he smoked an intimate basto, and ate fresh food. The day he left Kaiwa, he had money to return to the car. Receive your $20 bill. Friends from all over the country come. Kind face, oily face. 5-10 years in prison weighed heavily on his shoulders. Latang's eyes filled with tears. Without these 20, he had to walk. The $20 bill is more precious to the stork than 500 times when it's still outside. The taxi trumpets loudly. The series of memories that were rushing through my mind suddenly broke. Latang was shocked. The late afternoon sun's harsh rays shone through the car door, stroking the driver's already gray hair. Latang suddenly ran. His hair has many silver strands. The nights in prison, he was told by friends about the pleasure of being pillowed on a woman's lap and pulling gray hair. If this woman is the wife, then the beast implies a rich, earnest nature. As for the mistress, terrible lustful thoughts flared up in the man's heart. An elderly inmate. Let Latang know that his wife or lover pulling out his hair does not cause as much drunkenness as pulling his hair out. Indeed, the father lies on the bed reading the newspaper. The chubby child kneels on the ground. The fingers are small and pretty. Rolled up in his father's hair and plucked it slowly, gently, plucking and counting, and burst into laughter when he saw that the gray hair was too long, or plucked the wrong black strand. In the heart of the father slowly raised the pure and beautiful feelings, not dirty lust like when touching a woman's skin. Suddenly the driver turned his head, arrived at Tran Hung Dao. Where did you get off? The driver's question was like a bucket of ice water pouring into Latang's body. Where does he know now? The guy's room in binding has been returned to his master after the day he was arrested. When the security guard took him back to his room to check, he caught a happy smile on the fat and grumpy old man's lips. He pretended to greet him. Behold, Mr. Latang. Too bad. Well, he just had bad luck. In a few months, you will be free. Pausing for a minute, he continued, I should have demanded you pay the outstanding amount. This amount of debt is not small, you must remember. Since you are in trouble, I am willing to pardon you. When you have it, you can pay for it. And I would like to inform you that I have taken back the room to rent to foreigners. Latang wants to spit on his slimy face, accompanied by a cool sentence. thank you for your kindness. He told her, and she agreed to let me keep the room until I was free. Buddha kept silent. He doesn't want the fat master to have a frown on his face and lean back. The wall wiped sweat when he heard that his wife had negotiated with him. Negotiate a night of sex in exchange for the amount owed. The image of the fat owner has just appeared in his mind. Like it or not, he's back old Bindon. He said to the driver, you run a little more. I got off in front of the gas station. The driver eased the gas and put the small 4-horse taxi into the middle of a huge convoy. Latung's eyes suddenly noticed the small package under his feet. He picked it up and opened it. He almost suffocated. Inside is all 500 silver. 500 silver brand new, stuck close to the kidney into a stack of 20 sheets. He counted 5 stacks, that is, 50,000 Vietnamese dongs. 50,000 Vietnamese dongs God gave in the taxi. Perhaps a guest who had just got off had left it on a chair, and then slipped to his feet. The nature of the intelligence officer rose up in his heart. Latung ordered the driver, hey, you just drive straight into Cholon. Without his king again, the driver sped off. At the intersection of the red light, General Phuong, Latung asked the driver to stop. He pulls out a 500 bill. Honey asked the driver to change the change. The meter is only 50 dong. The driver slowly reached into the dashboard to get the money. Latung put 450 dong in his pocket. Waiting for the taxi to disappear, he turned to the grocery store to buy clothes. Finished, he entered the barber shop. He needs cauldron of hair and mousse one. Before returning to Saigon at night, before returning to Hue Lan and her beautiful love, in the dark, Latung turned into another person. The days of medical examination make his skin white, looking like a student. The scent of perfume made him ecstatic. He walked for a while, then turned into a building under construction. This time the boatman has returned. The street lights began to light up. Looking ahead, seeing no one behind, the foreign fabric caresses his skin. Earlier, he had chosen a red, square, short-sleeve, American S-style shirt with gorgeous pants, and a pair of skinny jeans in the color less than be greater than, the elegant color of a Playboy. Guy's shoes in suede soft, prominent on the new purple nylon socks, red and yellow stripes. After changing, Latung wandered out. With a luxurious suit, he could face the boss. He called a taxi to go back to Tran Hung Dao Avenue. He got off the car a short distance from Binding. Entering the door, he met the manager. He gaped mouth, looking at him with surprised eyes. Mr. La Tung. He laughed. Yes, I am Latung in flesh and blood, not a ghost that appeared, but he was scared. How, is the boss here? The manager has recovered his soul. Sir, the boss has gone to level. That's it. Ask him to give me the key to the room. The manager's eyes widened. Your room is already occupied. I will take another room. There are no rooms available. Latung almost every voice. I'll tell you in advance, if I find an empty room, I won't spare it. You must have known what is aid to do. I was in jailed once for assaulting a soldier. Am ready to go to jail again for murder. God, you kill me. Yes, I'm going to kill you. Room on the 4th floor. However, Latung brushed aside. Are you afraid I won't pay? How much money a month? Dear, 4,000. Latung threw down a stack of silver, proud voice. This is 12,000. 3 months room rate. Sir, there's still money missing. Bow. How much? 30,000 room rate. 20,000 money owed the boss. The position gave 50,000. Latung picked up another stack. Pay 20,000 of the debt first, and pay later for the room. Are you satisfied? The manager's face lit up. He hurriedly collected the money and put it in his upper pocket. His eyes glazed over, afraid that he would ask for it back. Room number? Latung asked. The manager respectfully. 417. Sir, this room is narrower than your room in the past, but more beautiful. The problem is that the air conditioner is not installed. Okay. I'll attach it later. Let me get you up. No need. Where's the key? I can go up alone. 5 minutes later, Latang pushed the door of room 417 to enter. A street. Debt and spending. Latang smiled to himself. The lights were turned on, and he felt sick. He had just rediscovered the familiar atmosphere of the free days. Touching down the mattress, the thick cushion of a sock danced, making him think of a woman's round butt. Then he thought of Hugh Lan. Z28 Death Sentence Chapter V Time has passed. Latang has met Hugh Lan again. At night, he sat on a stone bench with her, on the banks of the Saigon River. Looking at Tu Thiem, Hugh Lan quietly looked at him for hours. Charming music from luxury restaurants echoes. But Lee's soul has changed, completely different. He is waiting for an important thing to happen. One night, Latang was sitting on a stone bench with Hugh Lan. She took his hand and Redly said, "You haven't said anything since a week." "What whirls? Last week you too. I went to Cholon. I introduced you to Tong Kong electrical appliance manufacturer. The director agreed to accept you. Yes, you are so strange. I get the impression that you don't care much about work. I know you still have a nasty intelligence career. But hey, people don't need you anymore. What to do? I want you to live a normal life with your wife and children, not minding tricks and killings. As form, I also would like to stop staying at home with you." Latang sighed. "You are not strange at all. Hugh Lan does not understand your heart well." She sighed. "I guess not wrong. You have something to hide from me. I must be something important that he thought about. I worry because I really love you." His voice becomes sad. "You are right. Then I will understand you better." Now, his heart is broken like soy sauce. Knowing that, we don't love each other anymore. We consider each other as friends, or we consider each other as a couple who love each other with lust. I despise you so much. Come on. I dare not despise you. I love you more than anything in the world. It is necessary to sacrifice my life for you. I am also ready. Ready anywhere and anytime. From the night I met you at the Olympia restaurant, I was certain that I could break with a sincere love life. But I misunderstood you. TMSO embarrassed. She had extraordinary courage when she left a marriage with a rich, noble man who was qualified to bring her material and spiritual well-being. I quit kissing to run after a prisoner, a thug fighting soldiers in the casino. I didn't believe you're a thug. I didn't believe you're a person who defies the law. There's probably a glitch inside. Latang, I am going to be your official wife. Why don't you tell me all?" Indeed, he is a thug. He beat the soldiers drunk and angry. Crime his was clearly exposed before the court. Maybe because love you too much. I love you too much, so I'd liberately defend you. Hugh Lan's voice is as low as tears. "I beg you. Didn't say any more." I was about to cry like a baby. "Well, let's go home. I hope tonight, lying down, you will tell me the truth. Live to your heart's content. Take it with you when you die. I promise to keep it a secret." Latang stood up and repeated like a machine saying Hugh Lan's words. "Well, let's go home. The two of you." Electric light. A drunk foreigner is singing in front of the cinema. Two prostitutes are hanging their heads under a tree, haggling with an elderly man. A police car passed by, behind grinning, whitewashed women. The typical scene of Saigon at night was just played through his eyes. Although Hugh Lan was next to him, he felt strangely empty. When the taxi stopped, he said to her, "I'll take you home." She shakes her head. "Thank you. Tonight, I want to go home alone. I'm thinking right, I need to know what you're hiding in my mind. I have nothing to hide from you. I know. I checked the changes in your face. I've looked closely into your eyes. You can hide it from the world, but you can't hide it from me. Hi." A shy girl approached him with a smile on her face. The scent of Channel 5 perfume hit his nose. As usual, he smiled back and made a humiliating suggestion. But tonight, he has completely lost the habit of joking and infatuated. The girl rubbed his body, her posture more casual. He shook his head. "Thank you. Right girl. Do you hate it? Don't worry, I'm not asking for much. You're so handsome, I am willing to give you half of it." "Thank you. What does thank you mean?" "It means I didn't want to." "Terrible. It's too difficult. Don't bother talking to other people. I'm busy. Wasn't he dropped by her? Latang scowled. One forbid her to touch Hugh Lan. Ah, the beauty is Hugh Lan. As for me, Mong Lan. She bothers me too much. As for me, you also bother me. Latang leans on her hips. Her high voice has. You don't go, I'll call the police. God, the first time I got heard a hands-on, slutty young man threatening to call the police. I'm telling the truth there. You look back and you will see the policeman standing in front of the guest hotel. I only need to say one word, and you will be shoved into the tree truck. Taken to the Mint Hospital. You're wrong. I didn't expect a person such a talented observer as you were so naively mistaken. Try looking at me again, am I a prostitute? You don't do that, then I sincerely apologize. Booty also ask you to leave me alone. Or, will you call the police? Yes. I'll call the police. Back to the county, the police will arrest you and release me. Well, unless you're the sheriff's mistress. Besides, even if she was a mistress, the sheriff would not dare to let her go. I will testify that you tried to sell sex on Liberty Street. I will testify that you tried to rape me on Freedom Street. I'm afraid of you. I beg you to forgive me. How much money do you need? I don't need money. So what do you want? Very simple. I want you to come to my house. God. Obviously she's a prostitute. In this case, I firmly refuse. Please call the police. Don't grow old, then you will regret it in time. I give you a minute. If you keep clinging to me, I will reluctantly have a tough attitude. The girl still laughs arrogantly. That's strange. He opened his mouth to mention the police. Do you hate the police? He looked the girl straight in the eye. Yes, I hate them very much. She also said, I'll hit her once. Ah, now you're using martial arts again. You touch me, I will scream, and the policeman in front of the Majestic Theater will run back. And this time, the girl pondered for a minute, then said, her voice as sharp as a knife, and this time, I is not 6 months in prison like last time. It's been 6 years. Latang shivered like being hit hard on the back of the neck. The girl waved his hand, laughing bitterly. Yes, you can be sentenced to 6 years in prison. Over 5 years, was sent to Khan Sun. He was a lover of Bacardi rum and beautiful girls. So he lived on the island with brown rice and fish sauce, Mr. Latang. Latang was shocked. She spoke too loudly. He rest assured. When needed, I even said it out loud dozens of times. The policeman can't hear. Besides, it didn't do anything illegal to get the police's attention. I got into a fight with the security officer, and was love, and returned to the honest life. I didn't believe you're back to the honest life. Really, I'm tired of everything. But you're not tired of money. Story. As a human, who is bored with money? In this magnificent Saigon, if you are bored with money, you will die. Do you have any? I'm still. Yes. Those 100,000, spend it all. Must be 100,000. Within a month, Latang was received 100,000 Vietnamese dongs. The first time, he picked up 50,000 Vietnamese dongs in a package of diary papers on a taxi, along the route from Vo Tan H Strieto Tran Hung Dao Boulevard. With this amount of less than God, earth greater than, he was able to pay off the room, debt, shopping and petty expenses. The second time, happened exactly a week later. That day, he took a taxi from Binding on Tran Hung Dao Street to Saigon to watch a spy movie at the Rex Cinema. When the car stopped in front of Nguyen Hue Flower Shop, Latang noticed a package under his feet. This package was tied with 4 rubber bands. Last time, he counted 4 rubber bands. Last time, the wrapper was a JEO French daily newspaper published in Saigon. This time, it is also the JEO newspaper. Latang's eyes are bright. He hesitated for a minute, then picked up the wrapping paper and put it on the tape. The driver turned back. Please, Mr. 15 Dong. Latang held the log up to show the driver. He asked him, before taking me, who did you carry? The driver shrugged. A woman. She rented a car for the whole day. I asked for 1,000 dong. We pay immediately, no bargaining. Apparently she rented a car to get jealous. The husband has a cat hidden in the binding. The big binding near the gas station. That binding near the gas station is where Latang lives. The driver returned the change. He smiled and gave the change. His pompous gesture made the driver happier. Damn, I sat in the car for a few hours. The sun was so hot that she couldn't get off. At exactly 5 p.m., she took out her wallet and gave me another 100 and told me to pick you up. Pick me up. Does that mean she's waiting for me? I didn't know. She said that first, and then her husband after. She had to get out of the car to get jealous. Irali asked him, "Is your friend's little wife very beautiful?" He dared to answer, "Pretty." It didn't expect to be involved in this case. Actually, I'm not very familiar with it. By the way, where do you rent a car? Strange. She knows you but you don't know her. I was parking the car at Benton Market when she came to rent it. How old is she? About 25. It's weird and mysterious. She looks pretty, well-dressed, and classy. It's true that you don't know her. Really? Lie what you do. She must have been hired by the wife of the husband with a cat to beat her jealousy. Therefore, I do not know his face. Latang got out of the car and entered the cinema. Waiting for the light to come on, he opened the package to see. Just like the last time, the silver package consisted of 500 and 500 pieces, brand new. He threw the newspaper on the ground, put the money in his pocket. He had guessed where these two packages came from. He patiently waited for the matter to come. And it did. Latang asked the girl, "Who told you that T have 100,000 dong? You don't need to know, and shouldn't know. I need to know and should know." Well, if so, come to my house. Before coming to your house, I want you to make it clear, who is waiting for me there. Honestly, I didn't know. I was only obliged to come and find you. Have you been waiting for me long? I sit in Mahe's Tik restaurant waiting for him for about an hour. He is preoccupied with Ms. Hugh Lan, doesn't care about anyone. Harmful, T hates drinking because I'm afraid of my belly, losing my waist, but I have to drink 3 bottles of cute. Tonight, if you're not busy, I'll invite you to sleep OVFE or our fun. And let me tell you first, I didn't take any money. I didn't believe you're a prostitute. You're right, I've never received guests. On the street, especially on Tudu Avenue with many people passing by. I like hands-on men, that's all, and I only go with them when I want to. Besides, what do you do? I used to hate curious people. Ask her what she does, not curious. He is terrible. TM terrible too. Well, we're even. Come on, please get in my car. The girl who helped Latang to the other side of the road. A parked white Vauxhall don't know since when. Climbing up, Latang threatened to joke. You didn't babble, I also know. I already memorized your car number. No, she laughed loudly. It's a waste of time, my Mr. Latang. It's a fake number. Fake and the fake number she dared to park in front of the majestic restaurant. Aren't you afraid that the police will check my title card? For many months, no police have checked my title card. Strictly speaking, once I parked my car in Zalong Street, a policeman approached. But I laughed heartily. He shivered and left. Lucky for her. The policeman asking for the papers me. It's no use. In the case of a difficult policeman, I will pretend to be searching my wallet, rummage through the trunk of my car, and then say in a whisper that I forgot my title card at home. I will ask Kyo to drive back to the county, show ID. Then she went home to bring the title card to pick up the car. Ha ha. He's very attentive, but my ID is also fake. I'll drop the car in the district and go straight. You'll lose the car. Oh, what a thought. We can buy one a day and still have no shortage of money. The police will notice and follow her. Sooner or later you will be caught. Already gone. Besides, if I was arrested, I wouldn't know what to say. If I knew, I would also keep my mouth shut. Suddenly, she stopped talking. Below car lights the girl pursed her lips nervously. She is not beautiful. This is what Latang saw right from the first meeting. But on her face, her breasts had strange charms. Unless is a stone statue, and if it is a man with a regular physiological lifestyle, it is irresistible. The Vauxhall has reached Thong Nyat Street. She drove with a skillful and wise gesture. A minute later, she looked in the rearview mirror again to see if she was being followed. Latang smiled. If someone follows, then it's her, not me. The girl replied, her face is cold as money, maybe both. Don't forget that the Secret Service is following you every step of the way. I didn't want you to die in vain. Anyway, you need a long life to drink rum, and flirt with women, especially to stay with me tonight for fun. She drove down the dark road behind Esso's Binding. Out on Ha Ba Trung Street, she ran back to Thong Nyat Avenue to Pasteur. After a while, she launched the Red Cross. This driving style shows that the girl is quite well trained. He sat next to her and started a conversation. Can you tell me which organ donated? 100,000. She slurred. No, I required, then he wouldn't listen. I would love to talk to you, but I hate curious men. Why don't you ask me how old I am, what songs I like to dance to, and what perfume I wear when I sleep, and ask such nonsense? Yeah, tell me your age. Tonight, I'll let him know. Now, shut up, and please sit a bit further away, lest you go back to the hospital. Being hospitalized because of Harris worth it. He flirts with girls with grace, but only attracts girls. As for me, TM old enough. She's not older than 25 stars called old. You're terrible. Now you play clever interrogation to find out my age. I didn't hide anything either. This year, I am 24. Of course you're not married. Of course. Have you noticed anyone yet? That's my personal matter. You didn't need to know. I really need to know. You need to know to untie me. He's so stupid. But was appointed by Mr. Hoang as a senior officer in the Secret Service. Invited you to spend the night with me, have you forgotten? FM not stupid. Before her, dozens of girlfriends invited me to sleep. Booty ended up lying outside the salon getting bitten by mosquitoes all night. Can you tell me where I can sleep tonight? That depends. The car drove to Quang De Boulevard. The girl turned to the right and turned to Za Long Street. Latang was surprised. When will she get there when she runs around like this? The girl shrugs. You are a guest, not the owner. It's my right to take you anywhere. But do I have TL? Let's go. You're a blasphemer. I didn't believe you dare to refuse. Bin. Sun Tzu's letter taught not to hit the people of the same road. Because they have to risk. Die, break a bloodline to escape. You're right. However, it is only half true. We have carefully arranged, not giving you a way out. Besides, Mr. Hoang has abandoned you, unless you are. Only crazy people didn't follow us. Who are we? Those who oppose Mr. Hoang. In espionage, everyone is an enemy, even a close ally. Are you an employee of the CIA, IS, 2nd Division, GRU, Smerch, KGB, or an employee of an opposition movement? In espionage, you live with your mouth shut and die with your exposure. I can tell you. Am your comrade anyway. Not sure. When you're a real comrade, I'll tell you. I'll serve you to the ground. Many people have already submitted to me. You are the 100th person to say that to me. Latang was silent. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes dreamy. The girl continued to shift gears. Turn on the lights, turn off the lights, brake comfortably. For a moment, he had the feeling that she was a poisonous snake sticking out its tongue and licking at the skin that was covered with snail scales. Guy. The car ran through Benton Market, opposite Nguyen Tai Hoc Strieto Tran Hung Dao, then slowly entered Nguyen Van Sam S District 2, she parked. Latang asked, parking with a fake number near the police station, are you not afraid? She replied coldly, crooks always hide from police officers. I have to be an honest businessman to park my career, understand? Latang waits for her to lock car door and then said, TVE thought carefully, maybe I'll call the police. The girl patted him on the back, well, didn't Lee anymore. There, just climbed. Up the ladder, he was surprised. The nest that brought him here tonight must be sure that he followed them, otherwise he could report this secret address to the police. The girl signaled Latang to stop in front of phone. The door is closed on the 3rd floor. She knocked 4 times. Too long, too short. Someone inside asked, the dry and curt voice of the man outside. Who is it? The young woman replied, Latan. The door opened out. Dark inside. Latan glimpsed a black shadow locking the door. The girl took his hand and pulled him in. Then the light turned on. The shadow from before was a man with a mustache, a long, winding Dunhill pipe in his mouth. The fragrant aroma of cherry medicine radiates throughout the room. Sitting on the sofa, Latan looked around. The room is whitewashed in straw yellow, with a picture of the piano on the wall, beautiful grandmother cut in the domestic weekly newspaper. The windows are hung with thick green curtains. In addition to the low-slung sofa, which consisted of an oval table, 3 chairs, and a yellow felt-lined couch, there was a double bed against the wall, and a pale blue painted iron board. The man with the pipe looked at him silently as if he were a new animal being transported into the botanical garden. Latan also raised his eyes casually to show defiance, looking back. He smiled, showing his teeth covered with nicotine. Pleasure to meet Mr. Latan. Please introduce, my name is Pham Hugh. Latang's face is serious. Don't dare. Hello Mr. Pham Hugh. What do you invite me to come here for? Pham Hugh pulls out a packet of white cherry pills. Middle had a cute red ring, opened it and filled it with a pipe, then lit it and smoked it, breathing in the smoke. A minute later, he replied, You're so hot-tempered. Let's get something to drink first. Latang stood up. I've been empathic learn. I can sither with you, if I didn't know who you are. My name is Pham Hugh, have you forgotten? Not forgotten. But I didn't believe it's his real name. Pham Hugh laughed loudly. Oh, you're so difficult. You want, I'll show you the test card. Boogie was afraid that he would think it was a fake test. Turning to the girl sitting with her legs crossed, her legs lifted up to hair ties, showing her laziness and inviting him, he continued, Our friend is Latan, probably. I already know. Latan grabbed the bottle of rum on the table, poured a full glass, then handed it to Latan, Please. I prefer whiskey. Pham Hugh put a bottle of Black Label on the table. Just opened it, drink it. She drank 2 glasses in one go. Latan quietly carried a glass of wine. Pham Hugh said, To be honest with you, we invited you here today to talk about our feelings. Yes, apart from the mood, there is nothing. Latan said, The emotional story for gypsies like me has no meaning anymore. Personally, I like to act. Oh, we have to understand each other's feelings then act. I've noticed him for a long time. Only today have a chance to meet. Come on, let's raise a glass of wine to celebrate the first meeting. You're sure I accepted your offer? Besides, I'm not suggesting anything to you. Invite you to come here to give me a gift. Offer a money. Ha ha. There is such a strange sponsor in life. How could he give me money without asking for anything? I really want to ask you, do you want me what? Everything has its time. First come must happen first. Last come must happen later. Now it's about giving money, and the things that haven't come yet, we haven't discussed. No, I want to make it clear. In that case, you pay me 100,000. I happen to be picked it up in a taxi, not given it by himself. You have no right to claim it back. Besides, even if I wanted to claim it, you'd already spent it all. Don't forget, the bills I gave you were all carefully numbered. Besides, I know well who you pay for. So you're going to shoot me. It's not right to say that you're hunting me. We only apply security measures, in case you react. However, do not believe you to oppose, because basically, you and we both have the same position. Same position, yes. Our goal is also your goal. Like you, we fight for freedom, democracy, and peace. Personally, I am very angry about him being mistreated by Mr. Hoang, even though for many years, he sacrificed his life for Mr. Hoang. In my opinion, that's normal. I consider it important, extremely important. Working with us, you will not be oppressed and exploited like before. In the ranks of Mr. Hoang, even if Mr. Hoang mistreats me, I cannot betray him. I firmly refuse. You want me to go against the interests of my compatriots and my country. Only empires and colonialists go against the supreme interests of our compatriots and our country. Your position, to be honest with you, I do not have the authority to answer you. I only have the duty to meet you, help you overcome financial difficulties, and then talk about cooperation. How much are you going to give me? Another 100,000. Tush Tay. Spending is 200. My superiors said they are willing to pay more if you accept certain conditions. What are the conditions? There is only one condition. Accept the offer to be our technical consultant. Oh, what do you think? That's all. I'd be happy to. Then ask for an autograph. Pham Hugh handed Latang a typed sheet of paper. Above are the following inscriptions. Saigon, date, month, honor pledge of allegiance. I sign below as Latang, accepting the invitation to join the organization for the purpose 0F creating freedom and world peace. I am willing to give my best to serve the foundation. In return, I received 200,000 dong. After taking the job, I will receive 2 million more. I promise to keep it a secret. If I reveal it to anyone, I will be executed. Sign. Latang looks up at Pham Hugh. When will I have 2 million dong? Pham Hugh took another puff of cherry. 1 more week. I'll take you to face the superior. When? TLL let you know later. Latang pushed another full glass of wine to Latang. Friendly voice, please. Latang knocked on the table. The girl's hand. You're so cute. The girl pouted. Who allowed you to call me me? Pham Hugh laughed. I like hot-tempered men like Latang. If you are willing, cooperate immediately. If not, then stop. What does Ms. Latang think? Latang explained. Earlier, Ms. Tan invited me to sleep here tonight. Pham Hugh shook his head. How can I sleep here? Because this is a borrowed house. Borrowed house. Yes. This room of a young couple. They went to Vung Tau early in the morning. They'll just come back tomorrow. You're really discreet. You'll lose your life if you care about it. As an expert in the profession, you must have known. Speaking, Pham Hugh stood up to say goodbye. Well, we say goodbye. Latang asked. When will we meet again? I am still waiting for orders from my superiors. But I believe that tomorrow there will be a definitive answer. Here, please take the pen. Latang signed the pledge. With a delighted face, Pham Hugh folded the piece of paper in four and put it in her inner pocket. Finished, he put the package of 100,000 banknotes into Latang's pants pocket. Latang as, yes, that's her job. Tomorrow noon, you will meet me at the meeting place. Latang lazily stepped forward. Latang walked close to the man like a husband and wife. Waiting for the two to disappear, Pham Hugh collected the wine glass above table, bring it to the bathroom, turn on the water and wash it clean. Then he took the towel, his face leisurely wiped all the fingerprints on the mouth of the cup, the arm of the chair and the doorknob. The bottle of Bacardi rum and the bottle of Black Label whiskey he corked and put in a cardboard box. Looking around for a moment, there was no trace of suspicion. Pham Hugh went out into the hallway. The stairs were empty, and he pulled the key from his pocket. Suddenly someone behind shouted, Mr. Nok has returned. He had carefully calculated, did not expect that unusual things still happened, forcing him to have a decisive attitude. Opposite him was a young woman of about 45, wearing modest clothes, slouching on a large package. This young woman must be a servant in the bin din. Realizing the stranger, the young woman turns pale. Ah. Not Mr. Nok? Pham Hugh asked. Yes, I am a friend of Mr. Nok. Who are you? I'm the watchman's wife. It's strange. Before leaving, Mr. and Mrs. Nok told me that the room door was locked. Why do you have the key? The lady's quick mouth was a death sentence. Pham Hugh couldn't back down anymore. He had to kill people, even an innocent and weak woman. Besides, in his life, it was not the first time he dipped his hand in blood. Pham Hugh threw out his right hand. The punch hit the woman's morning membrane. The victim fell. Pham Hugh approached, put the cardboard box on the floor. The arm around the back of the young woman's neck tightened and tightened. The young woman hummed for a few hours. Then passed out. The body was soft, the face was purple, and the long tongue from her mouth. Once again, Pham Hugh pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the handprints on the young woman's body. The stairs are still empty. He stepped down quickly. Fortunately, there was no one downstairs. The cool wind on the street made him healthy. Walking to Nguyen Cong Tru Street, he waved a taxi. Meanwhile, Lathong's lovely Vauxhall parked close. Nguyen Hue flower shop. Lathong invited. She went to eat and then dance with me. The girl refused. Thank you. I am busy tonight. Why? You promised to sleep with me last night. Hey, when did I meet you? When she drove me to meet Pham Hue. What did I promise? She said that I should not be bored with life, need to live a long life to drink rum and flirt with women, and especially to sleep tonight with her for fun. I thought so. I forgot to steer it. I just finished repeating. You will, I will. Thank you. You are a cruel person. And you. I have never seen a man as foolishly in love as you. You think I'm a whore. Big mistake. Big is also not the type of woman who sees a boy narrowing her eyes, frantic hands and feet, large size. Torn shirt. No, Mr. Lathong is a foolish girl. Don't dream in vain. We still have a lot of work to do. The other is just extra. When the work is done, you need to come, I will make you satisfied. Well, I'll drop him off here. Let him go home and enjoy his dreamlike beauty, Hugh Lan. Oh wow. Lathong slammed the door shut. Lathong saw the girl's face stiffen. Smile, seriously, she is the epitome of female spying. For a woman like her, sex is as simple and common as waving a cyclo in the street. Looking at the Vauxhall running away near the river, he will sigh. He turned to the flower shop, pretending to ask for a single pair. Seeing yellow and pink pairs on display, he looked at them for a while, complimenting them on how beautiful they were, making the seller almost twist. Then he asked to buy a dark red pair. The wings were as smooth as velvet. Of course there isn't, because in his heart entered the flower shop to see if was being followed or not. His delicate eye stood at the head of the road, struggling to light a cigarette, glaring at him. Who is he? Hoang's counterintelligence agent, being a keeper of Pham Hue. Whoever he is, Lathong also has to feed him dust. Because his horizontal life will be decided tonight. He muttered to himself. It will be decided tonight. Z28 The Death Sentence Chapter 5 Kant. Chapter 5 Kant. Hong Bitch stopped. She had just noticed the familiar light of the popular refreshment shop, next to the wooden stilt house outside with a row of painted railings. This rickety and empty house, she had come many times to meet North Vietnamese spy agents. Before going to Phan Dinh Phung Street and the alley of Vuan Chu Oi, she changed cars many times, according to the instructions. As an employee of Mr. Hoang, she needed to be especially cautious. Because if she is exposed, she will go to court, and the court will not tolerate a traitor employee. Although the court will know that Queen Bitch has been attacked by the other party. Indeed, they took advantage of her elderly mother and her hungry and cold siblings north of the 17th parallel, to force her to provide information and documents. Her whole body trembled. A cold wind blew in from the end of the alley. However, she shivered not from the cold. The evening air in the south is only tenths of the cold air in Harry, silent Mta River. She was used to the cold. As a child, she used to jump into the river while everyone huddled in sweaters. Now she goes to the pool every morning. This hard practice has brought her a well-balanced and healthy body. She trembled at the memory of Van Bint's passionate kiss. As usual, he drove her to eat. Along the way, she demanded to get down. And as usual, he hugged her and kissed her for a long time. She almost burst into tears and shouted, "Van Binh, I am a traitor counter. I betrayed you. I betrayed Mr. Hoang. I betrayed the country." But her voice was stuck in her throat. The image of her mother's suffering appeared, forcing her to be silent. However, she did not know that Van Binh had read her mind. He didn't want her to become soft and then tell her hidden things. Anyway, he still needs her to hide for a while longer. Queen Bitch is hot again in her chest. His loving hand was on her chest, listening to the beat of her heart. She was intoxicated with joy. Now he is home. As for her, the little house that stood before her eyes was like a great mountain, she couldn't help but see it. The door was already open, and she quietly slipped in. It was dark inside, she was used to the arrangements so she didn't get tripped over. She remembered it clearly. The stairs consisted of exactly 33 steps. 33 rickety wooden steps. Up the stairs, she smelled American tobacco. The stranger said. She came 5 minutes late. The electric light turned on. She didn't answer, sat down on the chair. The stranger turned on the radio, then turned and sat across from her. He was still wearing his gray Nilfrance short-sleeved shirt, showing his muscular muscles and long. He repeated, "You are 5 minutes late. I missed the car. If you hadn't made me change taxis 3 times, I would have been on time, or much sooner." The basic and vital principle of intelligence is to be on time, if necessary, to the minute and to the second. Arriving late is dangerous, coming early is equally dangerous. Next time, I will try to be on time. I believe in you. Because I didn't want you to fall into the hands of counterintelligence. You must have known for weeks that counterintelligence monitor and control. She has 2 disadvantages. First, because she is an employee of Mr. Hoang. Second, because she is too beautiful. Mr. Hoang's staff often suffers from counterintelligence to pay attention to every glass, every bit, inadvertently losing their life like a game. You're so beautiful, men will follow you wherever you go. You have no right to criticize my own taste. I see him for work. I am ugly or pretty, it's my right to dress modestly or revealingly. Am here for work too, not to see her almost naked breasts behind the car. The dress is tight and thin. Next time, order her to wear out dye discreetly and properly. JF not. She struggled to get up. He suppressed me too much. I didn't cooperate with him anymore. The stranger smiled faintly. That 3-year-old childish game is old, Ms. Don't close it again, it's annoying. If you were someone else, you would wear a topless dress, but if you were naked, I wouldn't mind. But you are an employee under me. For the sake of public security it is my duty to wham you. He told her many times, but she did not listen. Tonight, she continues to wear one of Van Bint's sides. Queen bitch. Sat still, eyes red. With a cruel gesture, the stranger continued, "I do not forbid you to find love, nor do I forbid you to go out or go to their room. But I forbid her to date Van Binh because he is a dangerous person, can be said to be the most dangerous person in Asia. Ain't necessary, she was only allowed to deal with it on a purely professional basis. Pretend to love it to get news, that's all." She sighed. "TVE lied too much already, I can't lie anymore. For the sake of my family, I accepted to cooperate with him. Don't make me take a risk." Well, she threatened to take a risk. "Tonight, lying alone, with my hand on me forehead, I believe you will think differently. Thanks to us, her mother recovered from tuberculosis, is healthy today, and her younger siblings are allowed to study in China. In case she changes her mind, her family will be the victims first, then her. Don't forget we are very cruel people. When needed, we can kill thousands and thousands of innocent people." He pulled out his bag and gave Queen Bitch a sealed envelope. She refused. "Thank you. I didn't need the money." "You don't take the money, as you please. Boodle, I need you to sign the receipt." "Think for a moment." At that time, Queen Bitch put the envelope containing the money in the purse, then lowered the pen to sign. The stranger asked, "Where are the documents?" She put on the table a small box the size of a matchbox. .10 documents in all. Some related to Latung case. Ask her to follow this case further. The Latung case is considered the focus of the Foundation's work. Next time, I hope to capture more. Sincerely commend her. How many films do you have left? 3 rolls. You can use it for 2 months. Under the current security conditions, I have decided to suspend face-to-face meetings. Next time, don't come here again. Tomorrow, I will pay the house. If you have documents that need to be transferred urgently, please advertise in Quet newspaper. Proceed, according to the following format. Post on page 6, for 2 consecutive days, say that the customer wants to buy a 50-inch Honda motorcycle. Block, paid 48,500 dong on Nguyen Dai Duong Street. Please come to see the seller urgently to negotiate. The ad was published in the afternoon, then that very night, from 8 to 9 p.m., she brought the talent. Materials are put in a predetermined tree hole on Lakai Don Street, in front of the Arench Primary School Jean-Jacques Rousseau. After I get the documents, I will let you know by posting an ad in Chin Luan newspaper, saying that I will give a reward of 7,000 to anyone who can find a long-haired, black and yellow flat-chested dog. I will leave the ghost address on Yendu Street. This address belongs to foreigners who are away, and do not know Vietnamese. Do you remember? Remember. She read me a letter. The stranger turned off the radio. Please come down first. She asked him, worried voice. Sir, is there a letter from my mother? He replied curtly, no. Seeing her frown, he continued, order according to the central government. The entire facility was alarmed, so it was impossible to bring in this okay. I just called last night, and there's a reply out there that a letter was sent to you, but haven't delivered it yet. These days, we have to use the route Nam Vang Tay Ninh, so it's a bit long, 10 days early. 3 to 4 weeks late. Don't worry, I'm always thinking of you and your family. The light bulb was turned off. The room was plunged into terrifying darkness. Queen Bitch heard the mice chasing each other squeaking on the roof. The air outside made her comfortable. For half an hour in front of the stranger, she felt like a large iron block pressed down on her chest, choking her. A tear suddenly rolled down her cheek. When did she cry? Her mind does not know. Naturally, her heart ached. She wanted to scream, Van Bin, but she was trembling again. Terrible fear was creeping into her heart. At the end of the alley, she called taxi, climb up, crouch in the corner. She was afraid of the light, afraid of the familiar noises of Saigon at night, her beloved Saigon. And she is afraid of herself too. Her life will be decided tonight. Determined tonight, sitting in the refreshment bar, Pham Hue looks out on Hai Ba Trung Street. The car is still running like a weaver. He drank 3 chilled bottles of Levée 33 in one gulp, still not quenching his thirst. His stomach is a sinkhole. No matter how much yeast is poured in, it is not full. Drinking whiskey takes a whole bottle to die. Shocked, let alone Levée. The bottom-class latte only had 11 degrees of alcohol. Tan Dinh post office was empty. From 6 p.m., the inner and outer doors were closed. Pham Hue noticed the yellow-painted mailbox on the left. He smiled with amusement, because he remembered the advice of the coach in the intelligence school. Operating in enemy areas, the method of communication is safe. Especially dead mailboxes. Giving documents, signaling to each other without face-to-face, is called using dead mailboxes. Dead mailboxes are usually tree stumps, crevices in walls, fences, power poles, park chairs. Documents are shrunk and put in there. Pham Hue has been working in Saigon for nearly a year. He personally found some dead mailboxes to contact his superiors. He likes the dead mailbox at the post office division. Tan Dinh. The postal staff could not believe that Pham Hue's organization used a yellow mailbox hanging outside the gate as a dead mailbox. After paying, Pham Hue crossed the street, pretending to be rummaged through his pocket for an envelope. Meanwhile, his left hand felt under the mailbox. He noticed a piece of glue stuck to a broken match. That was a signal of a bonus. His superiors ordered him to show up as soon as possible, the better. With a cheerful demeanor, he took a taxi and told him to drive down to Saigon. At the public phone station near Benton Market, he got off the bus. This phone number, he engraved in his mind. Pressing the receiver to his ear, he could hear the bell ringing. Then the bell stopped, followed by the voice of the person asking, who? Then he hung up the phone and called another taxi to Dachau for dinner. He needs a satisfying meal. The wide eyes of the young woman he strangled to death on Nguyen Van Sam Street looked at him in the air, making him vomit. He went to Dai Ban's shop and ordered a bed and wine. He rewarded himself with a bottle of high-quality batu, and tiptoed crabs, muscle intestines put up in the mouth to shut down in a solemn way. Finished eating, Pham Hue looked at the clock. It's time. He carefully wiped his mouth with a napkin, drank a thick cup of black coffee, and hesitate to go out. Din Tien Hoang Boulevard is under bright lights. Pham Hue's heart was as happy as a guild. He walked up to Nguyen Van Jai and then stopped at the massive Bindon near the iron bridge. With a familiar posture, he climbed the stairs to play Ganito, stopped on the second floor, looked around and then hurried back to the room in the middle of the corridor. To the door of this room, Pham Hue knocked lightly on the door, then coughed twice and sneezed once. Inside, there were 2 dry coughs in response. Strangers waited for Pham Hugh behind the desk. Pham Hugh could not see his face because this person was sitting in the corner of the room with his back turned. The stranger ordered, "Chair near the door, Pham Hugh." He obeys orders like a machine. The stranger asked, "Where is the document?" "Sir, I just put it on the table." "How was the Latang case?" "He signed the pledge, and received the money." "How was his attitude?" "Still stubborn and difficult." "It's nothing." "What about women?" Latang reported that he was still as careless as he was in the past. "I ask you to do this again. Tonight, you will meet Latang." The order given to him was placed in a package of Pall Mall cigarettes, next to the ash plate. He memorized and swallowed the paper. "This special paper is made with MSG mixed with vitamin C, very good to eat, melts like candy in the mouth. When you're done, come back and report back to me. Starting tomorrow, I am neither anymore, and you're also withdrawing into secrecy." I gave it to Ms. Latang 50,000, sent to Nha Trang to rest for 2 months. And he personally went to Vung Tau. Remember, 3 months later, I will contact you again. Dear, why did you interrupt for so long? So stupid. My work is done, I just considered done, only the last act remains. Latang followed me. Sooner or later the emperor's henchmen will fly out. Therefore, we should stay away for a while. Do you remember well, Pham Hugh? Yes. Well, let me go home. Listen carefully. Yes. Pham Hugh closed the door. He crept up the stairs. A prostitute, dressed almost naked, swaggering over the neck of a foreign mistress. The girl's mouth reeked of whiskey. Pham Hugh dodged. The girl stopped and contorted. So handsome. Pham Hugh kept quiet. During business hours, he doesn't get involved with women. There is a proverb that says less than go to the alley to meet a girl greater than. He's afraid that women will lose luck, let alone a prostitute. Seeing Thad didn't reply, the girl pouted. Is it expensive? I just took the smack. Pham Hugh stepped back down the stairs. The girl grabbed his shirt, drawled a little alcohol, will you? He pulled away, grumpy, let go of people. The girl scowled. You have to answer, I just let go. I didn't bring money, see you another time. You don't bring money, I will accept it. And your foreign friend, I let him fall. The girl rambly followed Pham Hugh down the street, holding his shirt. Like debt collection, often. Tears, he slapped the girl with a contorted face, but less than boss greater than told. He retreated into the dark, so he didn't want to talk. Down the street, she turned around and talked to the foreigner. Wait a moment. Pham Dang Hung, S road is crowded with traffic. Pham Hugh removed the girl's hand, her face was serious. How much money do you need? I give you didn't owe such a rude procession. The girl pointed her pointed finger at Pham Hugh's cheek. Enraged, he waved his hand back. The girl fell against the wall. He didn't have time to cross to the side across the street, climbed into a taxi that had just stopped. The girl chased and shouted, someone save me. The girl hugged Pham Hugh in the middle of the road. The moving cars stopped, the brakes squealing. Pham Hugh tried to shove the lewd girl away, but her tough hands like hungry plates gritting his teeth. He punched the girl hard in the jaw. The girl fell on the asphalt. Pham Hugh opened the taxi door. A policeman stopped his motorcycle and whistled loudly. The taxi driver refused to take Pham Hugh. The village girl stood up, screaming loudly, catch it, it hit me, oh my god. Reluctant and angry gesture, Pham Hugh got into the police car. The girl sitting next to him casually pulled out a cigarette and smoked it. Pham Hugh's mind was confused. He knew about the district for 3 minutes and then left, because in fact, what importance? The deal is good, otherwise 60 silver coins is the same. However, he was consummate. Going back to the district, he had to show his identity card. Pham Hugh carried many identification cards and papers in his body. Identification sheet. He used fake documents to operate in the city, and under unfortunate circumstances had to give the plastic-wrapped identity that was granted as an honest citizen. Because no one expected Pham Hugh has been involved in dishonest things at all. He mumbled to himself. It's true that he met a girl in the alley. Hot blood rushed to the membrane of mourning. He wanted to slap the face of the prostitute sitting next to him to vent his anger. While he was worried, the girl still leisurely smoked a scented cigarette. The police car sped through a dark road. Pham Hugh came up with the idea of knocking down the policeman who was following him, and jumped into the street. The vast university campus between Thong Nyat Boulevard and the Red Cross is an ideal haven. Once he jumped, getting out of the car, crossing into the university area, a police platoon was also difficult to find. Thinking that, Pham Hugh brightened up. The car slowed down, turned into the police headquarters of District 1. It was dark, so Pham Hugh could not see the prostitute's face clearly. Because if he saw clearly, he would start to sweat. She had just glanced at Pham Hugh. On her lips, her red lips provocatively ulcerated, there was a mysterious smile. The man in the building on Nguyen Van Jai Street put his hat on his head, put an umbrella under his arm, and opened the door calmly. Looking at him, everyone mistook him for a gentle gentleman. After dinner, he walked for a while. Stomach working. Indeed, his clothes were all cheap. A short dark shirt bought at Benton Market, a pair of pig leather shoes with more than 200 and a pair, leather pants, the least expensive garment for workers. His cigarettes are also popular drugs. Green bowls, black yarn, less than 10 dong a pack. At home, he smokes all American cigarettes, but when he goes out, he must be suitable for the role of urine. Mediocre position, so he smoked the bowl of bowls. He does not have the right to spend in vain, and play with his life like Pham Hugh, an action officer. Pham Hugh lives in Saigon, and was admitted to the group position, pay monthly salary. Pham Hugh has a family, has papers issued by the Saigon government. As for him, he comes from the north with a degree. Nam Vang Street, crossed the border into Tay Ninh, and then went down to Saigon to mix with the capital's 2 million people. His papers were all made up by the spy agency in Hanoi. That means fake papers. He rested his hand on the umbrella that was used as a can. On the surface, it is one of thousands of umbrellas sold and used in Saigon, a place of erratic rain and sunshine with tortoises hell handles, black nylon fabric, white nickel. The purchase price is from 200 to 400 Vietnamese dongs a piece. Actually, spending thousands of dollars can't buy this special umbrella. Because it's a special umbrella made for espionage. On the handle there is a separate button, which looks like the opening button of an automatic parachute. Press hard, the point of the parachute will fall off, revealing a round hole in a bullet that shoots out like lightning. This bullet does not kill people, but if fire, person may be seriously injured. Inside the small bullet with the size of com kernels is a special chemical, which emits a large smoke that kills the victim unconscious for a moment. He only fired this anesthetic bullet in case he was surrounded with no way out. The umbrella can also be broken in half, turning into binoculars with very clear vision. In the other eye, he can use an umbrella as a wire for radio communication. When needed, he tied a tiny steel wire from the radio to the umbrella frame, and the umbrella frame became a powerful antenna. Turning into Din Tien Hoang Boulevard, he smiled proudly. After 18 months of operation in the south of the 17th parallel, he has not encountered any difficulties. Hoang's counterintelligence agent seems to be missing, so he is free to act. So that his superiors in Hanoi told him 5 times 7 times. Cautious, absolutely cautious before the effective counterintelligence network Hoang 5s. He waved a bicycle cyclo. Sitting on a bus to Benton Market, he smoked a Bato cigarette. Later he has an important appointment near the market. As a wise resident director, he applied the instructions of his superiors, which were written into a manual, titled less than Operation Manual for My Spies in Saigon greater than. Page 10 of the manual. He remembered the page and line numbers had the following passage, less than principles of spy meetings is that the officer in charge must organize the meeting far away from where he lives and at the same time far from where the spy lives. Like other towns in the world, Saigon is a convenient area for intelligence activities. Less than the boulevards of Freedom, Nguyen Hue, and Laloy near Benton Market are always crowded with people, especially afternoon, evening, especially weekends and the first day of the month to receive salary. Organize a meeting on a crowded street. we will make it difficult for enemy counterintelligence personnel to track. However, it is not advisable to meet along 2 Street because there are many foreigners, and many law enforcement officers, most of them in plain clothes. Less than Nguyen Boulevard is divided into 3 sections. The first part is near the shore. The river, near the Embassy of the United States, and especially near the Treasury, should be heavily guarded. The last section next to the main City Hall and the U.S. Department of Information should also not be a meeting place, preferably in the middle, near the florist shops, and the road to the tax department Bin Din. Less than Betterier is Leloy Boulevard. On both sides of the road, there are bookstores and grocery stores scattered on the sidewalk. Can pretend to buy books to communicate. You can wait for the bus at the station. You can sit and cool off on a stone bench. The most convenient is the stone bench opposite the Vin Loy Permanent Cinema. Greater than tonight, he has an appointment with his subordinates on the cement chair in front of the Vin Loy Cinema. The cyclo is parked on Ta Tu Thou Street. He walked to Ton the restaurant, pulled up a chair, ordered a bottle of sassafras. Seeing that he was an old man, dressed modestly, the children's shining fair shoes did not come together. Vendors of scented cigarettes and lottery tickets passed him with 15 minutes later. He paid, walked leisurely back from Ta Tu Thou to Fan Boi Chow, and then along the sidewalk of Leloy. The cement chair opposite the cinema was still empty. Just then, a young man in a gray nylon shirt, with long arms like an ape, stepped out of the cinema, walked to the cement chair, took out a towel from his pocket and dusted it off. Middle-class people often have this careful gesture, to keep their pants from getting dirty. However, to him, the dusting gesture is a signal. He leisurely walked over to the cement chair, and sat down beside him. Youth wearing a gray shirt spoke first. "Hello, mister," he nodded in a small voice. "Hello. See you yet?" "Yes, sir." "Are you on guard for bugs?" "Sir." He changed 3 taxis, and went to the cinema. "Thai." "Where?" "Sir." She gave 10 documents. "Put it in a matchbox." He took out a cigarette and smoked it. The young man brought the cigarette to his lips. An old man lends a matchbox. The young man finished lighting the fire, took a long breath, then slowly returned the matchbox, but not the old matchbox, but the matchbox containing the plastic film given by Queen Bitch earlier. The old man said, "In the matchbox I just gave you 2 ads. The most interesting is the hybrid report that told the child to go home urgently because his mother was seriously ill. This poster will be published in Live Za Long Street, remember?" "Yes, remember." The second one is in French. The content: a husband named Paul begs his wife Marie to return to reunite, will forgive his sins. This he gave to AIP Advertising International on Mac Din Kai Street, thanks to publishing it in the Journal de Extreme Orient. Both of these ads must be posted 3 days in a row. 3 days in a row, remember? Dear, remember. I repeat. Young man read it again without a word wrong. The old man said, "I will suspend contact with you for 3 months. Tomorrow morning, he will deliver the paper to the newspaper office. Tomorrow afternoon, I have to go. Dalat. Dear, what do you do in Dalat? Rest for a while. How much cost? I cover all. Sir, if I go on vacation, I would like to go to Nha Trang. No, I don't like disobedient employees. Yes, now you can go. Careful, you have to go. Walk to freedom." At Lin Nam's store, he went inside and pretended to buy things. Exactly 10 minutes later, he called a taxi back, and don't forget to change the taxi many times. "Hi mister." The old man did not move his lips. He absently watched the couples laughing and chattering from the cinema. Vin Loy Theatre tonight screened a hit spy movie, describing the activities of an American spy with the number OS 117.OSS 117 as the main character of the movie. Interesting series of a French spy writer. Every 117 business trip was won, and the communist intelligence agencies also failed. The old man smiled happily. The audience of the movie OS 117 did not expect that a communist resident director was strutting on a stone bench in front of them. And this time, the winning side is not OS 117. He stood up and muttered, "Huh, that old Hoang is just trash." Abandoned as the old man mistakenly thought. All government officials had gone home to have dinner and have a peaceful reunion with his wife and children, but Mr. Stay in headquarters. He did not have a home of his own. Day and night, he stayed in his office, and when he was tired, he would lie down on a cheap cloth chair near the bureau table. Besides, even if he wanted to go home, Mr. Hoang still had no relatives waiting at home. Except Van Bin and some other trusted employees, no one knew the status of Mr. Hoang's family. Everyone considers Mr. Hoang is a legendary figure. Where was he born? What year did he do? What did he do when he was young? Where did he come from? He organized and commanded the Secretserve in what year? The department includes how many agencies, how many employees? All were covered with a dense secret. Van Bin had entered the room a while ago. Mr. Hoang quietly got up and removed the sheepskin he used to wipe nearsighted glasses and a box of familiar Havana cigars into the pocket. Van Bin approached the table, removed the shiny pistol he wore under his arm, and checked the barrel and bullets. Then he said, "The time is coming. Please go ahead." Mr. Hoang pressed a button on the wall. The iron door weighing 2 tons, attached to the concrete opened to reveal a secret ladder. The elevator is dedicated to Mr. Hoang. The elevator drops quickly to the Bin Din tunnel. The door opens automatically. In front of it is a long corridor lit by cool green tube lights, and air-conditioned. This is a secret tunnel from the binding tunnel of the electronics company where the Secret Service has its headquarters on Nguyen Hue Boulevard, through Tu Street, to Ho Huyen Nagip Street. To a steel wall. On the other hand, Mr. Hoang pulled out from his pocket a black painted box, which looked like a cigarette case. This is a tiny transmitter that some people with cars in the United States use to open and close garage doors. This door cannot be opened manually. The transmitter will send out a special signal that causes the part in the door to unlock automatically and the door to open. Mr. Hoang presses a tiny red button on the machine, the giant steel plate protruding to one side. 2 people set foot in the stairs. Above is a large house, closed day and night. Up the stairs, the 2 entered a large room. 3 black cars were stunned. These cars belong to Mr. Hoang, except for the new DS.19. The other 2 are old. The car body is full of dust like no one has cleaned it for a whole year. The car doors are distorted and the paint is peeling in large pieces to reveal the dirty rusty iron layer. These cars are given to no one, because the appearance is old, the shape is ugly. However, it is an expensive car, fully equipped, fast like the wind, can be listed in the list of excellent cars in the world. The shell is made of separate steel. The medium machine bullet does not puncture. The car glass consists of 5 overlap bullet lines. A very powerful mine exploded under the car, able to overturn the giant chameleon, still not injuring Mr. Hoang sitting in the old car. The number of cars is fully automatic. The maximum speed is over 250 km per one. Now, on the road, it is not inferior to the German Mercedes 300 SL. Because of the fact that its engine is from the 300 SL, the second fastest race car in the world, and the engine is brand new. In front of the driver are 4 different mirrors, each one for side view, and in the car 2 for rear view. The feature of these 4 rear view mirrors is the tightest connected to a weird electronic mind built by IBM, which car follows, suspicious gesture that is, always following closely, refusing to overtake. Running at the speed of Mr. Hoang's car, the electronic brain immediately alerted the driver with a jingle bell. Want to less than playing greater than. The driver just needs to turn the button on the dashboard. A special fog is sprayed. Within 30 seconds, the cars behind will be blinded. In case of accidents, the parts in the car are covered with thick rubber. The seats have belts, and there is a propeller in the trunk. If the car slips into the river, the propeller will turn into a ship. Do not sink. In the back row, where Mr. Hoang sat, was fitted with a VHF telephone and a teletelegraph. In addition, there is a small iron table, which can be folded when not in use, for Mr. Hoang to study the file. The secret file cabinet is at the foot. It takes a 50 kilograms bomb to break it, but a separate chemical will bomb the papers to coal in the blink of an eye. The driver pokes his head out the door to say hello. This driver is not a regular employee. It was Ladip, a senior employee of the department, after Trudung and Van Bin. Van Bin climbed up and sat next to Mr. Hoang. A giant bodyguard opened the garage door. Ladeep drove the car slowly to Ho Huan Nagip Street. Although the security forces in the city are very strong, Mr. Hoang rarely goes out alone. For a while now, the enemy has launched a number of elite spies into the capital, with a fatal mission, to assassinate the general director of the Secret Service. The road to freedom is brilliant with neon lights. Mr. Hoang is still with TFUL with his immortal cigar. He did not have time to watch elegant men and women wave their hands on the side of the road. He was busy thinking about Latang. Latang, the agent of the department, in charge of an important intelligence organization founded by Mr. Hoang at the north of the 17th parallel. Latang lingered another minute in front of the florist shop. On Nguyen Hue Street. For some reason, his eyes were drawn to a row of kurans of fresh flowers, the red color of the pear blow placed neatly on the sidewalk. Every wreath wears a purple ribbon with the words, "Sincere condolences. Sincere condolences. Death is the end. The dead lying in the coffin cannot hear the true and false cries of their relatives, prayers and whispers of friends. The dead cannot see the beautiful flowers, and smell the sweet fragrance of the flowers, so." Latang never lit a cigarette with a Quran. Suddenly looking at the wreaths bearing the words less than sincerely and condolences greater than, he contacted Think of the 3 sink and 7 floating life of espionage. It's normal to die as a spy, but it's better to die than to live with humiliation. Is better to live than to be scorned by colleagues, family, friends and public opinion, spit on and marginalized in society. He suddenly remembered a Swedish businessman pretending to be pro-Nazis for intelligence operations for the Anglo-American ally. Trusted by the Nazi authorities, he freely traveled throughout Germany during the Second World War, and informed the Allies to drop bombs on Nazi oil refineries. Thanks to this sacrifice, the Allies destroyed most of the enemy's fuel supply industry, shortening the war. But the Swedish merchant bought the sacrifice at a very high price. For years he praised Hitler, lashed out at the free world, made his friends despise him, shun him, treating him like a leper. Even his lover doesn't think about them anymore. The war ended, he succeeded gloriously, then public opinion knew. Latang sighed. He looked around again. The shadow of the suspicious person from earlier had disappeared, but according to his intuition and professional experience, he knew he was still around, perhaps pretending to buy flowers like him. There was plenty of time left, he didn't need to hurry. Rush. The lighter guy. Then cross the road, go back to the main citadel. His aim is to choose relatively deserted roads in the center of the city to make it easier to control the rear. After all, he operated on home soil, had more conditions than the enemy's staff. He turned around Latantun to Pasteur, walked along the side of Zalong Palace, then turned to the right, past the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Economy. That means the streets are deserted, few people pass by and are strictly guarded. At Tudu intersection, Latang meets a man standing next to an electric pole lighting a cigar. He stopped to ask for a fire, even though his pocket was full of new lighters. Taking the opportunity to ask for fire, he glanced behind him. Indeed, he guessed right. The familiar man was following him. Seeing him stop, he was about to follow, but I dare not because I am going through the Ministry of Defense. Through the headquarters of the gendarmerie, he did not dare to stop. 5 meters away, he hit Latang. Latang went in the opposite direction. He followed him frantically for a second, then pretended to bend down to retie his shoelaces. Pity for him, his shoes are of the type of ban, without laces. He struggled not knowing what to do. Latang approached, reached out and shook his hand in an intimate voice. "Hi brother." He timidly reached out his hand, lied. "Kid, I didn't dare." Latang chuckled. "I look so familiar." He replied. "You too. It seems that I met you last week in Vung Tau. Is that so? We bathed together in Back Beach." Latang patted his forehead. "Yeah. TM so absent-minded." The two of them walked side by side to Freedom Street. The rice was mediocre. Latang said. "Thank you. They've an appointment." Talked to him for a few minutes. "Are you busy?" "No." Latang turned left, slowly walked past the gas station of Citron Carapare shop. This stretch of Latantun Street is empty. Approaching Hai Ba Trung Street, he suddenly stopped, his voice changed. Ah, forgot to ask for together. La Tung, you probably already know. And you, Tm La Hung, you have the same last name as me. No wonder you like to play with me, and like to follow me. I'm sorry to tell you to your superior that La Tung doesn't want anyone to follow. Who is your superior? I didn't care, and I didn't care. Shut up. He is a low-ranking employee. If you want to follow someone as experienced in the profession as me, you have to be intermediate. As for me, I'm just following the apprentices. Have you heard? Yes. La Tung stammered. Forgive this time. Next time I'll break my jaw. Don't forget I'm a black belt in judo. Yes, well, go away for free. Smiling, La Tung returned to Tu Street. The man crept out onto Hai Ba Trung Boulevard Tran Hung Dao. Anyone else followed, he would think he was home. The activities were many, he did not believe that there was only one person behind him. In this particular case, at least two people. He is not mistaken, there is one more person. Maybe he was a good employee, so he hadn't discovered it yet. But only 5 minutes later, La Tung found it. Cyclo can run a distance to Ben Market roundabout Tan. He glanced behind a Honda motorcycle with a size of 90cc, painted black. This type of Japanese motorcycle runs as fast as a car, and in a crowded city like Saigon, it also runs faster than a car. Passing the gas station near his house, he got off. Raising his hand to greet the manager, he climbed the stairs to his room. He turned on the light, opened the window, and stood in the open doorway looking down at the street. According to professional rules, followers must park their motorbikes 20 or 30 yards away from binding, then look upstairs. In the room with the light on, he was at home. He leaned back against the window to look down for his followers. He did not forget to take off his shirt and put on a white t-shirt, showing his followers that he was about to go to sleep. Then he turned off the big light, turned on the night light, opened the closet, and picked out a dark shirt and a pair of thin loafers. He walked quickly to the end of the corridor, sliding down the cement spiral staircase for binding staff, and for emergencies. Below was a large courtyard. La Tung did not come down to the field. Halfway up the stairs, he jumped onto the balcony of the next house, past the gutter to the roof, and then walked down a dark alley. 10 minutes later, he came to County Jiang Street. Knowing that he would not be followed, he called a taxi to Hamgi Street. He went to Dong Fat restaurant and ordered a hearty meal. When the meal came, he called. This phone number he engraved in his mind for many months. For many months now, he has been looking forward to the moment when the fairy can dial 5 familiar and friendly numbers. Capital calm, La Tung can't help but be moved. His fingers trembled slightly. At the end of the line, the phone was picked up, and then there was a human voice. A man with whom La Tung is familiar. Face, familiar name, someone. Man, is that Kwong? Kwong has just left for about half an hour. Only Hone was at home. Do you need to tell Kwong anything? Nothing important. Would you mind telling Kwong that I had 2 books that I forgot last week? How many books? 2. Yes. I will tell Kwong right away. The phone stops. The 2 books Thad just mentioned in the conversation are secret codes. That is, within an hour, he will arrive at the meeting place. And the person who just told him is Van Bin Z28 of the Secret Service. Thadal Tung had quarreled many times, and the last time was before he was expelled from the department, and fell into prison, knocked him down in the office. He still remembers his threatening sentence. Van Bin, you and are swam enemies. I'll kill you anyway, and I'll throw your body in the Saigon River. Otherwise, I would have no face to live in this world anymore. And Van Bin replied, respecting Ms. Hulan, I am lenient. Next time, I won't be lenient. All that hate, friction, and corruption is just one big play in which Mr. Hoang is the production director, Van Bin is the stage producer, and La Tung is the actor. Superior member. Unconsciously, La Tung thought of Hulan. Poor girl, she didn't know nothing. Outside, it was pouring rain. Z28 Death Sentence Chapter 6 Chapter Vi Tung still has the habit of walking in the rain to think, the raindrops fluttering into his face. He could clearly hear the sound of shoes pounding on the sidewalk of Hamgi Street. Although the surroundings were noisy and bustling, cars followed in a long group. Walking across the street, Letung paused for a minute. The old house on the right-hand side has closed the iron door. A few months ago, he entered this Chinese couple's house to threaten him money. On the way, Hai Ba Trung grilled everything in the casino. Then he was arrested. His name and image were displayed on the front page of the Saigon press. Then he went to court. Then visit Kai Hua. Everything happened like a nightmare. Now the nightmare is over. Letung climbs on the motorcycle. The car drove up Pasteur Street, turned around Le Boulevard.